Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs here for the final day of the week. And what a day we have saved for you. Life Esports taking on Gen G. Gen G looking to bounce back from what was an incredibly difficult match against Bro. And I say that without any sarcasm at all.
Yeah.
It was a really difficult match against Bro.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of people looking at that thinks Bro should have won at least one game. They were definitely in a position to win it, and they kind of let their foot off the gas, and Gen G did Gen G things that managed to allow them to claw it back, but it was not a good look, considering they're an undefeated team right now, looking like one of our top teams. Only KT really, I think, can hold a candle to them right now, and yeah, struggling against Breon.
Certainly did. Let's have a look at the standings here and confirm that Gen G indeed still in first place. KT 7-1, just behind them, but as you can see, the game score is making KT look a little bit more dominant at this point in time. T1 will be playing their second match of the week coming up next. That'll be against Nongshim, who are looking to try and get themselves out of last place. Will be a difficult one there. But Life Esports now with Grizzly confirmed in the roster for a second series. We'll have to see whether it's going to be better because, as you can see, the run against Gen G, not great.
Yeah, not a great track record. It started well, you know, that one in yeah, that was good. Maybe they should look back and think about what they did then.
What went right in spring round 1 in 2021? That's what they need to figure out. I think you're right, Orcs.
There must have been something.
Yeah.
And that, whatever that something was, it was gone for the rest of those 2 years up to now.
I don't know what we're going to do. I think we need to dig deep and figure out exactly what the rosters were there. But let's have a look at the mid lane. Zeka versus Chovy at the moment. Absolute solo kill gods at this point in time, but you can see Chovy has definitely had Zeka's number in the 1v1 as far as the match score is concerned.
And I love how Zeka's never won an LCK match against Chovy, but he did win at Worlds, and that is the only thing that actually matters really. That's the big one, right? That's the one you really care about. So, you know, one of them's a world champion, one of them isn't, and that is the difference.
Well, as you can see, Peanut about to hit his 600th game. Once again, we're reminded of how sad it is that Ruler left 4 games shy of hitting that milestone. But Peanut is definitely going to be able to get there in our second game this evening. See whether it's going to be 3 of them. You might even be able to make it to 601. Who knows? But as you can see, Peanut has been around the LCK for an extraordinarily long time. He's played 40 unique champions and has been an absolute mainstay. Although, you know, did spend some time in China, but we try not to think about that too much.
Yeah, and 65,601 jungle camps farmed. Decimated the population of some of the critters living in Legends jungle, the Summoners Rift jungle. So, you know, definitely they won't be fans of his, but I think a lot of fans for Peanut in general.
He is certainly a big fan of the popcorn chicken. And Peanut, just a great player, and also has been a linchpin when it comes to the emotional support for almost every team that he's been a part of as well. So looking to see whether he can keep the team at high spirits once again as we dive onto the Rift for an interesting match, because he's also up against Grizzly, who, it's interesting, up until their previous series, Grizzly had lost 1 professional match.
Wow.
He'd lost 1. Well, 1 professional game. He then tripled that number against D+ earlier in the week, but we'll see whether he can get back on that winning side of the fence up against Gen G, which is a tough ask. Let's welcome them out onto the LoL Park stage as Gen G looking to defend their title. Continuous victories for this squad. It looked tough against Bro, but not tough enough.
Yep, not able to take them down, and honestly, I feel like today might be that last big challenge. If they're able to win this out, then I could honestly see them going undefeated for the first round, and then really it's up to KT to challenge them in the second round, I think, more than anything. But it's down to Hanwha today to see if they can contest them.
This is wouldn't it be amazing if both of the teams, KT and Gen G, went undefeated apart from going 1-1 against each other? Would be pretty exciting, but
be hype.
Life Esports looking to prevent that from happening with a new bear in the jungle. Viper and Life also looking a little bit reinvigorated here today and hoping to see a bit more of a carry performance out of them as well. They do rely very heavily on Viper. See whether it is going to be enough up against Gen G.
In spring, I remember there was a team who nearly went undefeated, apart from there was one team that denied them the undefeated run, which was Honor Life Esports.
Ooh.
Stopped T1 from getting a clean record. So, you know, could look for another opportunity to do the same here, be that upset team.
Ooh. We'll have to see. They also, you know, denied D+ their ability to even be in the playoffs for very long.
Drawing.
That is an amazing Yone. And it's actually oh my god. It's Zeka's face.
I hope he picks it today.
Yeah, me too. Playing it into Chovy, though, is a tough ask. We've seen Chovy play into Yone's very well and played the Yone pretty well.
In general,
that's
is a
true.
Tough ask. I feel like he's been in such good form generally forever, but specifically now, him and Peanut have been completely running the map when they've been able to have any sort of advantage, which is pretty common in most of their games. So it's really going to be on Zeka and Grizzly to be able to shut down that duo and be able to match up to them. Just to hold their own would make such a big difference to their chances in these games. Yep.
I wonder whether they'll be able to solo kill each other as well and really boost up that stat. Maybe there's an agreement that they've had backstage that they're just going to 1v1 continuously.
Maybe they'll pick like Yone into Yasuo.
Yeah.
That would be sick. Get the lore matchup.
That'd be amazing. Maybe Yasuo into Zed.
That'd
the
be
true solo queue matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
And then you have to just keep fighting in those sorts of matches.
Oh, yeah.
I learned that from my mid laner in my sort of games. You could be 0-10, you got to keep going.
That's the only, like, how do you get to the 0-15 power spike if you don't keep going in?
The thing is, if you go 0-10, right, that just means you stop trying. You go 0-17, that means you kept going till the Nexus was destroyed.
And I think that's a sign. That's a sign of tenacity. And we love tenacity here. We've had so many Chemtech souls. We're very tenacious here at the LCK. And some grins, a big grin there from Life, which is fantastic for us to see because this bottom lane is going to need it. They're going to need as many high spirits as they can possibly get going up against Gen G. That is a Chef Peanut.
Yeah, and a crying tomato?
With a Riot Fist? There was a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
I kind of wish we had have been able to pause it and really get to the bottom of what was just happening.
Really get into the depths.
Yeah.
What it really meant.
But it is going to be Gen G on the blue side as we get towards the draft. And Score versus Dandy, a fun one. Bit of a blast from the past there. We'll see what Score has in store for us as well when it comes to the draft. He has been under a little bit of scrutiny for his drafts, as we do have a bit of a explanation of what that meant. Peanut smashes the orange. The peanut was hitting the orange, but it was red. And that's what confused me.
I thought it was tomato, which made a lot less sense.
Yeah, but apparently he's going to smash the orange, which is Humble Life. Thank you very much, G-Sun, for clarification there. Sejuani and Melio are going to be banned away as we jump into the draft here. And the Tristana, an understandable ban, especially against Gen G. I wonder whether they'll actually get rid of the 2-4, which is the Ivern as well.
Yeah, there's still Ivern, LeBlanc, Nico available. I think are the big picks that stand out to me. So we'll see what they opt to ban in this situation. I think people have been pretty comfortable picking LeBlanc into Nico because you can obviously dash in, dash out, punish her with the empowered autos. So potentially you could see that left open. Actually, Gragas banned away. Something we've seen nerfed on this patch, but also very good at shutting down top laners that want to be more aggressive. So could even suggest Gen G with a high priority on the Renekton in this situation. But we do see the Ivern banned away, so still Nico open, still LeBlanc, still Renekton. And it looks like Chovy is confident in the LeBlanc side of the matchup.
Going to be taking the LeBlanc even with Nico up and available, even with the fact that you can flex the Nico as well. I find that very curious that they have put the priority this high. See whether Grizzly's happy to try his hand at maybe some jungle Nico, but I highly doubt it. It's going to be Kai'Sa locked in first for Viper. He has been gravitating towards this pick a whole lot more recently. Has looked fantastic on it as well. And that's Viego. Okay, Grizzly back to an old favorite of his, but that isn't Nico. I'm very confused.
Yeah, I do like to see the fact that we've got Grizzly on a carry, I think sticking him on Maokai duty 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
I think let him flex his muscles a little bit. The Kai'Sa could be mid lane. We have seen it put there as a matchup into the LeBlanc, so still a flexible pick in that regard, but obviously Viper very effective on that champion. And it looks like Gen G, we're leaning towards a Renekton with that Gragas ban they have there, so Would make sense, I think, to pick up 80 carry here, so it doesn't get banned in the next rotation, but also jungle, there are options available, so see what they opt for in this situation. Varus is something that we've often seen picked up, but it looks like Peanut on the Poppy, I think, makes a lot of sense.
An absolute old favorite for Peanut here is Zeka considering a Twisted Fate for now. See whether that does actually happen, as it looks like the Emperor of Shurima, another consideration. Able to cycle through a bunch of different choices. What I do like about Life Esports is picking solo lanes early. They hadn't done that until right now, as the Annie is going to be locked in. Kai'Sa getting a little bit of priority, but also just trying to get good things in the hands of Zeka and Kingen. I think it's really worked out for Life Esports.
Yeah, and I think the Viego Annie combo has been really popular. Often when we see one, we'll see the other, because you have that setup, you have that engage. Very easy to pick a target, take them down, get the reset for Viego, so a lot of strength there. Now, Gen.G, having picked their entire top side, does mean we're going to see the bot lane pool start to get pinched. Aphelios banned away here could also see the Varus targeted, deny a bit of that double Shiv combination for Gen.G. And Gen.G going to actually start targeting the top lane, taking away the Ornn, so a lot of these neutralizing picks, which honestly we typically expect to see Doran take, we're seeing banned away in this situation, really wanting to give as much power as possible to this Renekton, to this top side.
And is it just going to be a Scion ban to like round it all out? Because then you have the Ornn, the Scion, and the Gragas, all probably the last remaining bastions of neutralizing hope towards that top side, as
maybe
the Ashe is banned.
Potentially.
Yeah, Kasante's target as well.
Yeah, banning the Ashe away in this situation, so potentially more afraid of that than the Varus. We've seen a decent amount of Ashe, seen it flexed between 80 carry and support, but I definitely think it's better in 80 carry at the moment. And probably will likely see top lane picked on 4 here for Life Esports. Gen.G just deny the Rel away, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially with how strong it is, how well it syncs with the Kai'Sa, but also the fact that Life Esports will probably leave support till 5 and get that counter pick here for Life to give Life and Viper as much priority as possible. It might just be that Kasante, which, you know, holds up pretty well in most matchups.
Yeah. You'd imagine that Life aren't really too worried about the amount of top lane bans that they did suffer, given the fact that Kasante is still pretty silly as a champion. But Gen.G, what do they have in store for us? What's heading towards its bottom side of the map? Pays still plenty on the table, and is it just Xayah Rakan? I guess so, because it's Delight. He absolutely loves Rakan, and you can get a pretty powerful duo. Xayah into Kai'Sa is a tale as old as time.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot of sense when you kind of know that the Kai'Sa wants to be paired up with like an engaged support, so the Xayah as well there. As you said, the Rakan is a standout for Delight, but might have a bit of difficulty playing into the likes of an Annie, can really easily get blown up in that matchup. And, you know, speaking of duos that we've seen time and time again, Kai'Sa Nord is definitely a mainstay.
And we saw the Delight pick, the Rakan picked into Annie compositions very recently as well, and it went horribly wrong. I believe that was for D+ earlier in the week. We'll see whether it is going to be a little bit better for Delight, who does have a certain level of mastery on this particular champion. Is very, very good at Rakan in general. Has been known for it for quite some time. But I think what Life Esports have put together is a pretty well-rounded composition. Plus, I'm excited to see where the Grizzly can pop off, because if this Viego gets going relatively early, it's going to be tough for Gen.G outside of, you know, LeBlanc doing some shenanigans, getting these waves shoved in and giving Pays as much money as possible. Certain inroads here for Life Esports is what I'm looking at. Ox could be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think draft has gone okay. I do think that the Xayah and the LeBlanc, the 2 carries of Gen.G were always going to be an issue, particularly on these picks. Pays is going to be hard to pin down, and Chovy on the LeBlanc as well will be. And it feels like Life Esports composition is very much focused around looking for those dives. So I think Gen.G definitely have the tools, but Life Esports, hopefully they can start the game off well, get some early momentum, and as you said, play around that mid jungle, because I think if you allow Chovy to be unleashed from mid, for him and Peanut to make the map their own, then I think it's just go to game 2.
No, I would agree. And we'll have to find out whether whether Chovy is also going to take Demolish, much like Faker did just the other day, just crushing down turrets one after the other. And Doran also, good matchup there towards the top side of the map into the Kasante. His Crocodile was definitely helped out a whole lot in the ban phase. We'll see whether that is going to be enough to get Doran into a good position this game. Summer Life Esports, as you can see. They do have a Cassante for him to deal with, but it should be all right. Let's have a look as we hop onto the Rift for game number 1. Whoa. We are on the Hammer Life Esports side of LoL Park as Peanut is flashing already. Oh my, okay. That's what he chose today, I guess. There we go.
It's just so great. It's so funny to see. And he's got Hex Flash, so, you know, he has essentially unlocked the Hex Flash in this situation, but was hoping if Life goes for an aggressive ward here, you could easily slam him into that wall. Oh, he's gone for the Hex Flash as well. He's behind Life now.
Yeah.
Life, you got to pick your route carefully.
Well, you can see Pays and Delight moving in, but there is a Poppy coming from the north. Grand Entrance going to come through. Viper throws out some Acathian Rain, but Peanut here just a little bit late.
You know, I love that. It didn't work.
It was amazing, yeah.
But I just love the energy behind it. The goal just to go for that.
It's the bravado.
Yeah.
And honestly, like we've had this conversation before, but putting things on cooldown early gives you the most value.
Yeah.
Because you're actually getting something out of a cooldown.
Plus now you have Hex Flash. I feel like sometimes players feel a bit apprehensive about flashing over walls, but if you do it, if you rip that band-aid off, now you've got Hex Flash and you can just do it as much as you want.
Oftentimes we see, especially supports, feel unlocked with the ability to Hex Flash. It's like you want to get that flash on cooldown as soon as you can. It's probably not here in this mid lane, as this could get pretty volatile. As you can see, Trophy already taking a fair bit of damage. Grizzly going to be moving over. It is going to be some vertical jungling. As Peanut's Poppy is pretty good, guys. He's played it quite a few times. Hasn't lost on it very many times.
And I think you can see that from the level 1. You know, that's true mastery.
No, exactly. Understanding when you're supposed to just straight up flash over a wall without hesitation. That makes a good Poppy player.
As you can see, there wasn't like this pause and think. It was just, I'm doing this. It's happening. So, yeah, a lot of experience with this champion. One thing I do want to know, interestingly enough, is Life has actually gone for Ultimate Hunter on the Nautilus. So, a very squishy Nautilus. We obviously normally see Resolve secondary.
Yeah.
Has foregone that to get a shorter cooldown on that depth charge late in the game, at least. So,
whoa! Okay, that's some flashes that are going to be traded here between Delight and Viper.
And now Delight also has Hex Flash at least, but I think setting up for a dive, super potent with this Poppy, very hard to outplay. Remember, no cleanse on Viper, so if you get stunned against the wall...
Yeah, it does have full health, so there's at least that, as now Delight is going to get on in there. Viper immediately heals. The heroic charge doesn't do too much. First blood goes to the Kaiser, and it's not the cleanest of dives here from Gen G.
Gotta say, considering how rough it looked for a period, Gen G can be pretty happy with how it panned out. You know, it's a 1-for-1 overall, but the wave denied from Viper is surely Peanut's good.
Yeah, I think he's fine. He's got a few different options when it comes
Life does
to
have
his,
Flash.
Okay, is he gonna actually use it?
No.
No. That's okay. That's okay. Grizzly going to be taking away a whole bunch of Peanut's jungle in response. Peanut's going to do his best to take away his own jungle. As you can see, not exactly the healthiest is the Poppy. Should be able to go for his first back relatively soon, though. No harm, no foul. Biggest thing about that whole bottom lane situation, I think, is the lack of minions that Viper was able to kill while he was in the death chamber.
Yep, so you can see now Pays has a 5-6 advantage before this wave is actually being cleared, so going to have a bit of an edge. Also an experience as well. Level 3 for Pays and Delight. That's really where the Zyricon spikes, so Viper already quite a bit on the back foot in this matchup. We'll get a replay. So obviously the big thing is they want to get Viper against the wall, and often when you get in Dove, you'll see players like position near the wall to try and be as far away from the enemy as possible, but Viper plays it well. He knows if you stand still, you'll just get stunned against it, and it means they don't find that Poppy slammed to the wall, and although they get the kill, it's a lot harder to execute, and it ends up being Delight who has to just pull the trigger, go for it, and sacrifice himself.
I think if you're Hammer Life Esports, then you're feeling probably still all right about the whole situation, regardless. Just given the fact that Grizzly has been able to get a couple of camps in the lead as well, and I think protecting this very new jungler to the LCK who did show a lot of nerves last time around, if he is in good standing moving towards mid-game, I think that Life Esports are going to be in the best position to win.
And you know what? I respect it, right? You're seeing this dive go on bot lane. You have a world champion in each lane, and you're this new rookie jungler.
Yeah. Oh, that minion really had it coming there as Life not really going to find too much CC. He's taking a lot of damage, though, as Pays looking to try and get that flash, and he does so. Now Viper not able to offer too much back at this point in time. Gleaming Quill flies out to add insult to injury, but Life is just going to go home. Pretty volatile here towards the bottom side.
And it's risky. If you go in as a Nautilus, especially, you don't have the Resolve secondary, you are such a squishy champion compared to things like the Leon or the Alistar, and you can see into the Xayah Rakan, you can just get shredded up like that. So Life does manage to escape, but it is not looking good right now for Life Esports bot lane. And yeah, as I was saying, Grizzly, he's just happy to farm away, get that CS advantage over Peanut, despite having 3 world champions, 1 in each lane. He's like, nope, I'm going to do what makes sense to me.
That's how it goes. Play for yourself, man. That's how it's supposed to go. Remember, this guy's win rate, absolutely absurd. In Challenger and LCK combined, he only has 3 losses ever.
I think everyone on the team has a lot more losses than that. Significantly more. So
I think that, you know, Grizzly already, before this match even started, feeling fantastic. Hopefully doesn't take too many extra losses here today. So far, so good, though. As you can see, Life Esports with a couple of 100 gold in the bank extra from what Gen G have picked up. Doesn't really mean too much at this point in time, though. Chovy looking to get towards the static Shiv, get into side lanes, and start making all that money that way. As Live, Hex Flash is going to get channeled here. I've seen this one before, but Battle Dance exists. That's a great hook onto Pays, though, who immediately has to cleanse, but it's not going to be enough. Grizzly gets over the top, and Viper is going to grab another one. Really nice pickup there, and killing Pays. Amazing for Life Esports.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Life got more than he could have hoped for out of that situation. If you grab the Rakan, who had Flash, who has so much mobility, no guarantee you actually take Delight down, but in that situation, managing to get Pays, really fantastic play from Life.
Making up for what was a little bit of an interesting one in the lane before.
Yep, just sowing the seeds, false sense of security by making a misplay earlier. But now, you know, the bot lane was the spot where it was looking a bit rough for Life Esports. So with that kill, with the ability to crash the wave in, Viper is in actually a pretty good spot. Mid lane has been going fine. Top lane is a little bit behind, but you're Cassandra, you don't really care.
No. And I don't think that Doran would be super happy with this level of advantage over his opposition. As the Renekton, you do really want to be pushing those leads as far as you can. Not quite able to, as King in kind of a brick wall on this Cassante. And Chovy actually relatively low here in the mid lane as well, wanting to get towards his Shiv as fast as he can, but currently down about a wave against Zeka's Annie, who has been pretty good on this champion, has picked up a POG or 2 on the Annie so far this season. Doesn't feel like a Zeka champion. I could imagine a fair few people were disappointed when they see Zeka pick something like a mage, but his Annie has been pretty good. As we're going to check this fight one more time.
Yeah, so originally it looks like the target is the Rakan, but that hook looks like it's going for Delight, catches Pays, and honestly Gen G would have hoped to actually hit the Rakan instead, because the Xayah going down there, very rough. But now Pays does have access to the ultimate, does have the flash once again, so it's going to be pretty difficult to make plays on this bot lane 2v2 once more. But despite that, Grizzly is in the vicinity.
Let's see what is going to be getting done here, as Peanut is taking a moment to take down a Rift Herald, but as you can see, mid control is there for Life Esports, and they know that Peanut is towards that top side. Pings go out from Life, and I believe Gen G is going to slow this one down, take a Herald, look to grab some plates where they can. We've got some farming between turrets being done by the Renekton, as he absolutely loves to do, and it looks like Grizzly is going to say, all right, I'll take a Drake. It's going to be the first one of the game here at 9 minutes, relatively late on the first Dragon. Chovy going to be rotating down to the bottom lane with their advantage as well. Going to be able to come up and help their young jungler take this one down. Don't think that Delight and Chovy are going to be able to steal, and there it is.
Yeah, they're trying to cut them off away from mid lane though, just secure some vision here. See if they try to contest them some more. Delight just getting some wards down. And yeah, I think Gen G, there's no rush in this game, really. I think they can lead into the later stages. The LeBlanc and the Xayah will be pretty comfortable.
Main is pretty good there. Chovy going to avoid Tibbers for the moment. And Zeka will throw his bear out, but looks like just going to be for harassment. Didn't get the stun with it either. And everyone holds onto their summoner spells and everything is A-OK. Blast Cone just to break up the fight on the top side of the map.
You know, looking potentially for something here.
Yeah, see whether he can actually get in there as no Grand Entrance is going to land. Both flashes available. It's a tough gang.
Not much is landing from either side, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of things going amiss. But, you know, still credit for trying. Do you see Peanut hovering in the river, but looks like they're not going to opt for another attempt at a dive in this situation. Just securing the scuttle, getting a bit of vision control. Life.
Yeah, Peanut's going to see the ward that just went down, so they know exactly what's going on here. Peanut's still going to come on over. Not sure whether it is going to be dive territory, especially with just Abamis, as Zeka does get a cheeky little stun on Chovy there. And that is just going to be Rift Herald thrown down. Looks like Pays and Delight. Even though things went a little bit wrong earlier, he should be absolutely fine. Keeper's Verdict comes in. That's a cute little flash out from Life, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough to keep him alive, and that is going to be a kill just gifted over to Pays. Another plate remains, but it looks like Gen G are going to let this turret survive for the moment. Viper comes down to try and clean it all up. Actually going relatively aggressive, but not going to proc the passive or anything like that. And Gen G off to the races here, bottom lane.
And this battle between the bot lanes, trying to see who can get further ahead. It is Gen G who are going to win out overall. So much gold given over to Pays as a result of those plates. And a nice dive execution there as well. And you can see for the gold there, you know, Pays isn't super far ahead because Viper has those 2 kills. But this is on top of the fact they have a big lead on Doran as well. And yeah, just knocks them away. I think it was maybe a mistake from Delight because the W was flashed by Life and then he took aggro with his Q, so maybe a mistake there.
Yeah.
But still able to survive with the use of his ultimate.
It was fine. Quickness your way out, and that is going to be A-OK. Pays picking up his Kraken Slayer off the back of that. Viper does have his Static Shiv. 1 Static Shiv each. A very even game here between the 2 squads as Chovy has completed his also. Hook just barely going wide there. Chovy deciding that he doesn't want to walk towards the very dark river.
You know, Viper going Dark Seal as well. Just like, you know, this is going to be one of those games either I carry or I don't.
I respect it. Absolutely respect the decision. As Kingan's taking a lot of damage here. Doran actually in a very good position on this Renekton. We'll just taxi that way forward as that's an all-out, and the Crocodile is going to have to press the Dominus button. There's a flash, and he's just dead. That's a solo kill for Kingan. Really nicely played here, but an overextension from the Crocodile.
I feel like this happens every series.
Every series.
Every single time.
Yep.
And he was in a good spot in lane. He was winning lane. And then he just forgets that he's into Cassante, who can stop you from playing for about 4 or 5 seconds in that passage of play. You know, he stuns you, he drags you again.
Yeah, well, you know, we're relatively used to it. Also, we have to realize that Doran didn't break his hand warmer beforehand. He has to have a whoopsie every single game. He got it out of his system by breaking that hand warmer in the previous series. We're going to check this one out one more time.
Yeah, so just getting a bit too close in this situation. The mini wave diving off. Disrespects the Cassante in here. You know, knocks him back, drags him to the other side 2 times with 2 different abilities, and then just the tower damage does most of the work. Doran even beating the flash despite the fact that he was already dead.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate. Not going to be the end of the world or anything like that, but it's going to do a little bit of pride damage, you could imagine.
I don't think it will, honestly. I think
Doran... It is Doran, that's true.
He must be immune to it at this point.
Oh, Viper. Okay, well, Delight is just going to get in there. There it is. Presses the R button, chases after Viper. And Viper's going to have to use his heal in order to get out. Still, I feel like that might have been a lot invested for just the heal out of Viper.
Yeah, I love the
killer instincts as well.
I love the fact that he knows that. Because I think Gen G would have been super...
Hook somehow going to catch on to Chovy here. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Does so, at least for the moment, as now Pays at full health. Lots of damage onto the Nautilus, as that's a keeper's verdict. They take down the Naut as well, as Viper is looking to try and get the work done, but it's not really going to work as the Blade Call is in from Pays. Tibbers going to get a teleport on, as now it's Grizzly's turn to pop off. He's now a Xayah, picks up the double. This is the brand new guy from Challenger. Man, he's looking good here in this particular moment. That's going to be the triple. Grizzly just wins him a team fight.
Grizzly comes in and carries that team fight completely. Not the same nervous player we saw in the last series. He really stepped up there. And Gen G, you know, lacking the ultimate from Delight, maybe overcommitting in that fight. could make a lot of resources to take down the initial members, and it was perfect for a Viego cleanup, and now they'll also get rewarded with that dragon. Throw in there just to watch them take it.
And it's a Chemtech Soul once again. You have been aggressively Chemteching this week, Orcs, and I appreciate it. As we're going to pick out the fight one more time.
I went harder.
Yes, you definitely did.
Yeah, so I think a big thing here is you see the initial fight going quite well. Pays gets a ton of damage down. Life ends up going down here. And then Peanut with his great stun. And then the flash commit from Pays takes out Zeka. But so much has been committed at this point. So many low health bars. And it's perfect for Grizzly to show up with everything available to get these resets in.
Just immediately flashes on top of the Zaya. His Zaya play, not too bad here either, as we can see.
And I feel like picking up a champ like LeBlanc, who has a dash, who has CC, one of the best when you're playing Viego. And yeah, cleans it up so well.
Big brother Zeka taking care of his jungler, and it is going to be important that these two do form some synergy in that mid jungle. Is just a cute little zoom as the Baron, Baron is not alive. Okay, Jonas Strong just confusing the heck out of me, but that is going to be a Rift Herald that was taken by Peanut. That's what we were indicating just there.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, despite that being a really positive play for Honor Life Esports, they're still 2,000 gold behind. They're still down from all those plates earlier. Still down, haven't taken a tower yet, and with that Herald in favor of Gen G, they're still in a comfortable spot.
Jovi just going to get heartbroken. And Zeka's going to finish off that kill. That's another one. This Death Note, man, he's ticking them all off, is Grizzly.
Yeah, that was just honestly disrespectful in the situation. The Annie, so potent.
Another one as Peanut. Depth charge is in. Grizzly trying to do even more. The hook is not quite going to get there as the Keeper's verdict. Peanut just going to threaten it and tell them to leave. They will acquiesce, but they're going to take this turret first.
And considering Gen G are the ones with the second Herald, you know, Honor Life Esports getting a lot done, playing around that top side. I think the response from Gen G will be to slam the Herald mid, take that tier 1, so still a fine play for themselves, but losing members essentially for nothing. Definitely not the level of play we expect to see from Gen G.
No. Still, it's fantastic from Honor Life Esports. It's hard to know exactly how to judge a brand new player joining a team, right? You could imagine that Gen G have done all of their homework. They know exactly what Grizzly likes to play. But from what we saw of him against D+, you're not going to expect that much moving into a series. And I think that when a player sort of overperforms in even just a singular moment, can really catch you unawares. Precisely what has happened is Gen G looking to try and kill a Cassante. This has theoretically gotten better after about 1 billion different nerfs. It's still going to take some time, and they will take him down.
Yeah, always risky because he's trying to look for the angle where he can get a long ult through a wall and then no one can follow and it changes that 1v1, but doesn't find the angle there, and they are able to pick him up. And still 2,000 gold lead for Gen G, and I think the fact it is a Chemtech Soul, which, let's be honest, is the useless one.
Yeah.
Those here at Honor Life Esports who have been stacking up these dragons, and here, Chovy goes over once. Not sure what the game plan. Grizzly reads it, has the stun ready, and kind of just mind-gamed him.
It's actually really cute as well because they stand outside of sweeper range, like just barely. Knew exactly what Chovy was going to attempt to do. This is King and just being dead. Like, he was just dead. Wasn't really a whole lot of options there. And the outer turret is going to fall down in this mid lane as well, further extending Gen G's gold advantage. And I still feel like Gen G are probably just going to win this game. But I would say, if you're a Honor Life Esports fan, you're going to be pretty proud of how Grizzly's played this one out. And, I mean, he's just so young. He's so new to Honor Life Esports as well. Like, was barely playing last season in Challenger. It's just, it's a monumental task that he has for himself.
And I think that's the thing. Regardless of the outcome of this series, I think the main thing is we want to see Grizzly look good, which he has so far. And we want to see a Honor Life Esports who are going to be challenging to make it in the playoffs and look good.
Yeah, right.
When they're in playoffs. That's the goal here. I do think that maybe if this game had a different Dragon Soul, there'd be a bit more hope for them for a minute, but it's definitely not over yet. It's 3k gold deficit. Starting to see items come in though. 2 items complete for the Kai'Sa. And we are seeing them set up for that Dragon. If it happens like that previous fight, we see Gen G maybe overcommit some low health bars, I could definitely see the cleanup come through.
Good zoom, good zoom. Thank you very much, Jonas Strong. Control ward into this brush here as Gen G try and wrestle some control back because they haven't picked up very many Drakes this game. They want to get the quad stack Chemtech Soul.
That'd be something.
That's where the value comes in. As that's a grand entrance to escape from Grizzly.
That's a Merc Treads saving you sort of angle.
Oh,
the
yeah.
tenacity, which I don't know if you know this, but Chemtech Dragons give tenacity.
Is that how that one goes? Hook barely misses onto Pays here.
Game of inches.
Yeah. Kingen rotating over as well. Chovy on the flank. Looking to try and get some of that value as Kingen dives towards him. Doesn't want to take too much of the poke as Pays. Voidseeker is going to soften him up just a little bit. Genji, they want this team fight. Chovy gets in. There's another proc. Viper still offering a fair bit, though, as a hook is going to connect onto Doran. He has to go golden right in the middle of this fight. Delight lands the grand entrance onto 3, though, and Viper is just wiped out. Zeka can't do anything. It is a flash from Kingen for him to escape. But Genji, they'll take their first dragon and destroy the team fight.
And honestly, the engage from Delight there, the triple knockup was really what solidified that advantage there. Soul is going to be delayed at minimum, potentially denied, and Genji can head over towards that Baron. Long time till Grizzly's back up, and it looks like they've really taken control of this game.
That was just amazing, and it looked like Doran was caught out of position, but he uses his stopwatch, and then Delight finds the dream angle. Operation Distraction Crocodile.
Yeah, and I think Life's game plan was like, you hit the Q on a Doran, you ult Pays here, try to burn the ultimate from Pays, but I think the rest of the team just pushed in a little bit too far to follow up. The stopwatch bait was great, and then this triple knockup from Delight is absolutely phenomenal. Viper goes down immediately. Grizzly, the one who was there to get the resets, the one who carried the previous fight, goes down, and we can see it here.
He
got the 3-man knockout. We saw that.
Yeah, he did. He's very correct.
Absolutely.
And also called to focus Kaisa, and you know what? Kaisa did die.
You're a great Rakan Delight, is what Peanut just said. Thank you very much, G-Sun, for the translation.
You know what? All facts is what we heard there from both Delight and
3 people up. You're pretty good at Rakan.
I don't see any lies there.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we need to get the players' reactions to these plays. That's why it's so good, because would you have known that? No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Now I do, though. We've learned.
Well, Kingen, he's learned that he can demolish turrets. He's going to do so here on the bottom side of the map. The same thing is going to happen as Genji move towards top lane. They have Baron in hand, and I don't think they mind too much about losing this outer, because they are starting to knock on the front door. Zeka dives towards Chovy here. Too much going to come of it. And okay, Viper going to supercharge. Does get himself out of the way. And Delight used his Shurelliers, and that is about it. So he'll be able to walk back. Quickness still at the ready.
And it just feels like Unalive Esports are losing so much here. Mid tier 2 down, top tier 2 about to follow. Chovy's actually reset to defend here. Does have TP, so they're looking for a fight now. Yeah,
they're going to dive onto Doran yet again. It didn't work out so well last time. That grand entrance wasn't the greatest, but the Viego just sort of pops out of nowhere. Pays able to free hit in this fight as well as Chovy lands the chains, gets the flash out of Viper. Just going to have to run away. Genji, just a little bit too big at this point in time. And Doran and Chovy going to wave goodbye to their ex-Griffin teammate. Probably take down this Nexus, potentially even on this push.
Yeah, Unalive going to try and do the best they can to defend, but 2 members down makes it pretty rough. Kingen's fishing. I think Genji know they don't need to end right now. They're in a comfortable spot. They can just recall and spend. We can see in the top left, 4,500 gold from this Baron play.
That's not a bad Baron power play, is it? It's not too bad.
Not too shabby. And here, you know, they see the LeBlanc bot lane. They think this is a window to go. LeBlanc has the TP. The charm comes in, knock up on a 2. Viego's gone before the fight starts. And I feel like really you need the Viego to be surviving until the end of the fight if you want to have any chance. Kingen just has to try and run away on this one. And you know, sometimes you say you only get one. You only get one mistake. I don't even think Unalive got that. They didn't even get a single mistake because, you know, they made one and it was over. Yeah. They didn't even get one.
Oh, here's another one, though. So they definitely don't get 2. If you don't get 1, you definitely don't get 2. Yeah. It's another little bit of a court warding situation there. Life, I mean, he's the one that has to do it, but he's going to be punished nonetheless. And I think the engaging onto the crocodile angle needs to be adjusted because it hasn't really been working out. Doran has just been a punching bag, and he's very happy to do it.
Very accomplished at being a punching bag as well.
He's loved it. for a very long time.
Yeah, and we actually see, Honor Life Esports have a lot of AP, right, with the Annie and the Shiv Kai'Sa. A lot of MR picked up by Gen G with the Morph and Pays and double.
Oh, that's a flash. Tibbers only lands onto one, though. Steadfast presence to try and keep Chovy alive, but it does not work out. Depth charge comes in. Grizzly diving forward. He's now a LeBlanc. Not quite able to make that one happen, though. The Heartbreaker gets over, and he is in the back of the fight now. But Gen G are just taking matters into their own hands. Heroic charge is decent, as that is a flash Heartbreaker. Grizzly trying to get out of there. There's some cool mechanics, but it really doesn't matter. They're 9,000 gold behind, and Gen G is still going to push. Feels
like a bit of a heartbreaker for Grizzly here. Not able to finish that through, but actually looking. He still has the original ult.
Okay, they do manage to get the knock up onto Kingen as he gets in there. That's the Heartbreaker, does actually come through. Oh! And there is the kill onto Pays as well. Kingen now, oh dear. It was the wrong one as Pays going to be able to lock another one down. That is Doran diving forward, and it's a triple kill. I got so confused because there were so many Rakans running around the rift, but as it turned out, Pays is alive, and he's just going to decimate Honor Life Esports.
And I feel like Gen G, after that one fight where Grizzly popped off, they are just not letting him get the opportunity again. Every time they're respecting this Viego, rookie or not, they know the threat there. They do manage to take out Chovy here. Fantastic way from Honor Life Esports. They get the LeBlanc. Great once again for the Viego, but this stun for Peanut is massive. Although he goes down, it buys time for Pays to push forwards before Grizzly can catch up, and then Grizzly comes in here, loses a lot of health because of Pays once more, but does be in the ultimate, and that sets up for this return engage. But Pays here, absolute hero play with the redirect to take out the Viego.
Yeah, being able to take down Delight, definitely fantastic, but Pays just kites it out, and he's just a little bit strong at this point in time.
I will say, he's rather good.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. But I mean, he's been playing for years and years in the LCK, right?
No.
Just so much experience, right?
Not quite.
Ah.
A little bit more than Grizzly.
Okay.
But not too much.
Pays continuing to impress, especially up against Viper here, who has been playing for years and years and years. Has a World Championship under his belt as well, as do many of the players that are in this game, especially on Honor Life Esports' side. Gen G still just looking to push down, grab this inhibitor turret in mid lane, really open up the map. They have Baron available. They would like to get there as Grizzly dives forward, finds a little bit of a stun, but it looks like Delight not going to be too worried about it, and they don't want to get a full engage off onto the Rakan. Chovy will find this ward. It's been a little bit of a subdued game for Chovy, but he's going to dive forward, look for some static shift procs. Will be able to get there, gets back as well before that stun comes down from the Annie.
Yeah, they've been the Banshees though, so has to be a little bit more careful here, but still looking for the poke, and we'll just clear the wave out with that static shiv.
Speaking of waves, there's a large one in the bottom lane. Could be a difficulty here as the ulti is going to come forward. Kingen's out of there. Heroic charge comes down. Life is dead as an afterthought as the quickness is fantastic as well. Lands onto Grizzly, and you can see Delight now able to get on top of Viper alongside Doran, who's now a gigantic crocodile chasing after this Viego. And I think after this team fight, there is not a lot of coming back for Honor Life Esports, and I don't think they can defend this particular Nexus that they have. Maybe the one in game number 2 is going to be a little bit more defensible, but this game number 1 version, it's not going to last too much longer, nor is Grizzly, although he's pretty quick, I guess. Still not going to be quick enough, and that is going to be Doran locking that one down. Teleport back as well. 19 to 11 the kill score. It is a 12,000 gold lead, and Gen G will very comfortably take game number 1 against Honor Life Esports here. Still, some good plays, some good moments from Honor Life, just not really enough. As Pays throws a celebratory ultimate in some direction. I think he aimed that at Boris. Very interesting.
Yeah, felt like they lost that one team fight despite, winning out in skirmishes, getting the edge early, getting those kills onto Grizzly. They lost one team fight, and that was it. And I feel like because Gen G did the homework, they had the advantage in terms of gold, they had a tower advantage, they were getting the Herald secured. Yeah. It was like at the tipping point, and as soon as that fight was lost, the gold lead completely ballooned.
And it was being able to get these early Heralds as well, like Peanut able to get around the map, get things done, lock down these key objectives, because then the amount of money that Pays had, even though they didn't necessarily, like the dive was messy. Things like this, there weren't big advantages that they got for themselves, but Pays just had cash for days.
Yeah. And I feel like this is one of the difficulties in this matchup because so often Honor Life Esports rely on Viper, this big carry.
Yeah.
And I think Pays is more than enough of a match for him and will honestly outperforming him throughout this year so far. Super dominant performance there, and I think if you give Pays gold, he will do this sort of thing.
And also Doran doing like double what the Cassante did with his Renekton. Very nicely done there. Of course, he was a bit of a punching bag. I imagine Dominus did a fair bit of work there as all of Humble Life Esports spent a lot of time jumping on top of this Renekton. But it was a pretty comfortable draft from Gen G. They got themselves global advantages and then just kind of slowly whittled them down. We'll see whether Humble Life Esports are going to have more answers as we move towards a short break, then the space, then game number 2. We'll see you there.
가서 끝내자. 탑태 탑태. 아, 예, 따라갈게.
르블랑 뭐 레넥이 떴고 우리 레넥 가자.
억제기인데 재생성돼서 억제 깨야 돼. 가테리스.
바텀으로 가면 될 것 같기도 하고.
야, 이거 라인 있어서 이거 깨자.
미드 아니 탑 억제기 재생되는데 어차피 이거.
풀 타줘.
예, 풀 한번 조심할게. 예, 바텀으로 와줘. 바텀으로.
바텀으로 갈게요. 바텀 깨면 근데 너무 더 들어가서.
아, 이거 바텀 들어가자.
그냥 피업장 할게요. 셀 살게.
아래 타워 먼저.
다 빠질 수 있고.
무조건 끝났어. 노틸.
나이스.
좋은데. 쭉.
Okay, welcome back everybody to the space as Genji takes game 1 here against Hanwha Life Esports. As it was expected, I would say. But what did you think of Hanwha's improvements since the beginning of the week? As we can remind, they have a new jungler. Did we see a better face of the team today?
Well, I'm not 100% sure what happened today, but you know, like I think at least I see some of the improvement. Like early game, they were like at least like battling against the Genji, which is like who right now is like at the best peak, like best form at the Indian LCK. But like in early game, they were actually fighting, and then some skirmishes, they were actually kind of take some win, like those kind of things that it actually pretty good for Hanwha Life. That's how I feel.
And to your point, Laura, if we take a look at the draft, I feel like the draft itself looked a little bit more meta, looked a little bit more patch relevant than what we saw in their series previously last week. At the same time, Huy and I were talking about this during the game, but when you look at the draft that was put together here for Hanwha Life, it's actually not a bad composition, but unfortunately into what Genji have put together here, it doesn't really necessarily functionally work. You've got a Poppy here, can deny entry into these fights. You can break up the fights, push the Cassante away. The Annie as well is going to struggle to engage when you have the Renekton front line. But also, you picked this into Xayah and Rakan being up. So you prioritized the Kai'Sa super early, and you made it face up, and then you didn't ban the Xayah Rakan, so...
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things kind of was tough. Yeah, but basically, like, even early game, they had to win really, really hard early, but it was like, there was no tool. So it was pretty tough.
And it was very bot focused in the early game, as we see here, as Genji was coming time after time, again, trying to make this dive bot successful.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think there's slightly, Hanwha Life, like, a little bit misplay, and it's like, it was basically clean dive. Like, even though, like, Kai'Sa got the 1 kill, pick it up, it doesn't really matter, because, like, this whole wave, I think this is, like, I think I would like to criticize, like, where the Grizzly, he should have been bottom to cover the bot dive, like, cover bot, like, lift turrets, is the fact that he's not losing this much in the turret gold.
I think Grizzly has really shown that he has the mechanics to play with the best. Like, we saw him on Viego here, he showcased a wide versatility of champions there. But in this game, as you mentioned, he's not covering for his bottom side. They know they have Herald. They know that a bot side dive is likely going to be the focal point. They're trying to get Pays ahead, and he's doing Raptors, right? Like, you have to be aware, and I think maybe some of the decision-making, we need to see that level up a little bit. But mechanically, he looks very strong.
Yeah, it might take some time to get the synergy going with the rest of the team, but at least there's some improvements on their side. I want to take a look at the second highlight here, because, guys, you were mentioning that Hanwha Life's composition could not quite match what Genji was trying to do, and I think here, this is exactly what we see.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what exactly we said from the draft. And first of all, I think I would like to shout out to Doran. He got the stopwatch, and that was a perfect. He didn't die. I mean, honestly, even if he probably died, this team fight still probably would have over. But like the team fight was really, really one-sided. Be able to go to after the Nash included.
Yeah, I think it was just a 1-2 punch. Doran is not the target you want to focus. He has his Fury built up as well. He gets CC'd, but can get the ability to stopwatch there. Then when they're trying to exit, Delight says no. Like, there's only one way out through that choke point, so it's really easy for Rakan to fall up. It's just a brilliant fight from Genji.
Is it the level of dominance that we want to see on the side of Genji? Because I remember at the beginning of the week, in their first game, I did not expect them to struggle so much, especially against the team that we're facing off against. What do we make of the game today, and how they play, and how methodical they appear on the Rifts?
Well, I mean, today it was like still, I think it's just like favorite how they want to approach the game. That Genji side, like that worked like exactly how they want it, and especially against the HLE the comp position, it was like there was no any break the tool basically.
There were like some small rough around the edges moments, but overall I do feel like they had a very concise plan. We're going to dive bottom. Peanut's going to make some aggressive plays, even used his flash at level 1 to try to push those advantages, get Pays ahead. They knew their win conditions. I think tighten up some of the smaller mistakes, some errors from Chovy, Delight making a few hiccups, but like overall look better than they did against Brion as you.
Yeah, if you're on a limit test, also if you felt confident going into a matchup, I guess that's the team they want to do it against. Let's reveal the player of the game though and see who got it here. As it is Delight. Did you guys vote for him? Do you agree on the general choice of Rakan here?
We voted for Peanut because he had a great early game, but I think Delight had obviously this one defining fight. He also really helped set up and save that early dive. I thought he had a fantastic game of Rakan, and historically this is his best champion.
Basically, I mean the first, I mean it didn't have the replay in the PLG, but I think I was like really interesting. Like he was using the flash really aggressively all the game, and then using that through like both diving and those like besides that, like I think there was a one mistake one time, but besides that, he basically played almost perfect game.
Yeah, it was clean. Is it going to be like only us? Wow.
Wow. All right.
Well, Media went for Pays.
Lovely picture.
We didn't do that, but and Teddy went for Pays as well.
You know, like Peanut went bottom to get the die bottom. You know, like that's how they, you know, that's how the D-Light kind of can carry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poppy and Rakan working hand in hand here. We're gonna move to the second game where Hanwha Life Esports is gonna play blue side. So let's see if they shift their draft priorities here. Casters, back to you.
Oh my goodness, that photo is absolutely incredible. Making sure that we highlight that Huni never leaves his mates behind.
Yeah,
always
rare show of
throws out that
bias
POG.
from the LCK Global.
I know. Normally, it's just only correct takes when it comes to those votes, but this time around, Huni needed to pour one out for his bro, and you can understand that.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, I was surprised so many people voted for the Light. I did. I thought he deserved it completely, but also Pays had a fantastic game, and I think this is kind of the problem sometimes when you're on a team like Gen.G who are doing so well, is that your teammates are competing with you for those POGs.
Oh, isn't it frustrating?
Yeah, so, you know, Pays trying to break away from the pack, currently leading in terms of those. You know, he's just got denied because the Light had such a good game.
I still think that Chovy was robbed, but that's just me. Didn't even get one vote, and Chovy was in the game.
Yep.
Like, I don't know how you can ever justify that. You can't justify that.
Yeah.
Not even the one Media guy. As okay.
That's Doran taking out the trash?
Yeah, I think so. There's a bit of taking out the trash going on there. See whether that is what's going to actually happen this time around. As Life, not exactly having the greatest of experiences on the Nautilus, was pretty aggressive, but sometimes to his detriment. We are going to see Hanwha Life Esports move towards the blue side here for game number 2. A switch up in this draft, perhaps. We'll see what Score has in store for us with this draft this time around.
Yeah, I think that honestly the Xayah Rakan, like they banned the Ashe, but the Xayah pick would have made things a lot easier because obviously engaging into Xayah, very problematic, and their comp did quite heavily lean into just basically being able to dive in. So we'll see how they adapt, obviously on a different side now, so a lot of things can be shaken up. And do you see the Vi and the Nico banned away?
Interesting that we see the Nico actually banned first up here by Gen.G when they just left. It just went through the draft.
Yeah, I think maybe the matchup in LeBlanc might have been a factor, which is why, you know, they were happy leaving it open before and Hanwha Life didn't want to pick it up. But we'll see. We have seen Annie banned away as well, so maybe they're trying to force a ban. A ban from Gen.G here. Maybe the LeBlanc. Yeah. Obviously, we saw the Annie do pretty well in the laning phase in the LeBlanc, so didn't want to leave that unchecked. And yeah, Ivan open available, Tristana open available. Ooh. Question is, will Gen.G take the Ivan away to deny the duo? Because that Ivan Tristana rather strong. I think it's safe to say.
I would agree. And do Gen.G trust that Grizzly can play the Ivan effectively as well? We know that the champion does take an eclectic player to really get it right. We've seen them be up and down.
Well, here's the thing, right? Grizzly hasn't played that many LCK games, so he hasn't got too much experience on these other champs in the LCK. So maybe he can just stick to, you know, use his fresh outlook.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, we'll spin it that way. But it looks like Gen.G might be just trying to match. We've seen a lot of like the tree matchup in the jungle.
Yep.
With the Maokai and the Ivan.
Ooh, this would be a lot of power towards the top side, and that's what Gen.G are going to opt into. So Sejuani alongside Renekton, Grizzly, do you want to do it? Which tree would you like to play? Both of them are up and available. 0-2 right now on the Maokai heading into this series. But that is going to be the Ivan locked in. No surprises here. The pairing with Tristana, absolutely fantastic. They'll also grab King and his Jax. This is a very strong first round of picks for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I love the Jax. Obviously, a big thing with the Renekton Sejuani is being able to stack up that passive super fast. You can block that as a Jax. Makes it a lot harder to go for those aggressive plays in the top lane. Obviously, Gragas was something we saw banned away last draft, but Jax also very good at shutting it down. Now, Chovy's opted into the Azir, into the Tristana, and we've seen this matchup go kind of both ways so far in the LCK. We've definitely seen like the likes of Bulldog, Solo Kill, and Faker as a Tristana. That's how people expect the matchup to go, with Tristana having the edge, but we've also seen matchups where the Azir has kind of just really had the advantage, and this is Chovy, who's obviously very confident in his lane and very confident in the mid lane. And now as we go in the second rotation, there is a bit of an edge for Gen G in terms of they will be able to ban away things, probably pick the 80 carry on 4, and then get that support counter pick if that's what they're looking for. They start off with the Draven ban. Still things like Varus available, Kai'Sa available.
Yeah,
a lot of these picks haven't been touched on.
As Ashe is going to be the ban away here, not wanting to allow that Freljordian combo to get through.
Yeah, I think also the Ashe being able to be picked on 4 and flexed can be quite irritating. So it makes sense to ban that one. We'll see if Gen G opt to ban more 80 carries in the situation, or if they are satisfied and look to trim out the support pool.
I think probably angling for a Kai'Sa at this point in time, but 4 seconds to go. What's Gen G going to ban away? Oh, they actually ban it. So it looks like FaZe has something else in mind. Unless they just want to get Rakan for Delight, there is that as well that you can go with.
The difficulty being that because they're separated, you know, if you pick the...
Yeah.
If you pick one of them, they might take away the other, which I still think it's not too bad. It's still fine, but it really would allow HLE Esports to deny that pairing potentially. And they will just ban away the Xayahs, so it's deny themselves. Varus still open and definitely an option for FaZe in this situation. Still the Aphelios is a thing, we've seen less of it, but definitely something you could take, and it looks like they're going to opt into that one. And now HLE Esports get to pick their bot lane as pairing, but will be blinding the support.
What's it going to be? Bless you, sir. Hope you're going to be all right. As the Varus going to be locked away here. An understandable one. If you're going down the tier list, I imagine that the Varus would definitely be up there.
And I think importantly as well, providing that AP, because they obviously have that Tristan in the mid lane. Ivan doesn't do that much damage, unless you build him to do a lot of damage. So making sure you have that source of AP, which will help to cut through both the Renekton and the Sejuani. Now the question is, what will they take in the support role? I think something that's risky is if you take something like Nautilus, they could just take Braum, and Braum Sejuani super potent together. So I like the Rel. I think it has a better matchup in Braum than the Nautilus would, for example. And typically you'd expect to see something like the Alistar or the Janna into it, which can have a good matchup and kind of disrupt that dismount that she has.
Been a while since we've seen the Weather Woman towards that bottom side, but it looks like it's going to be the Cow and will be picked up. Waiting for the return of Janna. Sure, it's going to happen at some point. The return of Alistar is a fun one, though, and Delight is going to now have access to another pretty playmaking engage artist in this Alistar. Kind of exciting. Just have to see whether Gen G can make it work now up against this double AD carry with Rel and Jax from HLE Esports. We've seen compositions like this do devastating things, but it is going to have to take a lot from Grizzly to get this one working correctly.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a range of levels in terms of Ivan performances. Some players who look more at home, and some players who look like they're still trying to play Wukong despite being on Ivan. I think Gen G's comp is pretty straightforward. They have that strong top jungle combo. You have strong scaling carries for Chovy and FaZe, who obviously do well in the later stages, and a really solid front line, so great for that front to back. I do think that there's a lot of powerful tools, a lot of picks that are super strong in the current patch for HLE Esports, but maybe a bit more difficult to execute in those team fights, you know, requiring more coordinated engages, and trying to find that access on the back line might be a little bit trickier, but hopefully we'll be able to pull it off, and particularly this Ivan Tristana has been so potent when piloted well.
We'll just have to see where they can get advantages in the early stage of the game as well. We know that Sejuani Renekton, very, very powerful combo. Jax can struggle after level 3 in that lane, but it is Doran, right? It can be a volatile time towards the top side of the map. See whether Kingen can actually be that big force that they can potentially play through before these 80 carries that they have a lot of and the Ivan do get online, setting up brushes and just killing people. See whether HLE Esports can bring us to a game number 3. Let's get onto the rift. All right, this time around, Gen G fans in full voice. I think feeling a little bit sheepish after not winning the Fan Champ battle in game number 1. Certainly making their way back to it this time as Chovy on his Azir once again. I wonder whether his opinion of Azir has changed or whether it's exactly the same as it was previously. Because he really didn't like playing Azir. He just didn't. Even when it was really, really strong last year. He was pretty outspoken in saying, like, guys, I just don't want to play Azir again.
But you know what? You know what I think he does like, and what a lot of pro players like?
killing minions?
Winning.
Ah, yes.
And Z's been doing pretty good at that recently, since he's come back in the meta. And just generally, I feel like over the course of the champion's existence.
Yes. Ooh, Delight's going to flash very early.
But what has he
Hex
unlocked?
Flash.
Hex
Yeah.
Flash, exactly. You know?
I think he probably would have liked to have just flashed into that brush level 1.
Yeah, regular Flash would have been nicer.
Yeah.
But, you know, teach their own. One thing, we do see the press the attack for Viper. So typically we've seen Lethal Tempo or sometimes Hail of Blades. But we'll have that extra proc damage, so maybe a bit of power on those early skirmishes the Honor Life Esports might look to capitalize on.
See what he's going to go for as far as build is concerned as well. Went for the very interesting, more poke-orientated Kai'Sa build last time around with the Ludens, I believe. So definitely not afraid to mix things up. Viper has, of course, often been a bit of an innovator when it comes to what items he builds. Not often he gets it wrong, although there was that Stormrazor incident that we did see.
Yeah, with the Zeri. We have also seen him try some wacky stuff in solo queue, like the Stride Breaker Zeri, so
yeah,
definitely willing to test things out and see how they feel. But you do see Genji struggling a little bit. Obviously, Alistair doesn't have the most impact. Level 1, or I mean, level 2 is a bit better, but really level 3 is when you can go for that combo and have that empowered auto on the back end, whereas Rel, pretty potent levels 1 through 3.
And Ivern so far is a 5-0. It's actually interesting that it's won every single game, because I really have felt like we haven't seen it be necessarily ridiculously powerful. But hasn't lost a game yet, so it must be pretty all right.
It's one of these champions where the power isn't as obvious, because a lot of it is that utility provides, so it'll empower other champions. It's like, okay, the Triss looks strong, okay, the Triss looks a bit stronger, whereas...
Oh, okay. Chovy taking a bit of damage here in this mid lane. Explosive charge will go off, but he'll be able to drink a potion and be absolutely fine. You were saying?
Yeah, so I feel like when champions like Asante are really broken, and he like drags your AD carry 4 screens away and one-shots them, it's very obvious, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like Ivan's power... Maybe when you see like a massive shield, it looks really broken, but for the most part, it is amping other champions, which is not always as easy to see that power necessarily.
Zeka taking a bit of damage, but able to deal back a lot more. We have seen this matchup before many times, especially recently, and it is often that you just see these two champions at very low health for a large portion of the game. Zeka going to get a bit of poke damage down onto Chovy here. Will take a turret shot though.
Yeah, the turret bounces out, honestly, in the trade. It's a bit unfortunate, but we do see Thorin once again opting to play quite aggressively near the enemy top laner's tower, which tends to backfire, but...
This time, he just goes for a little bit of a walk, and he will be all right. Peanut was struggling with the popcorn chickens, as now Chovy will take a little bit of damage there. Root Caller comes in, and Zeka will take another turret shot, mainly in celebration, I think. He just kind of likes taking turret shots today.
Yeah, but did get the shield from Grizzly to balance it out a little bit.
Yeah, right?
So, you know, didn't go too bad. Does have Fleet Footwork as well for a little bit of sustain.
We'll be able to utilize that here.
That's why Zeka's taking the tower hits.
Aha! The value.
Yeah, what's the point of having Fleet Footwork if you're not going to take damage?
No, exactly. You got to make sure that you keep that health bar low to get as much value as possible. As Delight having a lot of fun with his Hex Flash that he unlocked on purpose in the river very early on in this game. Of course, no jungle attention towards that bottom side just yet. And as you can see, it's spelling out about a 4 CS advantage here for Viper. This phase will be able to even that one out. And how do you feel about Aphelios right now? After all the item nerfs and the things like tangential nerfs that have come through, do you feel like he's in a balanced position now, or is he still a bit strong? What are we thinking?
I think he's still quite strong when he's paired with like Milio. I still think he's really, really good. But I think like part of the reason he was so strong was Milio and Yumi were getting through draft slot, and those were really good pairings with him.
Yeah.
But I think like here, you know, Alistair's fine into the rel, but isn't really going to amp Aphelios up in the same way. And those changes did hurt a fair bit. I still think in the right hands, particularly, Aphelios is still very strong and pays as fantastic Aphelios, but definitely took a big hit. Just a reminder for our viewers that it was the Gale Force got nerfed, Bloodthirst is more expensive, and Overheal was nerfed, so that's the kind of hits to him that we're talking about.
Yeah. So not exactly actual nerfs to the Aphelios, but it has been felt. I feel like I think he's still a fine pick, but I think that as far as the bottom lane is concerned and his position there, I think he's in a good spot.
Yeah, I think
picked, and you don't think, oh no, it's another 200 years game. This Emperor's Divide is going to push Zeka towards Peanut. He has a trigger seed though. Delight's going to move in, see whether he can grab it. There's the combo, just based off the permafrost. Zeka, oh my goodness, keeps himself alive with fleet footwork and the shield from Grizzly. Man, this guy has no fear at all, as he's going to be backing in vision of Chovy. He'll be able to push another wave forward. So still slight advantage here. As Gen.G do manage to push him away, but no first blood yet.
How broken is Ivan? Is all I can say.
Nuts, yeah.
Because honestly, I thought Zeka was wasting the flash there. If I'm going to be honest, it was like, you're just dead. But the shield comes back up and is able to save things. It was honestly a fantastic roam from Delight, but doesn't end up paying off. And now, Kingin.
Pays as well. He's going to have to cleanse. Crashdown doesn't really do a whole lot, though, as Peanut is going to get a flash out of Kingin. And as we have a look towards the bottom side, Grizzly is making his way down. Delight is going to be warding here as the root caller will connect. There's a lot of brushes in that brush.
Not the most threatening champ to walk into to face check the Ivan, in all honesty. So, you know, Delight takes a little bit of damage, but it's fine. But King in a rough spot here, having lost the flash there. But Doran will just push the wave out. King will be able to pick it up, so isn't too bad overall. But seeing a deficit being built up.
And it's a slow advantage being built from Gen.G. It's what we saw in game number 1. It's what we want to see change a little bit here for Hanwha Life Esports. But one thing that we didn't really talk about after this composition was locked in for Hanwha, our biggest criticism in their first series this week was lack of adaptation. And now they're playing one of the strongest comps on the patch, right? That is something that has only just happened. As there's a flash forward, Life is going to look to try and grab this engage. Only level 5, but Delight is still burning down. Peanut fighting with Zeka here off to the side, and Delight is still alive. Zeka will be able to make his way out. A really weird fight, to be honest, as Chovy is going to look to try and grab the Tristana, who once again is going to be able to limp out of this one.
Yeah, very weird fight, in all honesty. I kind of like the engage that came out from Life, but wasn't quite able to catch pace. Did get the flash, though. For Zeka trying to 1v1 the Sejuani, Chovy with a weird overextension. And the real benefactor of this was Kingin, who just stayed top and said, look, you guys do your thing, I'll do mine. And he manages to pick up a plate for his hard work. And just, yes, disadvantage, mostly equalized.
Yeah, it's pretty much gone. Doran kind of not being able to get too much. Hanwha Life Esports also able to get back towards this Drake. It's Grizzly, Daisy, and Ivern just getting to work here. We'll be able to call over the... I was going to say horse lead, but it's not actually a horse. It's just an armor, isn't it? That's in the form of a horse, and it's very confusing. Anyway, Rel's going to come over and help out, and Barrett's going to be there as well. As Delight's going to get dove on top of. Chains of Corruption will connect there as Viper is that level 6. Happy bee indeed, as this should be first blood. Does he have it? There's the flash, and Viper picks it up. First blood pretty late after the shenanigans that we had early. Still going to go over to the Varus of all champions.
Nice influx of gold for Viper. And obviously, the sooner you get that Shiv, the sooner you can farm up those waves, the sooner you can get an advantage. See replay of this fight. So I like the engage from Life. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to layer the CC there and pin down Pays. But then, you know, Zeka's off to the side. I'm like, not sure what you're going for there. And then Chovy, this play is even more confusing, honestly. Looked like he wanted to try and commit. Oh,
that's a blast cone. Oh, don't tell Valdez.
He would be
having a day
right
off.
now.
Yeah, hopefully he's not watching. As Doran going to look for Zeka. He doesn't have a lot of buttons left remaining as Peanut. Oh, dear. Oh, he's got no health, but he has... Oh, never mind. He's still going to die. They didn't manage to kill the Tristana quite fast enough, and now Grizzly will turn up. Doran taking a fair bit of damage as Emperor's Divide has to be used, but does so quite beautifully as now Delight looking to follow. Gen.G not going to be able to find anything more here off the back end of this little fight. And it's continuous, just weird fights. Is that just what Ivan does? Is that what's happening here?
Maybe. Maybe that's... He's just got a weirdness factor.
Yeah.
That he kind of infects the rest of the game with. But, yeah, Peanut, I think he could have just left, if I'm being honest. He could have just up and walked away and then waited for his ult to be back up and could have thrown that into the fight. But didn't, and opted to trade 1-for-1. So
I think the idea was that they had enough burst damage and they were going to coordinate as he face checked with the Arctic Assault CC, and then it just looked really silly.
Yeah, a lot of things have looked quite silly in the game so far. We'll see the replay. I do think the one thing that is a little bit of a misplay is Viper actually procs his Blight on Aftershock, so it's a lot less damage than it could have. And then the end result is that Viper has to flash to finish off the kill. So I do think that was maybe a little bit of a misplay, but still get the kill. Really solid move in here. Yeah, this is one of the unfortunate things, is that the rocket jump, if you don't get that reset, you're kind of stuck. And in melee range of an Ekton, not where you really want to be as a Tristana.
And,
or as a Jax.
Or as anyone, yeah. They're going to take themselves this plate as Glacial Prison is going to come down. Counter-Strike doing a lot of work here as Peanut. He cannot take this forever. And now Doran is going to have to slice and dice his way through because there was a Zeka that made his way towards that top side. And Gen.G now behind enemy lines, but they should be able to meet up with Chovy or just go home.
Yeah, honestly, didn't go too bad for Gen.G considering they got out of it, but Jax, not the easiest target to dive. This is why we saw this pick from Hanwha Life Esports into the Sejuani and the Renekton, because I think any other champ there that can't block auto attacks and you probably just die.
Yeah. I have a feeling that you might be right there, especially with Peanut landing the ultimate. Gonna have a look at this one more time. We're gonna go back, okay.
This was the replay we were trying to see.
Yeah.
Oh, is it gonna get cancelled again? There's things happening in the bottom left.
Yeah, we're doing our very best.
You know what, they're just like, forget it.
This.
We're watching this, we'll get through it,
yeah.
And then if we need to, we'll replay that other stuff. But yeah, Peanut clearly looking for the burst here, but just not quite coordinated and ends up being that 1-for-1. And then it gets very scrappy in this situation. I love the ult from Chovy, and just disrupting King and cutting him off from his top laner and just saying no.
Yeah, and that would have been Doran dead if Chovy wasn't there to try and save that particular moment. Not exactly going to get that much value from the whole situation, but as you can see, Gen.G is still ahead by a little bit of gold. They have the Nash's Tooth done for Chovy. He's actually rushed that one this time around. We often see a lot of crowns rushed, and then the Nash's Tooth comes in. I feel like I'm back, like, how many years? 7 years since first item Nash was, like, a thing?
Wow, that makes
feels like it was a long time ago.
Feel old. Azir still somewhat feels like a relatively new champion.
I know.
I feel like a lot of people, it's like if the champion came out when you were playing League, it feels kind of new. If the champion was released before you were playing League, I'm like, oh, that's an old champion, you know?
Yeah.
That's like the dividing line.
Yeah, so like Nocturne's new.
Wow, you really are old.
Yeah, I'm really old, yeah. And I think I started, which patch was it? Was it Pantheon? I think I started Pantheon patch. Xin Zhao. No, Xin Zhao was the first time.
Yeah, I wasn't playing them, but I heard he was like one of the most broken champions.
Oh, that release was hilariously broken. And then Vladimir came out and was like, hold my beer, because he was even worse. And then Zyra, oh my god, that release, incredible. Anyway, we are getting a little bit into the weeds. Has there been action?
You mentioned Zyra?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you know.
And there's Ivan in this game.
There's layers to it. It's like an onion.
A lot of them. As Zeka is friends with this forest, okay? Don't be killing the chickens, okay?
Leave him alone.
Yeah, it's Randall the Raptor.
Whereas Peanut isn't. We saw the stats earlier on how many jungle camps.
Yeah.
He has this is why this matchup is real. Peanut has made a lot of jungle camps over his career, and Grizzly significantly less.
Yep.
And he's not murdering any this game.
Nope. It is all about protecting the forest. Daisy going to try and do that. But they're not going to protect these dragons. Dragons, in fact, especially the Chemtech variety, not going to do great things
but actually,
for the forest.
We're doing pretty good if Hanwha Life Esports could have got that Chemtech dragon, being the fact they have the Ivan and shields.
That's true.
But regardless, one good thing is that this means no Chemtech Soul. It's going to be a Hextech Soul, which in a lot of people's opinions is rather good.
I think that this one is a relatively strong dragon. Both teams now with the opportunity to lock down 3 of them. And that is, yeah, a lot of zappy zap. There's already 2 shivs that have been picked up by Hanwha Life Esports.
And ability haste for like Azir and Varus.
Yeah. And Tristana
and Aphelios.
Oh my goodness. And Ivan. He didn't take PTA, unfortunately.
He has on-hit damage.
Yeah, but the doesn't go to Daisy. We're going to see another one of these. So Kingen going to get the fadeaway ult that comes through there. Pays is going to be the addition. Still has to flash as Kingen gets a lot of respect out of Gen.G. Let's see how Chovy's going to do on the other side of the rift. There's the Emperor's Divide. And he's taking a fair bit of damage, but is eventually going to be taken down. Zeka will be able to secure that one.
Daisy out as well, though.
Ooh,
you know.
That's an extra 50. That's true.
Well, I mean, the tower got it, so...
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah,
I just assumed that Chovy would get it, because he's generally pretty good at killing the creeps and stuff.
Yeah, I think ultimately a lot less tools available to the Azir in terms of combat and the dive, but we see Paze's move down here. Gonna reward them with a tier 2, so finding an advantage in that regard. Gen.G managing to trade up once more. Looks like Life Esports will just try and get the Rift Herald, which they could use to break open that tier 1 mid, and I think if they're able to do so, then the passage of play feels pretty okay.
Yeah.
I think for them.
I think it has been a tale so far this whole series, actually, of Gen.G just being a bit better, a bit cleaner when it comes to map play and where to take things on the map, making more gold. Because some of these plays have worked out quite well, you know, getting the flash here from Kingen was great. They will have the Jax for the late game. I don't think this is end of the world or anything.
Also, it's really well played by Kingen. Using the ult before the CC for the extra resistances, saving the counter-strike till Paze turned up, even got the heal from the Divine Sundra. But here, there's just a lot less that you can do as an Azir. Like, the ult interrupts life, which is a great move, but outside of that, limited options when you get into by 3 people on a Daisy.
And that's 4 people, isn't it, really? Not very fair at all. As Doran going to be moving down towards Kingen, as I've seen this before. Are we in another replay? What's happening here, Ox? As Control Wall goes down, Peanut says, thank you very much for the money. We'll be able to secure that one.
They locked in the Renekton Sejuani, and like, we're really going to all in on this.
Yeah, and it's somewhat working. Kingen did die that last time as there's a counter, right? Kingen just being a little bit annoying to Peanut. Peanut is going to do his very best to ignore it as we've got Kings going down. A potential team fight is breaking out, or at least a Rift Herald going to be used to take down this outer turret. They will be able to do so. 2 minutes on the Drake, so no need to fight for that river. As now Gen.G want to deny this extra charge, and I don't think they're going to be able to. Oh, there we go.
Nice. Slick move.
Going to be able to do it.
Yeah, honestly, they could have got the mid lane tier 1 before the Herald charge, and then it would have got the second charge, but Life Esports not really prioritizing it too much. See the recall coming in.
Yeah, Life's going to have to crash down over that wall.
Glad that he did.
Yeah.
That would have been a bit unfortunate.
It was a joust that was happening there. We're jousting, I believe, because you've got 2 mounted champions. And Life decided that he wanted to dismount, didn't really want the joust.
Valid.
Yeah.
Very dangerous occupation.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, I saw the documentary, what was it, A Knight's Tale?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that documentary all about jousting and things like that. So I think I'd probably call myself an expert.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Very accurate, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Nailed the facts, I think, and the entertainment just followed.
Yeah, I also really liked the fact that they had a lot of very authentic music from the time.
Yes, yes.
Which was just great.
Truly.
Yeah.
A lot of quips as well that you feel are very fitting to the medieval world.
Yeah. Oh, man. That was a great film, actually. You know, we were making some jokes there, but I actually really enjoyed it. It used to have that one on DVD.
And it has the guy who plays Steve the Pirate from Dodgeball.
Yeah, Alan Tudyk. He's from Firefly as well.
You know what he's been doing recently?
What's he been doing recently?
So he's been like in a ton of Disney
He's been doing
films.
the alien thing.
In a ton of Disney films, and he'll make the animal noises. It's like he was in Encanto as a parrot.
Oh, that's
And then
cool.
he was in Ray and the Last Dragon as her like little armadillo thing. And he'll just be like on the
making
cast,
animal noises?
Yeah, and it sounds like the best life, so
That's fantastic.
why not?
Well, the reason we're talking about this is because not a whole lot of action has happened. However, in 10 seconds' time, I have a feeling some may break out, because that is going to be the first Hextech Drake. That is going to be important. It's going to be spawning here. And, ooh, Delight dressed the same way. Look at the coordination here between the cow and the dragon. Fantastically done. Really, really well done.
See Delight charging up.
Yeah. In perfect combination, perfect unison with the dragon falling down.
Yeah, so Life Esports is not opting to fight this one, deciding to try and prioritize his top tier 2 instead, getting some gold for Kingen. They should be able to get this. Getting out should be fine as well. So, you know, I like the trade. If you don't feel comfortable in the fight, just go for something like this.
Yep, try and get some global gold under your belt. And so we said that there was going to be a fight, but there wasn't. There was a fight with a dragon.
We've actually seen a very burst-focused build from Viper. You know, we already talked about the press the attack being having that early power and not being, you know, as much attack speed as the alternatives, but also going for the Stork Shoes. So really wanting to just pop anyone who vaguely approaches his vicinity.
Yeah. Does a fair bit of damage to tanks with this build as well, as we've seen many, many times.
And realistically, I think there's a lot of sustained damage in the rest of Hon Life esports with the Tristan and the Jax. And it's not like AP Varus doesn't have a decent amount of sustained damage.
Yeah, kind of like it. Feel like I resort to trust when it comes to Viper and his build choices. Zeka does now have his Mythic completed as well. The Quick Blades do come in. Life crashing down one more time, diving into the river quite nicely. And Kingen just trying to set himself up for being a Jax in a side lane as this game goes on. As we can see, he's behind by 30-odd CS, but I have a feeling he's going to change that as this game progresses. Zeka trying to go for a bit of a 1-3-1, Tristana moving towards that top side. You can actually play that style with this composition pretty comfortably.
Very effectively. The fact that you have double shivs, so Tristana can push well in the side lane, Jax obviously can, but also if you try and counteract by pushing mid, then Varus just autos the wave and the AP with the shiv will just completely clear it out. So very versatile in that regard.
I like it. Root Caller does come in. Grizzly is going to tell Peanut that he probably should leave. Baron is going to be there as well, but gets a bit annoyed at Zeka. And Hanwha are around the Baron area. I don't think they're going to be starting it up at 22 minutes. Especially not with a Jax in the bottom lane. It would. It would be interesting and it would be cool. In a game, 22 minutes, 5 kills, I think we could have a little bit more action as Grizzly is just going to plant trees. Maybe it's not about that. Maybe it's about pacifism this time around with the Ivan vibes. As now Delight is going to say no to that. Life is just dead. Not a whole lot you can do here. And Daisy going to get amongst it. Peanut going to see what he can do as Zeka going to get stunned while he's in the air. So he will be A-OK, but still, it's going to be one pick, and Genji with control now of this river. Can they do Baron is the question.
TP coming in, so if Genji just wanted to be in the TP, they can back off now, but looks like they're committing heavily.
Yeah, Viper gets the Chains of Corruption from over the wall. Peanut will take a fair bit of damage here. Half of his health bar just from Viper's burst. Very scary stuff. Peanut does get himself out of the way. Doran now is pretty large, and they are able to take this one down. That is the Ivan being taken out as well. Genji will take the Baron, and they'll take the life of the jungler as Kingen wanted someone to face check so badly, but it is just not going to happen. And now Genji with a huge lead.
And tragically, I feel like in that situation, everyone corralled in the Baron pit. You know what would be fantastic there? A Magnet Storm.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Which I feel like is why they were a bit apprehensive about taking the fight. Even with the chunk out that came from Viper, they opted for the steal instead, and Grizzly was a little bit late on the flash, flashing in after it had just gone down. So Life just caught out, I think trying to go for that control ward on the top of the pit, but doesn't really have the support of the team, so very risky play, ends up being punished. And then as we sort of fast forward it here, Viper does get the prior in the mid lane and moves over. And we see like this chunk on a Peanut is massive, but they still don't feel comfortable taking the fight. And yeah, Grizzly just split. Oh, wow.
Oh dear.
Like we just saw you die. You shouldn't be dying again.
No. Got the wrong name for that, as we are going to see this fight as well. This is live, isn't it? Yes, it is. Doran's taking a lot of damage. Slice and Dyson trying to get amongst it. You can see Grizzly able to keep everyone alive for so long. Doran is going to go golden now. They'll hold that kill for later as Chovy just explodes. Viper does so much damage with this full AP Varus build. And they are going to lose a couple of their Barons on both of their solo laners. Genji dropping the ball just a tad.
Yeah, honestly, Doran tried to go for the fight. Lasted quite a while, but the turnaround, the power of the Ivan in these long fights, getting the repeated shields, the Jax as well with multiple counter strikes. Here, Life, this is the second time this has happened where his dismount has been interrupted by Peanut's stun. So Peanut playing it fantastically in this situation for the pick. And then Chovy gets a kill here, and it's like, you know, I can be everywhere. I can TP top to help out, but, you know, counter strike comes in there. We get the shield on the Jax, and then as the play continues on, we get another counter-strike coming in, we get another shield coming down, we get the redemption for a bit of a reset, and then Kingen will once again have that counter-strike available. And it's this sort of repeated use of cooldowns that make it really hard in those longer fights to actually deal with the Jax and the Ivan.
Especially when there's Viper there able to charge up a few blighted quiver stacks and just explode people. It's working pretty well, but we can see this Hex Tech Drake. Genji not wanting to give this one up as Kingen on a flank angle. As that is Root Caller. Doran going to be knocked up momentarily. At least does get out of there. As there's the Magnet Storm that we asked for before, but Life is taking so much damage. The value isn't quite there as Delight looks to try and taxi his way forward, and Chovy's going to be able to lock down the kill on this Tristana. Life also goes. And I have a feeling Gen G are going to win this fight, grab themselves a Drake and take even more as Moonlight Vigil does come down. Not a massive amount of damage as Emperor's Divide does pretty much nothing and Chovy is dead. And now Viper, oh dear, possibly an overstep, almost pops Paze before going down, but he will die. And now it's Grizzly getting a smite down. He's going to survive for the moment as Kingan's pretty huge. Trigger Seed comes in, they take down Peanut. Now Grizzly, he's in a brush. He's in his natural habitat, but I don't know whether the Ivan is going to be able to survive the wrath of Paze, as this outer turret is still alive as well. Good root caller, as Grizzly is going to be taken out by the Q from the Aphelios. And that will be a very delayed almost ace, but not because life respawn.
And you know, things got really hectic in that one. Bit of a mistake from Chovy going in so deep, especially baited by the stopwatch from Viper. But when everything else starts to crumble a little bit for Gen G, Paze is there.
Yeah.
He is that guy.
He has really stepped up to be just the consistency for this team. He's not the player that I was expecting to be that if you had have asked me at the beginning of the year, but certainly that is the reality we're living in.
And you see, they try and make the dive. Chovy flashes away. Paze does a great job of kiting, and it means they lose a Tristana, but not much in return. I do think Peanut overextends here, and Chovy gets stunned and then doesn't expect the stopwatch coming out for Viper. One mistake, though, is that Grizzly shields Kingan when he was already out. Doesn't have the shield for Viper. Viper goes down, and I feel like without that Varus there to try and put that extra damage in, it just becomes really hard. Finally, Paze steps up, he sees the counter-strike down, and he finishes out the fight. It's third dragon as well for Gen G, so one away from that soul and 6,000 ahead. They are looking at a pretty good spot.
Yep, I would say that they are sitting pretty at this point in time. 3 items onto Paze as well as Delight. Gonna come on over. I was tipped Fedora, but we'll see whether he's going to be able to survive. Magnustorm comes in, only 2 of them in this battle. Peanut just holding off, looking for his time to engage. Delight's going to be able to find the backline, and the Varus is just eradicated. Delight, I don't know, it's like he meant for that whole series of events to happen as Doran, he's just dashing all over the Rift right now. Darrell going to be taken out once again, and Gen G, they'll find a Gravitum onto Zeka, but I have a feeling that he's going to be allowed to live, because Gen G sees some structures that they want to pull apart.
Yeah, and Viper just not able to find a comfortable spot to position in this fight. Gets taken down there, and Gen G, this should just be them closing it out for 2-0. I don't think there's anything Zeka could do in this situation to defend.
Yeah, and it looked almost close for so much of this game, and now 9,000 gold the advantage as Gen G look to try and finish off these Nexus turrets. Paze playing so very well. Doran, he's definitely very, very tanky, but is he going to be tanky enough to survive here? The answer is, of course he is. That's a double kill for Paze. He takes down Zeka and Life, and now he's looking for even more. Grizzly, not a whole lot to offer there, as Viper gonna flash on in, because you may as well. Chovy gonna take down his former teammate, and the Nexus going to be the next one to go, as Kingan will be able to claim the 1,000 gold, and as he dies, they kill the Nexus.
And a really solid performance from Gen G. It felt like Honor Life Esports put up a fight in both games, in the early game, in the skirmishes, but the gold lead always felt in favor of Gen G, and when it came to those later game fights, Paze was just an absolute factor.
Yeah. He's a monster, and it's twice in a row that it's sort of the Paze guarantee of he'll be able to do stuff that's good in team fights as the game goes on. And I think Delight, once again, having some fantastic engages, like...
And against Viper as well, because Viper was that guy. He was that sort of person you'd be like, okay, we got a team fight, so we have Viper on a team, we're good to go. But Paze has really stepped into that role and has been very formidable this entire year, but I feel like this split really hitting his stride.
I would agree. I think that after the MSI hangover sort of wore off, which didn't last very long for Gen G, to be perfectly honest, Peanut's going to be able to celebrate his 600th game with a victory, a 2-0 as well, as he moves up to 4th most games played in the LCK, just behind BDD, his former teammate, Def and Faker there as well. And a whole bunch of Peanut fans in LoL Park here today. He is not without too many of those. And Chovy, not exactly having his greatest day today, but I think he had fun, you know, surfing in and pressing his R button.
Good vibes, good vibes, yeah. Hey, you know, I feel like playing with Paze on your team would be pretty fun. Better than playing with Paze on the other team.
This reminds me of what you said earlier on today, which is winning is generally preferred.
Yeah.
Yeah. That helps with that.
It's a trend I've seen.
Yeah. Genius. I'm gonna write that one down, and I'm gonna keep it with me at all times.
That's why they hired me.
Yep. Winning is good. Orcs 2023?
Generally speaking.
Oh.
There are definitely some players who don't seem to think that way.
Like Dindin, who just has a really good time no matter what.
He's just having fun. He's just loving life.
There it is.
Yeah, so the Baron, the fight that led in the Baron was pretty significant. We saw some good skirmishes from Hanwha Life Esports. I think Grizzly, that is my main takeaway for Hanwha Life, is that Grizzly looked solid.
He did.
So this is Gen G, the winners of Spring, the current undefeated team. Beating them was a long shot. But Grizzly had a solid performance and really looked like he stepped into his own. Wasn't enough to beat them, but definitely promising. And yeah, this fight, a bit heartbreaking when they try to get on pace, but that's the thing. If you go to these 5v5s and you're not significantly ahead when you're up against Gen G, it's going to feel rough.
And the problem is that Gen G sort of naturally found these advantages all throughout this series. It was just them understanding where to be on the map a little bit better than that of Hanwha Life Esports. I think that's going to take some time, right, with Grizzly trying to mesh together with the team. That level of coordination just not quite there yet. But I'm with you. I think that there is so much potential for Grizzly. I think that his mechanics have looked great in Challenger so far. We saw some hints of that here today, both with his Viego and with his Ivan looking pretty decent. I don't think this was a jungle gap issue in this particular game. I think it was a phase issue.
We've seen the spectrum. You know, you have Viego, this super mechanically intensive champion. We have to play every champion that you possess, and then Ivan, where you put brushes down and shield people. And, you know,
it's sort of like the ultimate hands and then the ultimate brain or mind games. Or maybe that would be Shaco. I don't know. Would it be? Because I feel like Ivan is one of those, like, you want to control the battlefield. It's more like the strategist.
But also controlling Daisy. You know, there's some micro there, a little bit of StarCraft performance.
Imagine if you had to control both Annie and Ivan at the same time with Tibbers and Daisy at the same time.
That'd be a lot. I feel like the controls for League don't really set you up for that. Yeah, Pays doing a lot of damage. And you can see again the gold difference. It just kind of built up, and then it was over.
It was. It was sort of two pretty slow and steady games. Gen G just slowly but surely getting themselves to the advantage. And for a team that is positioned now extraordinarily well in the standings, first place, going for a perfect split, that's what you want to see, is just guaranteed victories, not like what we saw against Bro. But now it is time for the space to break down this Gen G 2-0 victory.
Yeah, that's another victory on the side of Gen G here en route for the 18-0 as they promised. And guys, I want to ask about Hanwha Life Esports draft adaptation here, because you were criticizing their priorities here, grabbing the double AD plus Ivern composition. What do we think of these choices with the caliber of players?
Is it a scam? Well, yeah, I mean, you said it, Ivern is kind of overrated, but the thing is, like, the first of all that I didn't like is an idea of having Jax with Ivern when they have Renekton and Sejuani, basically. Like, the whole game, the Sejuani and Renekton was playing together, try to take down the Jax, I guess, as much as possible. If Jax is not farming well, like, there's no time we'll find a way that he can actually win the side lane against Renekton, not even once. That was this game, and it's impossible to impact the game as a Jax.
I look at the bans here, right? You ban the Vi, that's totally fine, right? But if you want to prioritize the Tristana, you're hoping for that, you have to index into it with the Ivern picks a little bit more, because you banned Poppy and Annie. But you got to take away the Renekton or the Sejuani here, because the Ivern can have no impact in this early game whatsoever. We saw him try to gank Chovy, which was pretty funny in that one moment, and Chovy did get away. But like beyond that, you just have no agency. So yeah, you're eventually going to build up to those two shivs. You're going to have some power in the mid to late game, and you have really strong explosive team fighting if you can get those picks with the Ivern trigger seed. Tristana goes in, you blow somebody up, you have the Rel for the engage. But the Rel engages were not in this game, and Life was caught a lot. So functionally, the worst part of this draft obviously struggled in the early game, but the late game didn't come together either.
Yeah, I mean, basically the second phase was about the later game, which is pages get randomly affiliates, and then they pick Rel when Alistar is open. That's why the team fight was like tough.
We've talked about earlier this week this type of composition, the Ivern plus double AD, and Wolf, before you were telling that Grizzly has good hands, really good mechanically, maybe not the type of champion we want to put him on for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ivern is not a champion where you can really showcase your mechanical skills too much. It's really just a a champion where you have to really have the right mindset and thought process for where you want to be on the map. And I think they put him in a really uncomfortable position here, but props to him. I feel like he didn't have a bad game or anything like that. He didn't get outclassed, but it's a really uncomfortable position. He's suddenly on this team, right? It's a meta champion that's pretty new, so you know, it's going to take some time to adjust, obviously.
Yeah, and we can see the improvements already on this side of Hanwha Life Esports. We'll check at their schedule later because I think they're going to have an easier time maybe this week given what we saw from them today. But I want to take a look at the first highlights we selected here. Yeah, a bit of mid positioning here on this side of Life that cost them the Baron in the end.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, like I think the live actually play today, it was like not having good time.
No.
It's like still had a flash, but it was like too deep to take in the vision slice. It's just like there's no reason to him to go there, and it's like they have to kind of fight a 4v5, otherwise game is gonna be just totally go to one side in favor for Genji.
Now Viper tries to do something here on the outside, but even with vision here in the pit, trying to put this brush in here, there's just no way to realistically contest this Baron anymore without your rel. You don't have proper engage. Grizzly tries for it. You know, he wants the 50-50.
He had to.
That's all you can do, right? But I mean, Life unfortunately just gets caught warding, and it's not the first time it happened in this game, and it wasn't the last time either, but it was really a pivotal moment because that's how Genji got all of the map control back, and it weakened that part of the game where you have the double 80 carry Ivern, where you want to be fighting with those rel engages. Rel's gone, it all falls apart.
And there's been a lot of, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say it was like really, really important for HLE that time because they had a double static shift, which is like they should have just abused those two items to boost up the middle game because like otherwise they're not gonna be stronger like later in the game.
And that's the thing, you're gonna have a good team fight on this side of Genji. You get the Aphelios, you get the Azir, you get good scaling. It's really hard to come back when you fall behind on this side of Hanwha Life here. And when in game one, I felt that they were on the same page. Here it was completely out of sync and not on the same timings to plan for setups.
Yeah. I mean, I guess speaking of setups, like the focus for me, like in this desk, really is somewhat on the rel. And in the second fight, like we see that he tries to engage here, right? But look at the split. FaZe's positioning is fantastic. He's even able to escape from King in here. They all collapse onto the Jax. This is why Genji is just such a solid team right now. You've got an 80 carry who's not going to mess it up. Everyone's set, so there's not really a good rel engage. Like, and he ends up just catching Peanut. Like, what are you going to do, you know? And the turn here is pretty fantastic. Obviously, Chovy, you know, pushing a little bit too far, we'll let that go. But I thought the initial parts of the fight were fantastic here for Jet.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, today, like, all the team fight is, I think it's just based on went through as a draft, because it's like today, the quality of the League of Legends, like, it was pretty high, like, in my opinion. That's why I think, like, basically the HLE draft was, like, not good into the Genji, what they're playing for.
Yeah, and Genji being the spring champions, of course, being so much ahead, it makes sense that they would prevail today. Let's reveal the player of the game here. We voted for FaZe and Aphelios. FaZe and Aphelios. It's the best love story we have in summer so far.
Yeah, I mean, basically he had a perfect game. I think the only one death as well, it's like almost end of the game. Like, he just completely played perfectly every single scrimmage, just like as much as possible. Even lane phase, like he was not even getting behind at all against the virus, which is like right now is like one of the really, really strong, like strongest 80 carry in the lane phase right now. And I think I would like to shout out like his movement in the middle game. Like he knows how to like get ahead and not get behind.
Yeah, and he also just positions so incredibly well in so many of these fights. And the thing that's so impressive to me is that he has such a sense for it and how professional LCK 5v5 fights happen so early on in his career. I think he only goes up from here. And I think when you see changes in the future, like the nerfs to Gale Force that are coming through, he's going to actually be even more standout because he's not reliant on Gale Force so much because he's just so good at being exactly where he needs to be.
Well, I mean, he only used a Gale Force 4. Why he doesn't need a Gale Force?
And he's back at the top here, of course. Before we jump to the interview, I have a question for you guys. And you guys at home, of course, as well. What are the hopes for Hanwha Life Esports when it comes to the second round robin? Still aiming for the top, of course. We saw some promising results on the side of Grizzly. What do we make of what the team could end up being and looking like?
I think that it's just, you're going to have to figure out a way to play around bottom side. I don't think you want to play around King In. Zeka is a pretty stable mid laner. Just try to find ways to empower Viper. Maybe play like Hanwha, or rather D+ play around Deft, where you play Lucian, you play Drave, and you just play through bottom lane like T1 often does. I think you really need to put Viper in a position to pop off because the rest of the team, especially the top side with this rookie jungler, is going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, as I said it today, especially against Genji, I don't think like they got outclassed. Especially like I think they just get outclassed from the draft as well. Like that's like it was like really tough to win today, like as a from the draft, because like it didn't really make sense to anything. So like I think they just have to play better, and then probably like about the champion pools, like those kind of things. Like it actually matters more than anything about the play. I think it's just a more so like from the play. If I have to choose one, as I said, it recommending like some Sion play, like those kind of things. Especially game 2, those kind of thing would have been even more fitted than what happened today. That's why I feel.
We'll see if they can come back and bounce back from this week. But for now, let's focus on the winners as they're ready on stage for the interview. Jason, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview, and we are here joined by the undefeated team of the LCK, Genji, and the bottom duos are here to do the POG interview. What a day! How do you feel about this win today? First POG of the summer as well for your delight. I'm so happy that we are extending our perfect run, and this is my first POG and feels amazing. Congratulations on that as well. And there's a fan sign about the delight recon. Paige, you're now back on the first place on the POG ladder. How do you feel? Well, like I'm having sole position of POG first and the LCK first. Feels amazing, and yeah, feels great to win another series today as well. Game number 1, we had the classic Xayah Recon, the late game scaling duo. Well, I mean Xayah Recon is a decent pick, but is that a best pick into Kai'Sa? How was it? So the trend right now is securing tips for the top side in the first phase, and then locking in your bottom picks in the second phase. So there were not a lot of picks available for the bottom lane. And then Poppy died early on in the dive comp, but still, we were able to go 50-50 in the laning phase with a lot of setups and help. And then Delight, your engage around that dragon was so on point. Let's take a look at this replay together. Do you remember this team fight? Yeah. It was a very decisive team fight. How did you find that angle? So I was gonna attach to Doran, with my E, and then he used his stopwatch, so I was a little bit flustered at that point, but suddenly I saw the angle to go in with my ult, so I was able to, make that play. And Peanut even said, Delight, your recon was straight out from Naruto, like you're the yellow flash of the leaf. How do you feel about that compliment? Peanut doesn't really give a lot of compliment to his teammates, so yeah, that's a prize for me. And Paige, you are also popping off together with Delight. Were you worried that Paige might take your POG away, which is your first POG of the season? So, game 1, I was like, I deserve this. If I cannot win this POG, there's something about this. But in the previous matches, I was not on the POG level, but today, game number 1, I was definitely performing at the POG level. And Delight, I think you are one of the best engaged support players in the LCK. So were you happy about this new patch where a lot of enchanters got nerfed? So I think we are having a lot more diversity in the champion pool for support. So yeah, I'm having a great time. And also your Alistar was so tanky. Are we gonna see more of tank supports from you, Delight? I think that is the meta right now, so you guys will see a lot more different tank support picks in the future as well. And then game 2, you guys let Ivern through when it was having an undefeated score here at the LCK 5-0 so far. We had some plan to deal with that Ivern, and also we were playing up against Grizzly, a new player, from CL, so we also thought he might not just play Ivern today. Paige, you won another POG on Aphelios. 5 out of your 7 POGs were on Aphelios. I guess you're really now confident about Aphelios, right? Yeah, obviously, you know, full confidence whenever I get to play Aphelios, and I think I'm gonna win even more POGs on Aphelios. Speaking of Aphelios, now let's take a look at this Aphelios highlight where you're able to showcase some crazy mechanics. Could you break down this team fight for us? So at this point, I'm just watching this and I did nothing. They just came in, so I ulted and I just backed away, and that's all. Delight, what do you think about that comment? You know, he was just getting carried by us. We were just taking a good care of him, and he was getting carried. I agree. I literally didn't do much stuff there. Now you guys are one match away to finish your perfect round robin journey. It's gonna be up against Lip Sandbox. Delight, how are you feeling about that? I hope we can finish the 9-0 record for the first round robin. As long as we perform like this today, it's not gonna be a problem at all. And we will keep doing our best and display the best performance possible together with Delight. So last question, any message for all the Genji fans? Thank you so much for the support, and we will always work hard in order to repay all the support and love from my fans. Thank you for coming to Low Park today, and I'll do better. And this will be the end of the interview from Delight Pace on the side of Genji, and I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Nice to hear from the bot lane here. Pace getting carried, as we said.
He will. See, he said he will do better.
Yeah.
And he will. He's still early in his career. That's the scary thing. He will do better. Does he need to? Not really, but he will. And
I don't know how.
Scary thought.
Yeah, I don't know how it will be better, but we'll be better eventually. Yeah.
Genji so far still undefeated in the LCK. Do you think they can go for the perfect record when we see how they've been playing so far?
I mean, I think the first round robin is probably theirs,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. I think the biggest team that stands in their way for the perfect season is KT Rolster, right? That rematch will, of course, happen in round 2, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we often see teams waking up in the second round robin, usually, and getting ready for the playoffs. Up next, we have Nongshim versus T1. Any thoughts on this matchup?
It should be interesting. I hope T1 has some fun drafts prepared.
Yeah. But before, see you in the secret boardroom.
Yeah. Amazing preview. See you in the secret boardroom, and we'll see you for the second series in a long time, I think. Don't go too far, don't go anywhere, grab food, get some rest, and come back for the second one. Cheers.
자, 시크릿 보드룸 오늘의 회의를 시작하도록 하겠다. 미션 매치. 우리가 또 항상 매주 이 미션 매치를 체크를 하고 있는데 LPL 1강 대결이 이번 주에 있었지, 미션 매치로.
또 팀 티어로 SS 천회천 진동게이밍과 S급 테스 최강 딜러진을 보유하고 있는 이 테스의 대결로 제가 한번 찝어봤는데 생각보다 경기가 좀 손쉽게 끝났습니다.
싱겁게 끝났나?
맛이 없었다.
네.
결과가 어떻게 됐지?
이게 근데도 어떻게 보면은 저희 LCK 입장에서는 정말 기분 좋은 승리. 그러니까 국대 정글 카나비가 그냥 게임을 다 터트려 놨습니다.
그럼 진동이 일단은 뭐 손쉽게 승리를 가져갔다.
이 최강 딜러 루키가 성장하지 못하게 그냥 초반부터 그냥 게임을 끝내놨고요. 지금 이제 곧 나오시는 장면이죠. 르블랑이 스태틱이 나와야 센데 그 전에 그냥 뽀삐로 다이브. 근데 이게 한 번이 아니에요. 나이텍의 킬 매겨주고 두 번째.
계속 이 지형을 이용해서
얼마 안 지난 후에요. 바로 또 다시 한번
벼락 같네.
진짜 이 하나비의 뽀삐 플레이에 정신을 못 차린 테스가 1경기를 정말 허무하게 내주게 되는데요. 참 이래서 국대구나 라는 생각이 드는 장면 하나 더 준비했습니다. 상대가 먼저 레넥톤, 전령의 신 레넥톤이 있기 때문에 자신 있게 전령을 쳤습니다. 근데 카나비가 들어가요. 물론 홈런을 이제 장전하면서 들어가는 과정에서 맞추지는 못하지만 보시면 상대를 일단 진영을 붕괴시켜 놓고 일단 진입 그리고 전령 막타 강타 싸움 승리 그리고 달려있는 사슬을 전멸로 피하고 비에고 W 피하고 벽국 넣고 난이 터트리면서 뒤로 빠지고 나니까 나머지는 뭐 팀원들이 다 정리하죠.
뽀삐가 선봉대 역할을 제대로 해줬구만.
카나비의 플레이를 보다 보면 이 LCK의 국대 믿을만하다. 그런 생각이 들더라고요.
LCK에게 위협이 될 만한 존재지만 또 아시안 게임을 생각한다면 저런 활약이 또 반겨지는 어찌 보면 좀 아이러니한 상황이구만.
더블레드까지도 갈 수도 있었는데 테스에게는 좀 더 시간이 필요하다라는 느낌이 좀 받았고요. 네. 생각보다 좀 얼마 전에 경기에서 또 역전을 업셋을 좀 크게 당해서 좀 흔들리는 모습이 나오는 만큼 좀 더 지켜봐야 될 것 같습니다.
자, 그러면 다음 베를린 그쪽에 미션 매치는 뭐였지?
저희는 바이탈리티 대 G2 퍽스와 캡스의 만남이었습니다. 우리 이제 또 바이탈리티가 사실 이 개막전 스프링전에도 기대를 많이 받았는데 지금 완전 이제 빨간불이 들어와서 사실 경기 내용적으로는 좀 처참했습니다. 우선 룰루를 먼저 끊어내면서 분리했던 분위기가 좋아지는 것 같았어요.
시작 좋았네.
좋은데?
또 그런 와중에 트런들이 한번 드리블을 하고 구도가 다시 역습이 되는 과정에서 아펠리오스가 월광포와
아이고
각이 나는 것 같았지만
아이고
그래서 이건 뭔가 상황이 이상하다고 판단을 내린 G2가 진영을 뒤로 빼는데 이거를 우르르 따라가는 과정에서 모두가 함께 아주 사이좋은 팀워크로 팀 바이탈리티 다 같이 도끼에 맞습니다. 그렇게 붕붕 뜨다가 마지막에는 아즈레에게도 뜨고 한타가 끝나버려요. 그리고 또 눈치채셨겠지만 트런들이 나와 있었어요. 또 최근에 뽀삐가 되게 대세이지 않습니까?
그렇지.
그런 뽀삐를 상대하게 나왔는데 이렇게 또 메타의 얘기에 대한 얘기로 힘을 주기에는 트런들 아지르를 보고 오리아나를 뽑았어요. 그래서 오리아나가 시종일관 기둥에 갇히고 뜨고 하다가 이제 그냥 게임이 끝났습니다.
LEC 같은 경우에 챔피언 풀을 워낙에 다양하게 쓰니까 보고 배울 수는 있는데 그냥 딱 뱀픽까지만 봐라. 네, 뒤에 플레이는 보지 마라.
경보 색깔이 어떻게 되지?
이 경보색은 그래도 G2가 이제 또 상승세를 보인다며
G2는 경계해야지.
항상 위협이 되기 때문에 상대가 좀 약했던 걸 고려해서 황색 경보까지만. 그리고 바이탈리티는 이미 바이탈이 제로예요.
자, LCS. LCS는 어떤 미션 매치가 있었지?
저의 미션 매치는 일단 아까 말씀드렸던 플라이 퀘스트와 클라우드9 제 이름을 걸었던 플라이 퀘스트 하지만
발음은 좋아.
저의 이름과 함께 플라이 퀘스트는 멸망. 근데 여기서 또 보셔야 될 게 이런 교전 자체가 플라이 퀘스트가 먼저 걸어요. 그러니까 먼저 그냥 우리가 얘네 지금 딱 각을 보고 싸울 수 있어.
아이고.
근데 그냥 이 계산 자체를 완전 다 무시할 수 해버리는 이 신의 무기 니코 6렙 뭐 쓰레쉬 불칸의 뭐 사양 선고다. 이것도 지금 사양 선고로 먼저 들어갔는데 녹탄공이 들어오면서 뭐 순간이동에 오히려 상대가 먼저 들어왔어.
원딜 또 주고.
원딜 또 죽고 여기서 니코 신의 무기 한 번 또 등장. 진짜 이번에 돌아오는 주만큼은 어떻게든 반등의 기미를 보여주지 않으면은 진짜 이거는 안 될 것 같아요. 아니 그럼 더 이상 저도 이제 커버가 안 됩니다. 플레이캐스트는.
아니 그럼 LA 훈이는 지금 반등할 가능성이 아직 있다고 믿는 거야?
반등할 가능성 아직 있다고 봐.
아직.
근데 이번 주가 난 마지막이야.
이번 주에 반등 못하면
플레이캐스트한테 내가 줄 수 있는 기회는 이번 주가 진짜 마지막. 클라우드9은 그냥 코한테 그냥 손 안 대고 그냥 코 푸는 격이야. 그냥 플레이캐스트가 와서 해버리고 저는 그래서 남색 경보. 이거는 진짜 녹색도 아깝다.
그러니까 전혀 뭐 이거는 우리 입장에서는 뭐 경제할 필요가 없다. 팀 평가를 한번 우리가 진행을 해봐야겠지. 일단은 티어리스트 한번 진행을 해보겠다. 상하이 출발.
네. 제가 먼저 할까요? 이 팀이 빠지면은 좀 안 될 것 같아서 네 S 티어의 BLG.
TS와 어깨를 나란히 하는 건가?
TS보다 좀 낮은데.
이거 좀 약간 위로 선 넘고 싶긴 한데 요 정도 차이 느낌으로.
테스는 오히려 강등.
BLG가 조금 더 위에 있다. 다음.
제가 이 웨이보 게이밍의 티어를 좀 준비해봤는데 A로 놓겠습니다. BLG 같은 경우는 그냥 짧게 설명을 드리면 그냥 뭐 강팀이라고 불리는 팀들을 다 잡았어요. 뭐 LNG, 웨이보 등등 잡으면서 경기력도 워낙에 좋다 보니까 꾸준히 상위권을 달리고 있어서 S티어로 놨고요. 이제 웨이보 게이밍을 좀 설명을 드려야 될 것 같습니다.
기대가 많았는데 여기가.
그래서 시작 단계만 해도 진동 게이밍을 잡으면서 유일한 1패를 안긴 팀이거든요.
엄청났지.
모든 팬분들의 기대감을 충족시켰던 팀이었는데
근데
요즘 경기력이 좀 아슬아슬합니다. A티어로 제가 일단 놓긴 했지만 양대인 감독님의 매직으로 인해 위로 올라갈지 혹은 좀 더 안 좋은 그림을 보이면 아래로 내려갈지 알 수가 없기 때문에 좀 더 지켜봐야 된다.
LEC도 한번 티어 한번 가보지.
자 우선 LEC 이번에 저희가 또 티어를 매길 건데 G2가 이번 주에 코이, 매드, 바이탈리티를 잡으면서 나름 잠재적 포텐 있는 팀들을 잡았거든요. G2가 요즘 코그모 브라움을 쓰고 있습니다. 사실 조합만 봤을 때는 이걸 왜 같이 쓰는 거지 싶은데 이겨요. 중반 오브젝트 싸움에서 그냥 이깁니다. 그래서 이 중반 밸류를 올리는 전략을 쓰면서 저는 G2를 A로 놓겠습니다. 그리고 여기 승격된 팀이 또 있어요.
어디 살짝 미친가?
살짝 미치. 둘이 붙었을 때 좀 그랬어. 이 포나틱 같은 경우에도 아까 순위표를 보셨다시피 이번 주 경기 내용이 꽤 좋았기 때문에 돌고 돌아 또투와 또나틱인가 또 이들이 LEC를 책임지는 건가. 그리고 뱀픽도 좀 묘한 게 있지만 결국 이긴다. 이것이 바로 또 LEC가 항상 보여주면 우리만의 메타에서 우리만의 뱀픽이다. 눈여겨볼 필요가 있습니다.
자 그럼 LCS 한번 티어 어떤 팀들을 선보일 건가?
저는 아까 그래서 말씀드렸던 것처럼 이 Evil Genius 3승 0패.
발음은 좋아.
Evil Genius 바로 저는 B 플러스로 합니다.
B
플러스.
많이 올라가는데.
높은 B 플러스. 그리고 LCS Golden Guardians 얘는 조금 낮은 B 마이너스로 갑니다. 근데
B나 다 B.
여기서 저는 C는 좀 올리고 리퀴드 조금 떨어지겠습니다. 이 정도. 제가 골든 가디언스 B 마이너스 일단은 둔 이유가 이 친구들이 그냥 깔끔하게 3대 0을 했어요. 그래도 이렇게 보시면은 그냥 LCS의 약간 지금 사황이라고 보시면 될 것 같고 이블 지니어스가 이번에 B 플러스로 가게 된 계기가 경기력도 되게 좋았고요. 패치노트를 읽는 능력에서 나쁘지 않았고 근데 저는 오히려 그 기대대가 이상이었어요. 그러니까 이 친구들 솔직히 제가 기대에 부응할 줄 못할 줄 알았는데 그걸 이상으로 제 기대 이상으로 잘해주는 플레이를 보여주면서 오히려 이거는 진짜 리퀴드랑 붙어도 해볼만 하겠다. 여차하면은. 그래서 지금 또 이블 지니어스 1등이 있거든요. 리퀴드, 플라이캐스트, 헌드리 띠빗을 잡으면서 생각보다 이름 있는 팀들을 잡고 올라온 거예요. 그렇기 때문에 B 플러스를 줬고 C9은 한번 좀 업셀 당하긴 했지만 이번에 또 붙거든요. 이블 지니어스랑 그렇기 때문에 저는 그거를 남겨서 좀 위로 뒀습니다.
자 티어리스트 보니까 확실히 뭐 이렇게 한눈에 보는 좀 재미가 있긴 한데 나중 되면 좀 지저분해질 것 같긴 해. 자 그러면은 다음 주에도 우리 의원들 회의에 꼭 참석할 수 있도록 자 이상 해산. 크게 쳐 국장님.
자, 3경기 이기고 맛있는 거 먹자.
처음에 말려도 아무런 타격 없거든 사실.
도현이 말대로 그냥 다음에 할 것만 계속 생각하면 된다.
파이팅! 가보자.
바텀 이거 아지라면서 5인 다이브 보자. 이거 라인만 어디 라인인지 말해줘. 둘 다 풀 있고.
갈게.
형 이거 찍었어 나.
야 이거 되냐 근데?
우리 제리 넘어갈 때 와라. 제리 넘어갈 수 있어. 야 이거 바로 봐봐. 바로 봐봐. 바로 봐줘. 바로 풀. 바로 풀.
야 애니.
나 아무것도 들다. 온 바로.
라인 가야 돼.
역시 아무것도 되죠.
아 너무 시끄러. 나랑 도현이 형 이미 잘 컸어. 이미 이겼어 이거.
그냥 개잘 컸거든.
준비. 버려.
괜찮아. 나이스 잘 잡았고.
네. 길 먹었다 뭐라 하지 말아줘.
길게 되면 바로 간다.
텔 바로 죽여야 돼. 바로 죽여. 빠지면서 와.
살чин 살아와.
포탑에서 봐.
아 빼야 돼 천천히. 쌍아 너무 안 좋다.
길게 될거 어차피.
살기만 할래 그냥.
나 버릴 생각도 해 그럼.
야 버려라. 야 우리 좋다 이거.
알았어.
나 3코어 뜨고 스펠 돌면 한타 무조건 이긴다.
제 그거 뒷거였다.
야
애니부터 봐.
천천히 해봐. 가봐.
나비. 이거 미드 가면 끝난다. 오면 너플. 여기
펜타키 가라.
펜타키야? 야 뺏고 싶은데? 봐줘야 돼.
이겼어.
개꿀.
펜타키 나오냐?
뭐야?
뺏었어야 되는데.
끝내자. 나이스 잘했다.
절대 들뜨지 마. 절대 다이브 하지 마. 오히려 더 들뜨는 건 어때? 절대 들뜨지 마.
파이팅.
파이팅. 용 계속 치는데 봐줄래?
야 니꺼 왔다. 나도 갈게. 어때 이거
이거
불만해?
완전 길게 하면 레드토만 간다. 천천히 싸워보자.
나 가고 있어.
내가 먹었어.
빼.
불만하지 않아?
너의 보자.
니꺼.
나이스. 네, 레드토 미드.
오케이 끝.
오케이.
보자.
잡냐?
나이스. 천천히. 릴렉스.
하나만
오케이.
지렸다.
3라인 그대로 보자 이거.
야 니코인데?
나 받을 수 있어.
니꺼. 오케이.
보자.
빼면서.
들어갈게.
천천히 태놓게.
나 실드 줄게 하나만. 가운데 끝까지 가.
다 죽여.
야 미드.
우리 근데 1세트 이기고 조심해야 돼.
그래.
맨날 이러고 져가지고.
야 김기 그런 걸 왜 하냐?
김기 너 뭐야? T1을 이겨봤어야지. 방금 누가 호머지 않냐 바꿔서 너?
김기 T1한테 맨날 져가지고 1세트 이기고 쏘네. 기나 우리 좀 집중하자. 1세트 이겼다고 너무 신나지 말고.
그러니까 우리 1세트 지고 맨날 이기고 맨날.
그냥 대충 살아.
그래 스웩으로 해 그냥. 야 그한테 없어도 그냥 본대 걸어도 돼.
본대 걸어도 돼.
야 지금 볼게. 자야.
야 싸워.
이거 맞아. 못 봐줘.
라인 갈래 해야 돼. 라인 갈래.
예, 노플.
잡았고.
근데 게임 끝낼만하지 않냐?
바로 가자. 전혀 아니야 형.
그래,
나대지 마. 뭐야?
미안,
깝치지 마.
미안. 오케이.
강 나와?
좀 빠르다.
이거 볼게. 미드.
미드부터.
좋아. 나 갈게.
자야 너거. 미드 가자.
라인.
방금 앞에 지렸다.
좋았다. 기인이랑 보성이다.
나이스.
너네 몰랐겠지.
나 좀
나
이상하게.
진짜 개 잘했는데.
오케이.
라인 지켜야 돼.
야!
나이스.
젠지 기다려라. 이들아.
똥싸버리기. 나이스.
개재밌노.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2023. This is the final match of this week. Next week, we're going to be getting towards round 2 as well. It is all starting to get spicy here in the LCK. And speaking of spicy, we've got Nongshim playing. They're up against T1 today, and it could be a difficult one. Orcs, I think that the Nongshim chances, it's going to be rough, I think.
I think it's a challenge. I think especially as we saw T1 earlier this week, kind of in a return to form.
Yeah.
And I think the roster's very aware that the struggles they've had aren't living up to their incredibly high standard they set for themselves. So they've been really trying to just knock these out.
Yep.
Quick form, good play. So I personally wouldn't like to be going up against them, but Nongshim seem like they're always vibing regardless of who their opponent is.
That is absolutely true. The power of Dundun is very, very strong. Let's jump into the standings here. T1 looking to solidify their spot in the top 3. With a victory here, it's 2 matches away from D+ and Life Esports, who have now moved down to 4-4. Interesting world that we're living in, but Gen.G, KT, and T1 looking to be the most powerful. Nongshim, if they get a 2-0, they will be equal 8th. That is possible.
Yeah, that is possible, but very difficult.
Yeah, I didn't really want to go into the chances necessarily. We can just say that it's possible with a 2-0. With their own reasons, each team is desperate for victory. Exactly. I think 2 victories this week for T1 will get them back on the right track, and Nongshim just desperate to try and pick up a second one here in the first round robin.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, based on how they've played so far, they kind of put Gen.G, KT, and T1 are kind of in their own tier.
Yep.
Those top 3, but I think T1 have had struggles, and so people are they in that tier with the other 2? Are they a little bit below? And I think this win as well would really push them up, create a bit of a gap between them and the likes of Hanwha Life, Esports, D+, and Kwangdong Freaks, and definitely solidify them as part of those front runners.
Yep, and the Viego that defeated DK owner 100%. He was so extraordinarily good in that series. Sylvie, I think, has been a little bit more proactive recently, even though they haven't been able to string victories together. Not quite the same level of just sit around on Viego until your Nexus explodes that we saw at the beginning of the season. As Jiwoo versus Gumayushi, this is actually kind of awesome. Yeah. Gumayushi is the one that debuted Neela this season, and it is Jiwoo's champion.
Yeah, and Jiwoo has obviously now played it as well in the LCK, but it played a ton of challenges, and not sure if it'll come out today, but it is cool when you see these AD carries willing to play more fringe picks, especially when we've had so many wacky things going on in the bot lane with like AP Shiv champs and a variety of interesting picks right now.
All sorts of things, but it is going to be the home team, being Nongshim here today. They have elected to go onto the onto the red side, which is a very interesting thing into T1, especially who have been performing very well on the blue side. Very much looking forward to seeing what kind of shenanigans they have planned for the draft phase. Because if there is ever a time to throw a spanner in the works, I think it's when you're taking on a team that looks on paper to be much better than you. And they have punched up before. This is exactly the roster that took down D+'s Challenger roster last year to become the Challenger champions.
And I think that's the approach you have to take. If you try and play standard by the books against T1, T1 will just be better. But if you throw in some curveballs, especially with Jiwoo in the bot lane, if you're known to play some champions that, when traditionally AD carries stick to their very small pool, I think that can be the curveball you need. And you're going to need one at a pretty fast pace to knock T1 down a peg, because yes, they've had some struggles this season, but that's simply compared to the astronomical standards that are permanently set for this team.
Absolutely. I think Gumayushi Keria having a real return to form as well towards that bottom side. The Samira Rel looking fantastic. I think engaged supports really coming back to the forefront has been so good for Keria.
I mean, considering Keria was the person who won the overall POG for spring, and then he only got his first this week for summer because, I mean, he hasn't been playing at his usual standard, but mostly it's like Milio Yumi, the meta, and there's no one got POG on those camps.
And rightly so.
We wouldn't let it happen, right? I would protest. But now with these picks, with these engaged champs, a lot of potential to really make the plays, really have the agency. And yeah, some comparison between the AD carries. First for kill participation from Jiwoo is, you know, it's a double-edged sword because it means that he's obviously active in a lot of the plays the team are making, but it's also like, okay, well, how much are you doing without him?
not a lot, as it turns out. Only about 16%
yeah,
of
if you
you
had to
killing people.
quantify it,
Yeah.
it's a figure.
Thankfully, we have the statistics in front of us. DPM highest in the league here for 80 carries for Gumayusi. The man has been performing very, very well. Seems to be just bolstering these stats game after game after game. And so Gumayusi carrier, let's see whether they can do it once again up against some chefs in that bottom side. I think Jiwoo and Peter have shown that they have rebuilt a lot of the synergy that they did have down in Challenger as well. And I think that that is the biggest part for Nongshim outside of Dundun, obviously, because he's Dundun and it's just, you know, he's just a stand-up guy. Sylvie and Fiesta have been struggling, and Jiwoo and Peter have been doing their very best, Jiwoo especially. And it's really cool that Jiwoo gets called up and then has actually decent performances. Yeah, it's hard to evaluate when he's on a team that is losing a fair bit of the time, but I think that he has fit in very, very well, even on the LCK.
He's been losing with style.
I think so, yeah.
I think that's definitely how I describe it. I think Peter as well, you know, what always stood out to me last split was when he finally got his first POG on that Rakan, which obviously he actually chose for his emote, the little, you know, I always use that one. I think it's pretty good.
That's your favorite?
Yeah, I think it's definitely up there.
When do you use it? Do you use it like after a big play, after an outplay, or do you use it after messing up but they still died?
After any slight, like let's say someone misses a skill shot, throw it out, it will tilt them beyond, even like basic things like, you know.
They miss a cannon?
Something like that, yeah. It is so tilting just seeing that fit. I love it. I think it's fantastic. But yeah, really good in that pick. And I hope they bring that energy today.
Yep.
Bring the confidence and try and challenge the 2v2. Because let's be real, they will probably lose. But I want to see them go all out.
I just want to watch the bottom lane for the majority of the time. And I just really hope that we get some fun picks. And maybe red side will be able to allow us to get this, right? Like, because you do get counter pick. We'll see where that counter pick is going to be placed as well. And T1 on the blue side, where they're the most comfortable, will they get an Ivern? Possibly. They banded away against D+ twice in a row. I think that has a lot more to say about Canyon rather than necessarily about what Owner has been capable of or whether he is an Ivern player in general.
You know what's the thing? We've talked about it, but we haven't seen it, is the Ivern solo lane with like mashes.
True.
And press the attack.
Think
That's
about
a
it.
thing. It's I've seen it exist. And
Faker could hide on bush anywhere.
But Dundun is the player. He is the guy who he would do that. I don't know if it'd be good, but he would.
I know. And it also doesn't matter because it's just fun anyway. It doesn't have to be good if you're having a good time on the Rift.
I think that really personifies this Nongshim roster.
And Dundun in general.
Very, very much so. I feel like he's leading the charge on that front.
Well, Nico and Viego both banned away here by Nongshim on the red side. T1 have taken away the Cassante and the Milio. Of course, Dundun pretty good at the Cassante, still a worthy flex. And thinking about their final ban here, Annies have been banned in this spot, Sejuani's have been banned in this spot. You could ban the Ivern if you would like to as well. And it's going to be Vi instead. So now, Nongshim, do you let a mystical tree through? Is the question, and it's going to be LeBlanc. So, T1, they can take their tree of choice if they would like to.
They can take Tristana here, honestly.
And Trist, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the play. It means they can pick up the Ivern on 2 and 3. I'm not sure Nongshim would want to pick up the Ivern as a denial. I mean, unless Dundun wants to play a top lane. But usually when you have a jungle, people very much like it paired with this Tristana. But we'll see what they opt for. There is still like the Renekton that's open and available, which has been super high priority. The Sejuani as well. You could just go Renekton, Sejuani and be like, cool. You got a cool duo? We'll get a cool duo.
Exactly. They could also pick Nunu, but they're not going to. They're going to pick Renekton and Poppy, the consideration for Sylvie. This has been a really big pick for T1 as well. I think Owner has really been prioritizing the Poppy a lot, so that will be taken away. I like that they go for a bit of a Nunu hover before they get back towards a tree, and I have a feeling that we're going to get the Ivern. So Owner.
Yeah, Owner typed in tree and was like, no, not this one.
No, this one.
The other tree.
Yep.
In the jungle. That's really strong in the current meta. Yeah, Ivern Tristana, we've seen a lot, really powerful. I do think that, you know, you have the likes of the Poppy and the Renekton who can pose a bit of a threat to the Tristana, but the Ashe comes in very early for T1. Is obviously a flex. I mean, I'm sure we all remember in spring, Carrier getting so many POGs, playing these marksman supports. I personally don't rate it in the support role right now. I think so much has changed since then to make it a little worse. But definitely serviceable as an AD carry. It definitely still poses that threat as a flex that Nongshim have to respect. They will just secure that top side. Picking the Azir once more, which, you know, traditionally was a counter, but we've seen quite frequently picked into the Tristana recently.
Yeah.
And it kind of seems like it comes... There's a lot of skill expression in the matchup. Like, we've seen Bulldog solo kill Fake it as a Tristana. But then we've also seen, you know, Chovy just be completely fine.
Yeah. With a Poppy, I think the Tristana has a worse time, right? Steadfast Presence really makes rocket jumping quite difficult.
Yeah.
As Rel is going to be banned away here. Of course, like you mentioned, the flexibility of the Ashe. I do really like Ashe in these double AD Ivern compositions because I feel like you don't have very much engage options.
Yeah.
And so Ashe really does help add a bit of that. You can do some shenanigans with Tristana Ashe as well, stun someone up and then buster shot them under a turret, things like that.
Yeah, and I feel like the utility Ashe adds is really impressive. Also, we did actually see, I believe it was D+ play this exact trio, and like the Umbral Ashe just meant you could never have a ward down in the enemy's rushes that they were setting up.
Yeah.
It was very obnoxious, which Ashe tends to be in the support role.
Interesting that we have the Rel and the Alistar both banned. Rakan taken away from Peter as well. He can still emote in his Rakan way, but he won't be able to be Rakan, which is frustrating. Varus also taken away from Jiwoo. And where does Jiwoo go? How deep do we dig into this champion pool?
Still the Kai'Sa available.
Aphelios as well.
Yeah, still. I mean, those are still big prior picks that are on the card, so you don't necessarily have to lean in that direction, but we are going to see the Nautilus come out. So blinding the support, we could honestly see T1 take the likes of the Braum here. Very good into the Nautilus. Very hard to play against as Renekton, as the Poppy, and you have 280 carries on your team already to stack that passive up.
No, it's actually insane. And now I think that Zeus can pretty comfortably move towards Jax if he'd like to. Like, there's a whole lot of options into the Renekton. Top lane Braum, obviously. Zion is going to be the pick.
I like the Zion.
Yeah, just get
you have a strong mid-jungle combo, you got a good bot lane matchup, a lot of control along there. Just pick a big frontliner. That's all you need to really round out this composition. And T1 got a very solid front to back right now.
Is it Neela time? Is Jiwoo going to teach Gumayushi a thing or two about playing the Lady with the Whip in the bottom lane? The answer is yes. All right, he's locking it in. That takes some gusto right there.
Yep. I'm unsure. I think Jiwoo is fantastic this pick, but I think it's going to be a hard one. You know, dashing in when you have 280 carries, stacking up the Braum passive on you. I will say one thing is that you can kind of go for these short engages where they can't stack the passive initially because your W blocks auto attacks. That being said, if you end up in an extended trade, you will suffer. So it's going to come down to execution here for Nongshim. I feel like if they fall behind, they are not going to have a good time. They're going to really struggle in this one. So all guns blazing from minute one, I think should be the game plan.
We'll see whether they can actually make that one work. Because, of course, with Azir and with Poppy, they're not necessarily the most high octane as far as mid-jungle is concerned. So it could be hard to get this one rolling. But have to say, Dundun, he's pulled rabbits out of hats before. And see, right there, being represented. Not going to be playing his Cassante this time around, but he has a Crocodile, you know? It's going to be fantastic. T1, on the other hand, like you say, very well-rounded draft. Very drafted for this patch as well, which is fantastic to see. Sometimes we do give criticism to T1 for lack of speed on adaptation. That has happened in the past. This is very much a right-now kind of draft. And Ona on the Ivern as well. We'll see how comfortable he's going to look. Certainly a lot of tools for victory here for T1. Nongshim just wanted to make it spicy straight out the gate. We'll see whether they can as we jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. All right. Nongshim fans, relatively loud. I like that. T1, of course, making Lore Park erupt as per usual. But I do like, the underdog story seems to be getting to a lot of the fans here at Lore Park as well. It's Nongshim.
They're just a fun team to support.
They are a fun team to support.
I think one of the things is that, you have these top teams that obviously, when they win a lot, that's great. But then if they start losing, you're like, well, this isn't as fun.
Fiesta is going to take a little bit of damage from Faker.
But he got the bone plating, so...
He did, there we go.
But yeah, I feel like with a team like Nongshim, if they lose, that's not why you were supporting them. You weren't supporting them for the wins. You were supporting them because they got good vibes. And, very cheeky from Carrier. Just take some poke in return, but now Fiesta starting on the back foot in this matchup.
I'm really glad Dunkmaster Ivern has multiple chromas because it's the only Ivern skin that we've seen.
What even is... Oh, there's like the spooky dark one thing. You know, there's that line, like Volibear's one as well.
Yep.
I don't remember the name. There's that one. And then there's the Candy Cane Ivern.
I don't know. All I know is that this is the only one. As Zeus moves up with, you know, there's a plethora of Scion skins. Like, Scion, different. You get, like, loads of different options. Poppy, very similar. You get loads of different options, whereas it seems like Ivern is just which chroma are you going to choose? As Dindin and Zeus just going to hang out with one another.
I mean, I just love the Dunkmaster skin when there's, like, the whistle that comes out when you call Daisy in.
Yeah, that's true. Feels like a substitution.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's seen a bit of the power. This Braum Ash level 1. Obviously, the Neela really needs level 3 before you pose a threat. Level 2 at least. And getting a little bit harassed here. And that's the thing. When you're playing into Neela, you really want to apply the pressure and make her miss CS. Because her passive, you know the shared XP?
Yeah.
It's only if you last hit. So if you get zoned off minions, it means you can't get the benefit from that. Because a lot of times, if Neela can do what she wants, they will hit level 3 first. And that is when you can see all in potential. If you're level 3, enemy bot lane's level 2, it can be a bit rough.
And it's already a bit rough. 10 CS is the advantage for Gumushi down there. We're not really checking it out. It is just Anila doing her best to last hit on the turret. Struggling a little bit based on what we can see right here. Fiesta trying to hold the wave. Oh, look at that. Conquering Sands does a damage.
Cannon, though.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that was... I'm glad the Observer moved away. I didn't want to see more of that. That was rough.
Deary me. Well,
it is on Tristana. Tristana does have the, you know, the explosion.
Yeah, it is.
It does make it.
You can kind of, yeah, upset yourself with that that particular ability. As Ona, it is, and just to confirm, this is just the white chroma of the Dunkmaster as per usual. It's just the only one that we ever see. It's a little bit sad. It's fine.
It's like
I do like the little.
It's like different kits, you know.
Yeah.
Different teams.
Yeah.
But going for white instead of red, which you'd expect with T1. You know, Kerry has gone for the Santa Braum, which is fitting.
Absolutely, that is perfect colors.
But maybe because Nongshim also has red, they were worried that if Ona went the red skin, then they'd get confused, you know?
That's a good point.
Which, I mean, maybe at some point Gumushi's like, whoa, enemy Braum? Oh no, it's my Braum. They're both red.
That's how it all goes. As Gumushi just hanging out here in this lane. 15 CS now for Ju, so he's at least been able to get in and get to that level 3 like you were talking about. Throwing that whip around, having a good time.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that they didn't get like the level 3 advantage. Because if you are last hitting, you will get it first. And that's why it can be really threatening. I think as long as nothing really happens in the bot lane 2v2, T1's bot lane is really comfortable. And they will scale up and they will be in a good spot. I think it's really on Nongshim's bot lane to fish for all-in opportunities. At 6, there is obviously a big spike, a big potential, but yeah, it's just very tricky with the Braum, because if you mess up, if you make a mistake, if Jiwoo's W runs out and, you know, Peter's used his whole combo and the fight's still going, you will lose.
Ooh, speaking of which, Sylvie in position for a counter gank as Owner is thinking about moving in. He will do so. And the Poppy just going home. Really nice positioning here from Sylvie, just in case that gank does actually happen.
Yeah,
he is there to support.
Dundon has to be pushed up there. The wave was too big. Doesn't want it to get frozen, so he has to sort of be able to stand there, and Sylvie just shadowing perfectly. Means nothing comes from it, and the Renekton perfectly happy with that. Already has a cull in pocket, so looking to stack up a little.
Okay. That's going to be a fair bit of damage there onto Fiesta, who takes down to 200. But Faker in a similar boat here. Tristana Azir. We mentioned this in the last series because we saw the exact same matchup. It just feels like both of them sit on about 20% health the whole lane.
That's how it should be, you know. Faker jumps in on the Tristana, rocks his bomb, does some damage, and then in the sort of return, Fiesta trades back and kind of equalizes it.
That's how it's been going. As Carrier back down to a lonely turret as Gumushi's gone home, grabbed himself his Berserker's Greaves. And I'm interested in what Gumushi's going to build as well, because last time we saw Ashe, it was Rageblade. We didn't like that one very much.
Yeah, so I've seen Kraken Rageblade, I've seen Kraken IE, I've seen Shiv Triforce is something I saw
sounds really fun.
play in the LPL and won with, so there are a lot of options, but Gage comes in.
Yeah, Peter is going to find the hook onto Carrier, but he's going to give him the door. And therefore, They're able to eat all of it. Oh, there's the flash forward from Peter. Steadfast Presence is down for Sylvie, but everyone just wanders away. As in goes Fiesta, Emperor's Delight onto two. Another hook is going to come through. Peter is going to be emote spamming as well, and Nongshim, they'll grab first blood and a Drake.
Beautiful play there from Fiesta. The flash is banned from Gumiusi to get away from the initial play, but they overstay, they overcommit, and the Azir comes in. Kind of disappointing for Nongshim, that's only one kill, but they get the Drake as well. They will absolutely take that.
Absolutely, man. I was not expecting that.
I don't think T1 would either.
Yeah, no, exactly. And there were like 3 different engages, and each of them were great from Nongshim. So really, really well played here from the squad. Fiesta, the beneficiary of this one, but not actually able to pick up the kill. The kill going to Peter is actually very disappointing for Nongshim fans, as Fiesta without an ult, it's difficult for him to trade with Faker here after the rocket jump does come in. And Faker is going to eat through yet another plate. So, even though Nongshim just win a cool fight and everything was great and they have it... Oh, in the meantime, Jiwoo down here towards the bottom side. Sylvie coming down again. As there it is, the Apotheosis, and Gumiusi going to be taken down. That anchor almost stole yet another kill, but this one is going to go over to the Poppy, and Nongshim 2-0.
And that was so well played. Sometimes you see champions, as soon as they hit 6, they go all in. Jiwoo didn't even wait for that. He actually had Peter finish the minion to hit level 6 to really bait T1's bot lane in. Fiesta might be in trouble, though.
He certainly is. Daisy's coming down. Sylvie trying to get on in here, but the Azir is still going to fall. Fighting with Daisy. And she is going to be able to make it out herself. Rocket jump from Faker, and he gets himself back. So, T1 on the board. Peter looking to roam in, does find a ward. So Faker is going to be absolutely fine. And despite all of this, once again, it's another, great little gank towards the bottom side. We're still very even as far as gold. Let's check this out one more time.
Yeah, so Kerry gets a shield up here, which makes it very hard for them to commit more. Is quite low on mana. They flash to Gumiusi, but a great flash away stops the Poppy stun from happening. But now they've just burnt that flash on the Ashe. They still commit in. The flash from Oda doesn't even get him away. And Gumiusi is the one taken down. Obviously, Oda does get to walk that one up here. So Jiwoo still level 5. And watch, he actually goes in and has Peter finish off the minions for his 6. So it really baited T1, thinking they had a little bit more time before that ult comes in. And it just ends up delivering there. Carrier does get away with a flash, but really well played there. Good coordination.
Yeah, beautifully done. Demonstrating that Jiwoo has played a couple of games as his Nila at least. Nongshim's stuff. This is what we want. This is what we've been looking for. And I don't think too many people were expecting them to take down T1 here today. I'm already proud of Nongshim and their performance so far. This is our team in 10th place, guys. 1-6 right now. The only team with only a single victory here in the LCK. And we are very close to round 2. Almost every team has been faced. And if you can only get one of those games as a victory, and that was quite a while ago,
yeah,
it would be pretty sad. So Nongshim performing very well here. They'll need to keep it up though, and T1 are still just kind of absolutely fine. As the game, I mean, there's not even 1,000 gold in it just yet. We're approaching the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Nongshim are getting this Herald. Zeus actually ults in there. He's going to get some plates here. I think Fiesta's in position to defend mid. But essentially, the signal from when the Siren went bot, it's kind of indicating T1 just aren't feeling like they want to contest this, don't want to risk it. And hopefully, Nongshim can get some good value out of this Herald.
Could use it mid lane, of course.
I think
what's break that turret open. Oh, the listing lazily to the right strategy.
Yep. Not sure if he meant to dodge it or it just happened, but it worked. So credit to Fiesta on that one.
When in doubt, give him credit.
Yeah.
So amazing dodge there from Fiesta. Really well played.
Yeah, really smooth, really nice. Yeah, I think using the Herald mid would be pretty good, especially once you get like static on the Tristana. It becomes quite difficult to push waves in against. They're quite difficult to take this. And also the tier 1 is full health. So if you get second Herald, you'd love it to be a little bit lower so you could actually finish it off.
Yeah, true. Not being able to get a guaranteed couple of plates is a little bit sad. We're going to have a back come through here from Fiesta. Go back and see what he's going to collect for himself. Crown could be done, but no, just going to buy a stick, which provides him with some AP, and then he'll head back to his mid lane once again. Checking in on Peter and Jiwoo here towards the bottom side. We've got a BF sword and some Ninja Tabis, or some plated steel caps, depending on what you're feeling like.
Yeah, considering the rough early start, I mean, this is what you really need if you're playing like Neil Nautilus into Ash Braum, you need that momentum. You need to get some skirmishes to go in your favor. So, you know, it was pretty rough. The early levels, you could see there was a big CS deficit, but thanks to the attention that was brought from the rest of the team and that all-in, G is actually in a pretty comfortable position right now. And obviously with Cleanse, the ult from Ash, or even the exhaust from Carrier has limited impact.
Yeah, not taking the flash on this Neela here.
I love how, you know, like the sums people take when they're running it down?
Yeah, I know, it's so similar.
I find it so hilarious that it's just, that is actually the ideal sums for Neela. That's just what it is. But it does look like you're sprinting it.
I also love that both teams hovered Nunu multiple times, and then we still get these summoners.
Yeah, I mean, that really would have been a great tribute.
Yeah, to the true disco Nunus of our time.
What an era.
I know.
I don't miss it.
Wasn't it beautiful when Nunu was just Blood Boil autopilot support?
No, not really.
No, you didn't like that? Didn't like watching Moscow 5 just destroying people?
I mean, Nunu is also a bit annoying because I feel like he just snowballs into your lane and in solo queue just works every time. But old Nunu was just obnoxious.
Yeah, no. Old Nunu also just felt like it felt outdated at the beginning of the game. It was it was very strange. Zeus looking for Dundun. He'll find him before the Slayer comes down. Dundun is going to ult and then just clear out the wave. It looked very Dundun, as he should be able to slice and dice his way back to his turret. That's exactly what he'll do, but the train is going to come in. Zeus is looking for this. Bit of extra damage. Plates will go down in the mid lane.
So they do get that damage there. It's actually Kraken Slayer coming out from Faker, so we're on that. More DPS. We've seen that a fair bit on the Tristana. Just had the fleet footwork though, getting that sustain from that, which normally syncs well with the Shiv. Yeah, looks like it's going to be Kraken first from Gumisi as well, which is something we've seen a bit on the Ashe.
Yeah.
Fiesta is just going to dash away. And Zeus actually starting to win out in this top lane matchup. And you know why?
Oh no, he has the item.
He has the Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, he has one of the best damage items in the game.
What are you supposed to do? He just burns you.
Yeah. You hope that everything's going to be okay. His hook is going to connect here as they find Carrier door in the wrong direction because he was using it against Fiesta. There's the knockup. Peter is just dominating in this game. The Neela finds the apotheosis. That is Fiesta locking down Faker. 2 kills for Nongshim in mid lane. And T1, they will trade for plates in the other lanes. But man, Nongshim getting kills, winning fights.
Yeah, and Jiwoo, Neela does so much damage to towers because you can't just Q it. Oh, actually seeing a TP come in here, but looks like it's just going to be a defend. Unless...
Yeah, Fiesta's going to throw an ulti around. Bit of fun there. We're still going to get the flash forward for the heroic charge. Beautifully done.
He distracted him with that sideways ult. Gumishi's like, what is going... Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah.
You know, it's very effective.
Gumishi's busy celebrating the sidestep. Didn't see his death.
You know, I think it's very true. If you don't know what you're doing, how can the other team know what you're doing? Yeah, we do see Dundun go down. That was a bit unfortunate, but Carrier just, you know, you're on Braum, you feel like you're invincible, but Peter's actually coming from your own jungle. He's just decided, and again, this is what I was talking about earlier. Both these teams have red as one of their main colors. That's the confusion. He's like, oh, it's my oh no, it's the enemy Nautilus who is also red.
Peter has really found some angles today. It's been very impressive. And that was through Ghost as well. So part of the reason why I was able to dodge the Emperor's Divide is the use of that summoner spells.
And then Sylvie goes, no, I'm going to flash slam you into the wall. There will be no outplaying today. No. You won't have fun. It is, you know, this feels rough for Nongshim because they're actually doing really well. And they have 2 dragons. And it's like, you know, if they secured Soul.
Oh, no.
But it's Chemtech. And it's like, well.
Ox, what have you done, man?
I'm sorry.
Every time this week.
It's so... I mean, at least the tenacity is good against like Braum, but it's really underwhelming. Any other Soul, and I would have felt so much better for their chances. But you know, you live with it.
Well, we're here with you, and we've learned, you know, that we have to deal with it.
Yeah,
that's how it goes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. People used to blame me for Clouds, and then everyone realized that Cloud is the best dragon objectively by far. So. Hopefully, we just get to that point with Chemtech as well.
No, Chemtech is bad. They need to buff it.
Yeah, maybe they can do that.
Or rework it.
Well, I mean, how many times would that... Like, it's like the 3rd rework?
No, because they had the zombies, and then they had this.
And then, oh, well, like, so it's the 3rd iteration.
Yeah.
That's what we get. So
well, is it?
It'd be the
second.
It would be the
3rd. It's right now on 2nd.
Yeah.
It would be the third, yeah. And you know, the first one was obviously super broken, everyone hated it, and this one's super bad, and everyone hates it. So.
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone nothings it now. As Emperor's Divide going to get a flash out from Ona. Daisy comes down, Peter in position, the door is in place, decent knock up as the arrow's going to come in. Chiwu is going to block it. Oh my goodness. Okay, Carrier going to be the one to fall down here as we got teleports coming in from everyone. Faker going to get hooked, but the buster shot is going to be there still. Faker's taken down. Chiwu is a monster. Zeus also being put into his zombie form. Nongshim are winning every fight on the map. Orcs, what's happening?
Chiwu tanks the arrow. He's the 80 carry.
He
body blocking skill shots
into the arrow, and
what
it was good.
It worked, and T1, I feel like, are just underestimating their opponents, thinking, hey, we have Braum, we have 280 carries, you can charge forwards. No, you don't get to do that. You're against Neela. You don't understand, right? You should, because Gumayusi played it, but you're just getting styled on in these skirmishes. And here, see, initially Ona's a bit out of position, does flash the ultimate, but then they're trying to commit to this play. Ash is too far away, though. It's
Look
like
at this Mega Cone.
Yeah, cleanses it.
Goodness.
And look, Carrier's dead, and Ona's like half HP before Gumayusi even gets to auto attack, and then they have to back away because the Croc's coming, and just a beautiful up from Peter. I mean, just disjointed, I think, is how I describe T1, but Nongshim looks pretty good.
I think there are two ways to look at this moment, right? There is, oh, T1 aren't performing all that well or something like that, or you can look at it as Nongshim are just having the game of the season for them today.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just beautiful to watch. Fiesta's also been playing really well, 3-1 and 4.
You know what it is? This is the final game of the week.
True.
Finals where T1 struggle, you know?
And also finals where Nongshim, as 5th place team, won
Nongshim
last year as this exact roster. Coincidence?
Nongshim have never lost a World Finals.
True. It's all coming together, Ox. We're doing the research right here. We're figuring it out
You can't argue with those figures, with those stats.
You can't. You can't. That is, that's just how stats work. Arrow is going once again.
Just a lazy dodge.
Yeah, it's just the lazy wander to the right strategy.
You know,
knows some maneuvers. He
if
does
he was
know
playing
some
on the
maneuvers.
controller, that would look like stick drift, you know?
Well, okay, that is a flash Q. Going to land the ulti here as Emperor's Divide after the flash is going to stop Carrier from really doing anything. Still manages to get the ult and the flash out from Fiesta. And Gumayusi going to be able to take this turret. And T1, they're not behind by very much at all, really, but that is going to be soul point for Nongshim. And
I wish it was a useful soul.
Wouldn't it have been great?
I feel like it just makes this game so much more delicate. Like, if this was like a Hextech soul, then it's like, okay, do or die in 4.5 minutes. T1 could just lose the game if Nongshim secure it. But here, it's like, well, you know, even if they get Chemtech soul, you can just go to Elden and clip.
And Dunan doesn't even get his Demolish proc.
Oh, that's sad.
That is a bit sad. But
That's why
gonna get out of
that's the only little bit of joy that top laners get.
I know.
Is when they get alone time on a tower, they get to demolish it, and they're like, okay, that made it worth all the suffering I usually have to go through by playing top lane.
This made my existence as a top laner worth it. And Dundun didn't even get that. But you know what? I think he's still having a good time because he's Dundun. And they're kind of winning. Right now, it's just Zeus that has an advantage as far as money is concerned. He does have the best item in the game as well. 12 CS advantage for Fiesta. Very even between Ju and Gumayusi, but this Neela, as the extra experience, just exists as Neela. That works out very nicely. They'll take an outer towards the top side as well, further extending this advantage. And, you know, I was actually quite quizzical about even the decision to go on red side. And the fact that they R5 Neela shouldn't surprise anyone, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, if Jiwoo has a decent Neela angle, he will take it. But it's just worked. It's worked really well.
Yep, so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far. And I'm using this as there's still a high chance that T1 are just going to win this game. But we need to use this moment right here to talk about how fun Nongshim are as a team, right?
Yeah.
Because we haven't had very many opportunities this season.
Yeah. You know, and I don't think this team's a 1-6 team. I think coming in, like, regardless of what happens today in this series, I think second round robin, I could see them getting a few wins under the belt.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that play, and that's the thing, right? This is a pretty inexperienced roster across the board. A lot of fresh faces who haven't had too much time in the LCK, especially when you compare to some of the veterans we have in the league. And you know that you can give them time. They are improving. They are getting better, and I think that's what's great to see about this roster is good vibes and the gradual improvement.
And I think that they were always good at working as a unit. And I think that as soon as we see this squad get, some of those nerves off their backs, like Sylvie finds a little bit more of the proactivity in the play, they already have a lot of the coordination. As Peter is also landing hook after hook after hook. Jiwoo's going to find Keria once again, who's not having his favorite day, but Daisy does come down. That is Keeper's verdict going to be utilized here, and Sylvie just going to get himself out of there. So, not really going to see too much more than that. Keria is going to live through this one as well. Meanwhile, here on this bottom side, we're going to check out the top lane matchup. There we go.
Yeah, I love how Dundun goes for the stun and doesn't really do anything. He's like, I need to do this. It needs to happen.
Yeah.
I do think we are starting to see how if Nongshim kind of approach T1 front on, it's going to be quite tricky, right? Through the Braum, through the Scion. It will be a bit problematic regardless of the fact they have a lead. So hopefully they keep looking for these creative approaches and trying to pick off members, find them when they're isolated. Good control ward comes down. There's a sneaky ward there when you have it just outside the pit. If you put a control ward in the pit, it won't catch it. So they clear it out, but it looks like T1 going to try and re-establish some vision here.
Yep, poking his head out of the brush is Ona. I'm not going to be removing any of this scuttle vision, though, that Nongshim were able to secure. So there's at least that 1 minute on this Chemtech Soul for Nongshim. T1, they could take that one away, but also T1 could do the other thing, which is let Nongshim have it and then flip in 5.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. Well, look at the spikes. There are some decent spikes coming in. We have the Devori come in for Faker. We have the IE for Community. So going for that Kraken IE build, which I prefer to the Ginsu.
Yeah, I like it a lot more.
Quite a bit more damage. But no LDR, no sort of defensive item yet. Does mean that the Ashe is a little bit vulnerable. Everyone does have all summoners up, though. So if they are opting to fight, may well end up being quite... oh, not again, Keria.
Well, Keria not going to get stunned. He's able to just walk it out. He'll be fine.
Take some damage from that Sunfire.
Yep. We're not going to have a look at his skills. We're going to have to click off. Orcs is not allowed to see that. Not allowed to see that. Not how that one should happen. Is teleport onto Daisy. Keria in a little bit of trouble. Does flash for the ult. Doesn't find it. There's the flash out from Fiesta. Eats the exhaust as well. Heroic charge. That'll take down Keria. But can they get onto the rest of T1 is the question. Daisy's taken down as well. And Nongshim, with this 1 kill, can they just go to Baron?
Maybe. They have...
Oh. Okay.
They're trying to bait T1 in. Dundun's on like a flank angle. Look at the control wards. If they push in too aggressively, Dundun is there on that flank.
Depth charge still available. Apotheosis still available. There are a lot of tools. For Nongshim still here. Hook is going to land there onto... Oh! There's the Apotheosis! Onto 4 into the backline. Jiwoo! An absolute monster. Faker gonna rocket jump his way out, though. Peter lands another hook. Fiesta going relatively low, but it's a big crocodile that will find Faker here. Still, they are able to escape. They're heading every which way, but it is going to stop the Baron. Looks like it's going to be Soul that Nongshim will settle for. But how did kind of like no one die and Jim hit 4 people with an ult? That's not
That
fair.
was the sickest play I've seen when no one has died.
Right?
It happened, and then they kind of just all flashed away. And T1 now have no flashes, but we'll see. I think you just give up the Dragon, honestly. They might try.
Yeah, Hook is going to miss here as Daisy comes down. That's going to be the steal. Emperor's Divide does nothing. The door is set up here as Dundun looks to get in. He will be able to dash his way out as Arrow is going to connect. And I think it's going to be sacrificial Croc here. T1 will be able to take him down. Can they get anything else, though, is the question. The answer is going to be no, unless they just head towards the Baron themselves.
No TP on Dundun. 40 seconds on that death timer. And you have a Scion and an Ivan. You can tank Baron indefinitely. This is going to look like one of those T1 Barons. They can start it up, and we'll see if they can find an angle to turn it. I don't think they want to go for the 50-50 because Sylvie does have Hex Flash over that wall.
Yeah, as Daisy's going to dive on top of Peter. He's not going to be able to find anything. Jiwoo is alone. Still going to be able to dive in there. Jubilant Veil is just not it, though. And T1 back to the Baron now. Very sad for Nongshim. Felt like they just had to play so much harder to get all of their advantages, and now they've all kind of evaporated as T1 deny the soul, grab themselves Baron. grab kills on the bottom lane that were doing so much work. And let's have a look at this fight one more time.
Yeah, this is why Braum isn't an engaged champion, even though Keria tries to make it one. It doesn't work out very well, and Nongshim find that advantage and go for the Baron bait in this situation. The problem is, because we saw that big lull in the mid game, we didn't see Nongshim push their momentum. Everyone had their summoners back up, so imagine this same play if T1 don't have flashes. It is game ending.
Oh, man.
But they all flash out. You see triple flash there, and then no one dies. And that's the difference, because they weren't constantly pushing, trying to get these summoners, burning them. And then when the fight comes, when the engage comes, they end up in a sad situation where a great play isn't rewarded.
Let's see whether another great play is going to happen here as Daisy's knocking people all over the rift and just dealing with Faker as best he can. Megacone to try and get the Renekton out of there. Keeper's Verdict does a decent amount of work as they get a double knock-up from Peter. Keria dead once again. Emperor's Divide onto Gumayusi, going to be taken down, but it's traded for the Azir. Buster shot onto Jiwoo is fantastic, and now it's Sylvie by himself. 3 versus 2 now as there are Barons still around T1, and Ona feel like he's just starting to manipulate the battlefield with all of these shields. And Baker as a secondary AD carry. Doesn't matter if Gumayusi dies.
Yep, you have the front line and the side.
Oh dear,
no.
Jiwoo's going to have to dash. Does do so to get himself out of there. He will survive, has his Ghost available, but no ulti. Dribble and Veil, of course, he's very, very helpful, but he's got a very long cooldown as well. LDR is now done, but might be a little bit too little too late as the inhibitor is going to go down in the mid lane. T1 will now go back, look for a bit of a reset, spend some of that gold. Speaking of which, it's not a huge lead, but the map advantage is just gigantic right now for T1.
Yeah, and we'll see a bit of a replay. This fight went on for such a long time. You know, you find these like initial pockets, you find like a window to punish Zeus, you find like a little bit of an engage where Keria ends up getting punished, but it's still a struggle to really get onto this backline. And the big thing, despite everything, despite the fact that Keria goes down, despite the fact that they get Gumayusi, you still have this beefy Sion who's too tanky for them to cut through. You still have Ona providing constant shields and rushes, and you have Faker, the most important member, still alive, with that Tristana just right-clicking on everyone's head.
Yep. And he is really starting to hurt. 3 items and a cheeky little Vamp Scepter as Peter's going to land another hook, but he's taking so much damage. Keeper's Verdict is going to break up the fight, though. Knock up onto Keria. Zeus will be shredded down. It takes about 4 years in order to get there, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Daisy jumps over the wall, though, and Nongshim, they are not done yet. They're looking for more. The Root Caller is not going to land, and now Fiesta could be in trouble. That is a flash dash forward from Keria, who is doing some things this game. Not entirely sure, I'm not fully understanding it, but maybe I just don't have a brain large enough to.
Not an engaged champ. Braum is not an engaged champ. You sit on your backline, you block stuff, you apply passive, sometimes maybe you find a null, but I think Keria's maybe trying a bit too hard to get some of the POGs, trying to make up for lost time.
Yeah, maybe square peg round hole type situation. You know, it's a Braum, let it be Braum.
Yeah, I think that's the lesson we take from this one. Nongshim going to clear up some of these waves. Fiesta getting quite strong, and that's important because realistically, Jiwoo is very hard to kill compared to your traditional AD carry. As a kneeler, the W makes it really hard. You also have so much sustain from your ultimate and shielding, but not the greatest at tank shredding. No. And that is why it's important that Fiesta is starting to get some items behind him, getting some farm, because he is the one who has to cut through this Sion realistically.
And he does have Leon as well, which is good for that.
Yep.
Definitely a decent anti-tank option, as Gumayusi does have his Runon's Hurricane completed as well, so 3 items for the Ashe. And still the same ones for Faker as well, as Daisy's going to be called in. Sylvie going to have to get out of there. Another arrow is going to go wide. They get a stun onto Zeus, who's taking a lot of free damage. Hook is going to pull him back, and now, this time, Keria gets into the back line. The damage is just not quite there from T1, though, as Faker dives on in, but he's going to be punished. Fiesta survives for so long as Dundun is golden. He's trying to tank in that front line. Will be oh, never mind. Dundun survives. Fiesta not going to be so lucky, as Zeus getting taken down incredibly low. Sylvie, Jiwoo, and Peter still trying to get out of there, but looks like Keria is going to live. The Zombie Scion comes in. In goes Sylvie. He looks for it. It's a double kill. As Jiwoo locks down the Braum, the Ashe will go down as well, and Ona could just look on in horror as Nongshim win another fight.
Such a hectic fight, and it feels like it's constantly coming down these inches. Ona still has the smite and the Root Call if he wants to look for this, and Nongshim will pull out. Super Minions in the base. But I think Ona's not going to go with the steal. They will secure the Kentex Soul again. Not the most impactful, but a definite big boost for Nongshim on the back of that teamfight win. And we've seen the replay, so a lot invested here with both the ult from the Scion and the Ashe missing. And then here, you actually see Faker go very aggressively, trying to find an angle, gets ulted back in, burns the flash, but the stopwatch ends up baiting him, and they all just collapse on him.
Yeah, and Dundun was just there to tank and had the stopwatch.
Yeah, I mean, they do get the Azir down, which is significant, but that ult from the Poppy, so good from Sylvie, knocking away the Ivern. Don't think he could have gone for it. I mean, maybe Gumayusi probably would have been the best target, but still, super impactful, denying all that shielding, and then here, the blast cone re-engage. Brendan Valdez, if you're watching this, you're molding right now.
I know, I was going to say, thank goodness it's his day off.
But he has said at least he prefers when people go in with him rather than go out.
That is true. If you're denying action, it's bad. If you are making action, it's good. Sylvie definitely made it happen in that last fight. We're setting up Sand Soldiers and Brushes. And Nongshim just wanting to set up that phalanx as best they can. Dundun's not here, though. They go for the engage anyway. Jiwoo dives in. Not the best engage they've had, but they're still not taking all that much damage. Dundun will arrive, and he's like, oh, just ignore me, guys. I'm chilling out to the left of this fight. Daisy will be the first casualty, but that is about it. So a lot of buttons now that have been pressed here on both sides of the map. Not a lot of flashes remaining. It's only Ona with his on the side of T1.
Still 3 ults remaining for Nongshim, whereas T1 have used all of theirs. So in terms of ult economy, Nongshim have a bit of an edge there, but I feel like lacking the Neela ult, super impactful, and the cleanse also down. It's going to be pretty hard to approach. Dundun might be in trouble here.
They're going to get the speed up from the boosted up Honey Fruit, but he will make it into the brush. And Nongshim now with their Chemtech Soul. Can they actually get some control around this Baron is going to be the question. They're going to need one of those. T1, they picked up the last one. This game is entirely 100% even. Outside the fact that there are a few more dragons on Nongshim's side, could go either way. We'll see whether the Wombo combo is going to happen once again. Dundun in a side lane has teleport available. Zeus does not have his. Faker does. He's going to use it. And the train is looking for the crocodile. He does avoid it, as there is the ulti, but I don't think Dundun's going to be able to keep himself alive for that long. T1 a split, though. The Baron has been started. Nongshim trying to play the mind game.
They just let the croc go.
Yeah, T1 are just going to move back towards the Baron. They want to stop it. They're going to say thanks for the leash. How is this working? This is insanity as the arrow is going to connect. Pretty tenacious, but not quite enough. As in goes Jiwoo, he finds the backline. Gumayushi's in trouble now, and he will be taken down. Poppy steals away the Baron as well. Fiesta takes down Carrier, and Nongshim, I think they've done it here in game 1.
This might be enough. It's still some strong members left on the side of T1 with the mid-jungle, but it's against 5 members of Nongshim who are looking to push up with this Baron. Still a lot of damage they need to do. They are tanking the tower, keeping the minion wave alive, and there's another coming in. This might be enough. Nongshim might be able to get this game 1 win.
That's going to be the mid inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor will fall as well. Faker and Ona together. Can they make this one happen? Nongshim, all 5 members. Dundun's already ulted. They are getting on top of these Nexus turrets. Faker's going to be taken down. That will be Nexus turret 1, Nexus turret number 2, and Nongshim, they will go up 1-0. Against T1 tonight.
And you know, I think for a lot of that game, we didn't really believe.
Nope.
And it finally came through, and you can see how happy they are. This team always has such good energy. Yes, it's just one game. Yes, there's still a series, but that must have given them a big boost. A lot of confidence from that one. And they did it in such a Nongshim fashion.
It was such a Nongshim game. But I also think that mid game was looking really sad for them, right? Because I still felt like they were making great decisions and they were doing the right things, but they just weren't quite able to do it. And then T1 very quickly makes that snap decision. They get the Baron, and it felt like they were just going to take full control all over again.
Yep.
Nongshim just said no today.
You can see the coaching staff going over it, going, you know what? You did great.
Yep.
You did great. Fantastic. We love to see it.
Yep.
Oh man, it's such exciting fights constantly, honestly, and especially against a team like T1, a team who love to skill check, this roster do, like to challenge you in the fight. They managed to pull out ahead. Fiesta doing so much damage. Look at that gold graph, by the way.
Yeah, it sort of fell off a cliff towards the end there, but it was so incredibly close at the end. Just honestly, a really entertaining game number 1. T1, they can now go back and have a look at what went wrong there, possibly look at Neela and try and get rid of her or something like that in the next game.
You just pin and ban Neela against you.
Is that what you have to do?
Maybe.
Oh, Nongshim chips, pretty good. Can confirm, Nongshim's products, excellent. Absolutely amazing. They're League of Legends, even better today. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break down that Nongshim masterpiece and we'll be off with game number 2.
아이번 노플인 것 같아. 여기서 빠진 것 같아.
아지르하고 닐라 좀 떨어져 있고 아지르가 쳐내는 것만 봐주면 될 듯.
오케이 오케이.
나 이거 그냥 앞으로 시작부터 볼게 이거.
닐라 더블 빠졌어.
나 이거까지 하고 집태 본다 이거. 미니언 집태 본다.
오케이 오케이.
천천히.
이거 핑가 좀 막아줘. 에 미니언 끌고 오지 마.
아 괜찮아.
그래 한번 볼게.
됐다 털어. 풀렸어.
타타타. 야 오케이 제발.
야 타워 제발.
일단 나이스.
죽여도 돼.
아 오케이. 다음에 죽여요. 나이스.
오케이. 죽이고 싶었는데.
자, 3경기 이기고 맛있는 거 먹자.
처음에 말려도 아무런 타격 없거든 사실.
도현이 말대로 그냥 다음에 할 것만 계속 생각하면 된다.
오케이. 가보자.
바텀 이거 아지라면서 5인 다이브 보자. 이거 라인만 어디 라인인지 말해줘. 둘 다
바로 갈게.
형 이거 찍었어 나.
야 이거 되냐 근데?
우리 제리 넘어갈 때 와라. 제리 넘어갈 수 있어. 야 이거 바로 봐봐. 바로 봐봐. 바로 봐줘. 바로 풀. 바로 풀.
야 애니.
나이 아무것도 드립다. 온 바로.
라인 가야 돼.
역시 아무것도 못해줘.
아 너무 시끄러. 나랑 도현이 형 이미 잘 컸어. 이미 이겼어 이거. 아 그냥 개잘 컸거든.
준비. 버려.
괜찮아. 나이스 잘 잡았고.
네. 길 먹었다 뭐라 하지 말아줘.
길게 되면 바로 간다.
텔 바로 죽여야 돼. 바로 죽여. 빠지면서 와.
살чин 살아와.
포탑에서 봐.
아 빼야 돼 천천히. 쌍아 너무 안 좋다.
길게 될거 같아.
살기만 할래 그냥.
나 버릴 생각도 해 그럼.
야 버려라. 야 오히려 좋다 이거.
알았어.
나 3코어 뜨고 스펠 돌면 한타 무조건 이긴다.
쟤 그거 뒷골이었다.
야 애니.
애니부터 봐.
천천히 해봐. 가봐.
나비. 이거 미드 가면 끝난다. 노플. 여기
펜타키 가라.
펜타키야? 야 뺏고 싶은데? 봐줘야 돼.
이겼어. 개꿀. 야 펜타키 나보냐?
뭐야?
뺐었어.
끝내자. 나이스 잘했다.
절대 들뜨지 마. 절대 다이브 하지 마. 오히려 더 들뜨는 건 어때? 절대 들뜨지 마.
나 화이팅.
파이팅. 용 계속 치는데 봐줄래?
야 니꺼 왔다? 나도 갈게. 어때 이거
이거
불만해?
완전 기기하면 레드토만 간다.
천천히 싸보자.
나 가고 있어?
내가 먹었어.
빼.
불만이 안 나?
너의 보자.
니꺼.
나이스.
야 레드토 미드.
오케이.
보자.
잡냐?
나이스. 천천히. 릴렉스.
하나만 지렸다.
3라인 그대로 보자 이거.
니코인드? 나 봐줄 수 있어.
리코공,
봐줄 수 있어.
리코공.
야,
오케이.
보자. 보자.
빼면서. 야,
들어갈게.
천천히 텔 넣을게.
들어갈게.
야, 실드 줄게 하나만.
쟤들
가운데 끝까지 가.
다 죽여.
야, 미드.
우리 근데 1세트 이기고 조심해야 돼.
그래.
맨날 이러고 져가지고.
야, 김기 그런 말 왜 하냐?
계속 뭐야? T1을 이겨봤어야지.
방금 누가 홈하지 않냐 바꿔서 너?
아 김기 T1한테 맨날 져가지고 1세트 이기고 쪼네. 기나 우리 좀 집중하자. 1세트 이겼다고 너무 신나지 말고.
그러니까 우리 1세트 지고 맨날 이기고 맨날.
그냥 대충 살아.
그래 스웩으로 해 그냥. 야 끝한테 없어도 그냥 본대 걸어도 돼. 본대 걸어도 돼.
본대 걸어도 돼.
야 지금 볼게. 자야.
야, 싸워.
이거 봐줘.
못 봐줘.
맨날 라인 갈래야 돼. 라인 갈래?
예 노플.
잡았고.
근데 게임 끝낼만하지 않냐?
바로 가자. 전혀 아니야 형.
그래,
나대지 마.
미안.
뭐야? 깝치지 마.
아 미안. 오케이.
갈게.
강 나와?
좀 빠르다.
야, 볼게.
미드.
미드부터.
좋아.
나 갈게.
자야 너고. 미드 가자.
얘들 라인.
방금 앞을 지렸다.
좋았다. 기인이랑 보성이다.
나이스.
너네 몰랐겠지.
나 좀
나
이상하게.
진짜 개 잘했는데.
오케이.
라인 지켜야 돼.
야!
나이스! 젠지 기다려라! 이들아!
똥싸버리기!
나이스! 대제민노!
Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Welcome back to the space, everybody. I hope you had fun watching this game one as much as we did. Guys, what happened? Nongshim with the upset victory against T1. Sum up this game in one word, please, and then we're gonna talk about the rest of the series.
Nongshim.
Oh my god.
That doesn't count. But look, I'm not going to beat around on this one. It was one of the weakest performances we've seen from Keria in a really long time.
That is true.
And the bottom lane getting constantly destroyed meant that the gold lead was massive for Nongshim on the carries that they needed it to be on. And then they still lost control of the game. Like T1 were like, we are still the better team. And then somehow T1 lost the game a second time. And I mean, Nongshim played really well, but T1, they looked really flustered, to be totally frank with you guys.
Well, I mean, I would say like the other way. Like I think about the Nongshim, I think today was like the decisive was like really sharp, and it's like it was a kind of crazy like the Azir was walking through the base to bottom like right away. Like that play is insane. Like that's not the bottom team of the. You can actually do it.
No.
Like that's a
It was a sick play. Yeah, it was
that's
a sick
pretty
play.
good.
Yeah.
They came confident, they came aggressive with their own
spicy.
approach. Look at this. It sums up the game quite well. I want to take a look at the draft here, and I want you guys to tell me what you think about both approaches here. On the side of T1, the classic double ADC Ivern that we've been seeing a lot, with the tanky top laner this time around that you wanted to see on the side of Hanwha. But what do you make of Nongshim's approach here?
Yeah, I mean, like as I said, I think when you play like Sai on top with the Tristan Ivern, you can heavily focus on bottom. The thing is like, that means you have to win the bottom. You have to get the advantage on bottom, like no matter what. Especially also when you play Ashe and the Braum, like it's a lane focused as well. Especially against playing Nila and the Nautilus, like those two mistakes on the early game, what happened? Like that can't be acceptable.
Yeah, I think that we didn't really see the Braum ultimate used defensively when it should have been oftentimes into the engages, because you can kind of, as T1, because you have an Ashe, wait for them to come to you and play the longer fight. And unfortunately for T1, they didn't really have great follow-up for Ashe arrows. Normally Ashe arrow compositions have some like a Sejuani ult to follow up, which is why I think we saw Owner build Shirelia's here, because he wants to be able to help the team collapse on those engages. But unfortunately, like, this comp shouldn't have really been played that way into the Nila. You're just walking into the open arms of a big ultimate and big combos.
And that's the thing, outside of Jiu, I feel like Gumayoshi wasn't one of the only players to play Nila. And usually, I think it's the kind of champion that can be surprising because it's not picked as often, but he was the first one to pick the champion in Summer, so he should know how to play this kind of matchup and to play this lane. But props to Fiesta, props to Nongshim's bot lane. We're gonna take a look at the first highlights here because, again, they came with so aggressive here in these matchups, and they came with no fear, and that's
yeah.
what
I mean, like just eyes on Peter. He hooked instantly, and then it's like flash with the auto, and then it's like Fiesta just TP bottom really fast, and it's like making play like instantly after they burn the flashlight. The order to make the skirmish is like it's everything in there. This is not the bottom of team in LCK.
Yeah, this is literally Nongshim playing like a playoff team right now, for real. And obviously hitting level 6 here, Jiu is there, Sylvie's gonna come down, and then, I mean, it's just a disaster here, unfortunately, for T1, just not respecting the ability for this engage to come through. You have to respect the level 6. You're gonna get that first, that's how Nila works. She's always gonna get 6 first, even if the lane is pushed in. So, I just feel like T1 didn't respect their opponents in the early game. They got massively outplayed and caught several times by Peter.
Yeah, I mean, this is 100% disrespect, but also is Nongshim playing really well, as you kind of mentioned it. If they play this like every single game, rest of this split, the playoff is guaranteed, 100%.
I'm not saying that it's normal to disrespect the weaker team, but when you look at Nongshim's stats in the early game, especially since the beginning of the split, they look to be one of the worst teams you have in the early game. Being T1, I would not expect Nongshim to fight that hard in this stage of the game, but what surprises me the most is that usually you'd see teams get ahead in the early game. Comes the mid game, this is when everything collapses because they're not used to playing ahead. But here, they kept the pressure.
Yeah, they really did. And this is such an awkward fight as T1 tried to force this. They dropped aggro onto Dundun, so he's actually able to fully heal up and then come back into this fight as Jiwa comes in, sets up the engage, and Guma blown up instantly. And that's it. Like, even if you get the Baron here as T1, no one's walking out alive. And this is just a really awkward spot here as T1 trying to hard force in a Baron pit against a Nila when you also didn't kill the Renekton, so he's coming back. You've lost a lot of health, you lost a lot of time and positional advantages that you had chasing that Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, earlier Ulf kind of mentioned it, like the Ivern is like kind of overrated. The reason why is like your mid laner or AD carry has to be no matter what stronger than enemy dealer. But the thing is, like, when you have a Maokai, those kind of things could be easily boost up to your DPS. The carry is like, even though they're kind of even, like, I think this is like really great example that the Ivern is showed like a lot of weaknesses. That's how I feel.
One of the bait picks we have on the patch, you would say, because it was high on prio so far. But do you think it's gonna drop after the first few games we've seen?
It's kind of weird because it's been like up and down a little bit here in the LCK. Only certain teams were playing it at first, and now we're seeing a lot of teams are trying to play it with the Tristana. I think it's kind of a bait pick if you don't really have a composition that utilizes it well, and since everyone's playing it right now, teams know how to play against it as well a lot better. And I think we're starting to see the pick's priority. Not the priority is not dropping, but the win rate is dropping a little bit. It was, lossless, and now we're seeing some losses come through.
Yeah, I mean, personally, as I said, I think that those like Maokai picks, like, it's easier to play, easier to execute it. The Ivern is like, there's so many things that you need to do well as a team, but it's like, it's way too high execution level. That's what I feel.
All right, well, we'll see what comes with this pick in the later games. On the split, let's take a look at the player of the game for now, as of course is Jiwa with a signature Nila. We know how much he loves this champion.
Yeah, I mean, it was an easy vote, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, he played extremely well. I mean, there was a consideration for Sylvie and Peter's early game plays too, and Fiesta had some good moments, but I feel like Jiwa was the most consistent. And one of the cool things about what he's done is he was always decisive, and it always felt very purposeful each and every time he used his ultimate. And sometimes he held it to very late into the team fight, just waiting for the opportunity, the best chance, not just the easy engage, but the one that's going to make the biggest impact. And he just followed up on his teammates' engages very well, and punished a lot of Karya's mistakes too, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, you see, like, he's just at the barrier. He's one actually trying to fight. Like, as an AD carry, like, he knows his limit. He knows what team he can bring into it. It's like way too easy for him.
Sylvie played a great game too. I think the points that he got are warranted. I think Fiesta had to also be more of a carry. We didn't like his build that much, but he went Leandri's, and he had to follow up oftentimes because of the AD carry being an engaged champion in this case.
Yeah, I mean, especially as we shout out the bot play, it was crazy.
It was definitely crazy. I'm just wondering if they can make it happen again, if they can book the upset victory here against T1. Let's see what the casters think about this. Back to you guys.
I very much liked that lore. I liked the look of absolute confusion after that segment was over, because that's kind of what this is. It was exactly as Huni stated, and I think a lot of people could say, oh, they're just trying to make it so that T1 don't seem like as bad for losing, but Nongshim looked amazing in that game, and you cannot take that away from them no matter what you think about how T1 played.
Yeah, I think this is the 10th place team currently against a team who are currently third in the standings. Yes, T1 did play down, but Nongshim absolutely played up in 100%. That game. And 100% 4-4 and in that win. And we'll have to see if they're going to be able to earn another one in this series. 2 more chances. And I think T1, a lot of lessons to take away from that game 1.
And they could even this out, right? Like, they could get themselves to 8th place. I was memeing about this in the pre-show. Like, before we even got into this, I was like, if they get a 2-0, they are equal 8th. They managed to tie with both Bro and with DRX. And this is right before round 2 starts next week. This is kind of huge if Nongshim can do this. Once again, they're on the red side. We're going to see the bans come through in very similar fashion. Nico was banned away also by Nongshim. And Vi is the next one, exactly.
Yeah, we've done our homework.
We have indeed.
We wrote down the picks from last draft. So
yeah, and then you copied my homework, and now we're going into it again.
Don't tell everyone. No, T1 have banned Trist. Being real, Faker didn't have the best performance on that, so not wanting to go for it again, but not wanting to give it up. Does mean Vi or Nico, probably the consideration for Nongshim, and they go for the Nico, so do T1 want to prioritize Vi so highly? They obviously cared about it enough to ban it last time. But looks like they're going in a different direction entirely and will go for that Annie. So wanting a solid pick in the mid lane, but Annie's best pairing recently has been with the Viego, which is banned away.
Yeah, so not going to be playing that one. Of course, Annie Vi would be fine. Renekton and Poppy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's it. They'll be able to pick Azir if they want to as well. That was their first 3 picks last time. And so they have just banned away the same champions, picked the same champions. But now, T1, they're going to mix it up. Annie already locked in. They can take the other tree. Other tree plus Annie, pretty powerful. But there's Kai'Sa to be locked in for Gumayusi. And Kai'Sa Rel has been pretty powerful. We saw the Samira Rel from Gumayusi and Keria. It was very, very good against D+. Yes to thinking about a Gragas, but I don't know about that one. We'll just have to see where Nongshim are going to go with the rest of their picks.
It's a very dive-focused composition from T1, so if you want to get the Neela into that to kind of counter the engage, now is the time to pick it, because it is going to get banned in this next rotation for certain. They end up going for the Azir again, obviously something that can play that safe backline, but T1 have opted into a lot more agency. Their previous composition was kind of sit back, let the other team funnel into you, and we just DPS them down. And you saw they struggled with that concept. Kerry in particular, playing Braum like he was playing Rel. And I think this one just goes, why don't I just play Rel? You know what? I think that's a great idea.
Well, Neela going to be banned away. You can see a little bit of a nod of the head there by Peter. He's like, yes, we knew this was going to happen. We have other things prepared.
Yeah, a lot of people watching this who've seen Jiwoo in the LCK might be like, oh, it's that Neela one trick. No, he's not a one trick. This isn't the end of the limits of his
and like if the Senna gets locked in, T1 are like, yeah, but that's our strategy. Senna Cho'Gath, we did that in the LCK. Nongshim did it in Challenger way before that.
Yeah, Gumi, you see like, oh, I picked Neela? Yeah, Jiwoo did it in
exactly.
way before that.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure the LCK is just copying Jiwoo and what he does. He was obviously the first one to ever play Xayah, and so is going to lock that one in. I was being facetious. He was not.
And here's the double whammy right here. So firstly, you're playing into a heavy engaged composition of T1, and you picked Xayah Azir as your carries, with the Poppy as well playing Interruption. Really good here, but also, what does Xayah pair with? And I'm gonna do a little phase for you to set it up. The
you
emote.
Guys can't see it, but he's doing the emote.
The Peter Rakan emote. This is one of his favorite champions. And you know it's going to be this 5 pick. So we see the Gnar come out for Zeus.
And it's Jungle Rel, and then they pick away the Rakan.
That would actually, I think Peter would cry on stage. That would be a heartbreaker. We'll see what they go for. Hovering the Wukong, which we haven't really seen for a while.
Ooh, Echo Jungle, that could be funny. But Sejuani's available, and I feel like she's still all right.
But, you know, you have, I mean, Rel's melee, and you have Gnar, who's sometimes a melee champion.
Yeah.
And that's about it. So not the most synergy.
No, it's not very permanently frosted. It's pseudo-frosted.
Sometimes frosted.
Yeah, sometimes frosted.
Mildly chilly? A
Chilly.
little bit chilly?
Yeah. It's obviously going to be recon. Peter's going to lock it away.
And he's very happy about it.
Yeah, he better be emoting. And he better also tell his entire team that, like, when we get first blood, everyone is using my emote, okay?
Yep.
If we win the game, everyone uses my emote.
And then people will buy it. That's how it works.
That's how it works. All those royalties go over to Peter. Remember, he was in that match that they won, of course, alongside Deft. Deft got his cool emote. Peter got his emote. Morgan got his amazing emote. And you know what's happening? Renekton's being played as well.
Oh, true.
The shaky hands. You can imagine after a game like that, Nongshim take down T1 in game number 1. There's no doubt those hands were shaking.
I don't think Dundun's hands do shake.
Oh, that's true, actually.
I think he's
Does he ever get nervous?
I don't know.
I think he just gets Dundun and continues to be Dundun.
And then he Dunduns all
Yeah, and then he Dunduns. Yeah, it's just Dundun, and that's the only option that you have, and I wouldn't want it any other way. That looks a bit frightening.
I'm not sure what it means.
Everything's like, it's an emotional roller coaster.
It's traumatic.
It is. I hope everything's going to be okay over there.
Yeah, someone's struggling a bit after that game 1, which I think, honestly, T1 fans...
Understandable.
A bit rough.
And this one says Nongshim Whiting, and that one I understand. I could read that, and that's all right. The other one, that was real scary and weird. Okay, T1. Pretty classic composition. From them, Faker back on the Annie once again. His win rate on this champion, pretty absurd. Gumushi and Keria on an engaged bottom lane. They can dive, they can do all sorts of things. And the Na follow-up with the Killer Instinct is going to be very scary. Nongshim Red Force, very similar draft to last time, but it is a Xayah instead of a Neela. See how it goes here as we hop onto the Rift for Game 2. Okay, here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. Nongshim, can they come out with a 2-0? Imagine it, tying 8th place and really making people confused about the state of T1 right now because they looked amazing against D+. And then,
and you know,
like, it felt like the renaissance, like the resurgence.
They would win the 2-0, and they would start their journey to their Worlds 2023 win, which is when Jiwoo gets the Noodle Neela skin.
Oh my goodness.
Which would be the best-selling skin of all time.
I mean, I think you should just make it, right? Like, I think they should just make, like, he doesn't need to win Worlds, right? That skin just needs to exist.
It should.
Noodle Neela needs to exist.
It'd be so good. It's like you have, like, the Baker Pantheon, you know, and you have, like, the Barbecue Leona.
And imagine if, like, Dundun got a Cho'Gath skin, and he actually puts them into a noodle cup as he feasts.
That...
Wouldn't that just be the best? And he just eats all of... Oh my god, it would be so good. There are so many amazing... Like Nunu as well. You could have Nunu. Whenever you consume, you just turn whatever it is into a Nongshim product.
We have some pretty fantastic ideas. We're just giving away live on air. There's some executive somewhere writing these down, scribbling away.
No, but that's fine. I just want them in the game. I don't care whether I get credit.
Oh, fair enough.
We just need it.
For the greater good.
The Noodle Neela is actually so good, though. All right, well, Dundun and Zeus, they're just going to be auto-attacking one another and doing things. Of course, historically, this was probably one of the most popular matchups. I say popular in terms of that's how many times it was played. It was very not popular when it came to people wanting to actually watch it. As, ooh, Blade Caller. A lot of damage there onto Keria.
You know what? That would have been the moment where I would have popped the Peter remote.
Oh,
right there. You interrupt the W, I'd be like, I'd pop that, I'd be like, yeah, and what? Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You got to tell people that's the power of emoting. You know, is really rubbing it in.
And I think it's about creative usage as well, because if you just overdo it, it doesn't work.
If you spam it, then it loses impact, and people mute your emotes. What you want is you have a really impactful one, and then if they mute it, at that point, you've already won.
Yeah, you've already done it. Because then they're wondering, like, how much is he...
It's in their head. They're like, oh, I bet he would emote right now. You know.
Sylvie gonna have to run out of this one, but Faker not able to get over there in time. As Keria just throwing that lance around, having a good time, doing some jousting. And Sylvie throwing a buckler at Ona, who will just back away towards his jungle. Has a couple of camps in his bottom side. So far, everything pretty cool, calm, and collected. Nongshim built themselves up a little bit of a CS advantage as Sylvie is going to Come over and try to find Faker here. Does taxi his way out. No stun available here for the Annie. Okay, Owner in position. Sylvie's getting relatively low, but he's Poppy. Just doesn't care about stuff like that. Peter was rotating over.
Vibing around the map this whole time. Just like goes in the enemy jungle, walks away, comes back, goes mid lane, goes where Sylvie pleases. And we'll secure that bot lane scuttle. And I think as well, just talking about the comps in general, so obviously it's pretty similar from Nongshim, but I think having the Xayah instead of the Nilah kind of changes the dynamic of the team fights. It's very much about like that peeling back thing that we kind of saw the T1 should have been doing. And T1 are the ones with the agency.
Oh, okay, crash down on top of Peter here is Jiwoo trying to get aggressive, but not able to find too much damage onto Gumayusi, just splitting it quite a lot. Peter will survive, as now Owner, it's his turn to come in for a bit of a gank. Fiesta, he senses that something's up. You can see Faker moving past these minions. Sylvie is going to come in as well. As Owner, very far away from this now, is headed over towards these Raptors. With control of the mid lane for Nongshim, this is somewhat dangerous, as it is going to be the Raptors secured by Sylvie. He's got red buff. Owner is taking a lot to get out of here. There's the flash with the steadfast presence. Sylvie, what happened? He's playing like a madman today. That's first blood for the Poppy. Just brings the hammer down.
Yeah, and you saw Owner trying to wait, trying to bait out the W. Eventually does, flashes out, but then the flash from Sylvie secure. So fantastically played. Even try to give the kill to Fiesta, but Fiesta couldn't get in range, didn't have the mana, so will just secure it for himself. But a really solid play coming out, and Sylvie has been on form today.
Yeah, seriously. All right, we're going to have a look at it again, as Owner decides doesn't want the gank. He's instead going to head over towards this Raptor camp, and I think Sylvie just reads it.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I'm not sure what else you can really do, because Owner goes for the stun. The W comes out before the stun from Sylvie to try and prevent Owner dashing away, but then he follows with the flash. Just really well played, and the fact that they get the assist for the Azir as well, icing on the cake.
Yeah, actually so good. We have confirmation that G-Sun also agrees that Ramen Nilah is just the best.
Yeah.
So at least we're all aligned here on the LCK.
To the Riot Games executive watching?
Yep, they need to
make it happen.
They just need to make it happen.
Yep.
It's free. Peter and Jiwoo here towards this bottom side, they do have their Poppy, allowing them to go for a little bit of a shove in. They're going for this as Gumayusi's in trouble. They're going to focus onto Carrier. Crashes down, gets the shield, but that is going to be another kill to Nongshim. I do not know what happened to this team. And I honestly just don't care. I just love that they're playing this well.
I don't think they do either. Like, so teams I feel can be timid when they're going up against strong opposition. When you're going up against T1, it's like, you know, you get hesitant with your plays. Oh, what if Owner's here? What if it go? No, they don't care. They just go for it. The confidence on display from such a rookie roster is so good to see. Sylvie goes over the wall, slams Carry into the turret. It does take a bit longer. The interrupt on the dismount comes in, but the shield's still there, but they finally get it, and Sylvie just walks it off. Just
he does?
like, yeah, and walk.
And he needs to, that's time for the emote as well, right?
There's been multiple times for the emote.
But that's another option?
That is another one,
okay,
yeah,
good,
absolutely.
I'm just making sure that I know exactly how to use it. As Grand Entrance comes on in, they knock up Owner. He's going to secure the Rift Scuttler. But is he going to be able to make it out as Fiesta and Faker are going to meet each other? There's the flash over from Fiesta. He takes a bear as well as now Faker's possibly out of position. They change their minds. Faker's going to have to flash, and he's doing a lot of damage here to this Azir. Tib is still following. Burning, burning, burning. The Emperor of Shurima will make it out.
A little bit tragic for Fiesta. You saw the play that he was going for, but shut down by Faker's stun. Wasn't able to get it off. And ultimately, it's a trade of flashes for the mid laners, and not much else comes from that play now. Sylvia's a bit behind in terms of the jungle. Hasn't been clearing as many camps because basically just been running around making things happen, fighting Owner. And as a result, just hit level 5 as Owner hit level 6. So there's definitely a bit of a power disadvantage there.
Certainly is. His first Drake is a Chemtech, not exactly going to be the most popular. As there is a Glacial Prison, and Fiesta is really dead. Faker will lock down that kill here in this mid lane. T1 are now on the board. You can see Faker, he's not messing around. No more of these shenanigans in my game.
Yep, getting serious on this one. And the layered CC, obviously Annie, Sejuani, not a mid-jungle duo you exactly, rave about, but the CC, you land one, you land the other, very hard to avoid, especially with no summoners available for Fiesta.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at it again. Owner just in good position. make sure that this was pretty comfortable on.
Yeah, and it kind of has to be like the ult coming out because anything slower and Azir will dash away, but not having the soldiers behind meant there wasn't the possibility for that. And just a good pick up there. Sylvie was toying with starting the Herald, but again, this is a level 5 Poppy, hasn't hit that level 6 yet, and I think as much as Owen doesn't have the ultimate, you really want that ult for the Poppy available.
Oh, heroic charge comes in. Steadfast presence is pretty good, but that is going to be the flash forward as Zeus is going to join the party. Fiesta's getting out of there. Sylvie will be taken down, and T1, they get their second, and they are really starting to take back control of this game.
Yeah, they're looking towards the Herald and should be able to secure it with no contest.
Yeah, just a back coming through from the bottom lanes. As Peter will be heading down mid. Not going to be able to stop this Rift Herald. So T1 back with some decent control. Not exactly reflected in the gold as Bear will come down. And Faker just says, leave. And Fiesta says, all right.
But I don't have teleport, so I don't really want to leave that much.
Yeah.
Can I have some help? And then Sylvie and Peter are like, okay. Okay. My AD carries Xayah. Xayah can do just chill bot lane.
She's going to do that. The Rift Herald, we'll have to see where that one's going to go as well.
50 gold 50 gold as well.
Ooh. I mean, that's the most important amount of money to get.
Yeah.
Like ever.
It's like, you know, Annie has First Strike, but the opposition can just kill Tivers.
Exactly. It's like a free keystone. Just incredible. As Jiru will be able to tidy up this mini wave. Looks like Nongshim are going to head over and start off the Drake. Not going to be a Chemtech Soul this time around. Nice. As Dundun very even on farm with Zeus, but Zeus already making his presence known towards that mid lane. We know that this guy's Gnar is incredible. It's what he debuted on. Most notable champs for Zeus in his early career was Gragas and the Gnar, and his Gnar has looked really good as Faker. Not going to hop skip into that forest as Emperor's Divide will push him back. That is going to be the interruption. You love to see it. Nongshim just find the combo and he's dead.
So well played. Peter having faith in Fiesta, Wing before Faker could even touch the ground and slam into the wall from the Azir. Beautiful execution. And the thing is, you know, Faker might have sensed it, might have gone, you know, it's a bit risky for me to go towards this brush.
Yeah, you
even
did.
saw
You
Peter.
That,
yeah, and then still dies. Not much you can do there now. Trying to get this dragon. Sylvie just have ult to try and disengage.
Peter has level 6 as well, but there it is, Keeper's Verdict, and that is going to be goodbye. 36 health on the Dragon as Faker is going to teleport forward. Magnustorm comes in as Carrier. Not a whole lot of follow-up as Peter gets so many charms, and he'll just get them all out of there. All right. They just decide, no, I'd prefer not to fight it.
Successful heist, you know, got the dragon, got away, a lot invested by T1. Oh!
Okay, there's the re-engages. Jiwoo just cleanses and kills. The Rel has already been taken down. Owner is at full health. Peter can just battle dance, though. Gumayushi, a little bit of trouble. I don't think this is over just yet. As Owner is still, like we say, very healthy.
That was another one, by the way. Another one of the
another moment?
moments. Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Well, maybe actually the heist and this moment. So you get away, and they're like, oh, man, they got away. Andy did the emote.
Yeah.
And then you kill Carrie, and you do it again. It really salt in the wound.
Oh, and if you're doing it as you take the blast cone, and so, like, the emote's above your head as you sail out of vision.
Yeah. That,
oh, gorgeous.
That'd be slick.
Yeah. I'm really learning how to use emotes correctly today.
It gives you such a mental edge, you know? Yeah, I mean, this is just... Fiesta goes in for it, knows there's no flash. Before Faker even hits the ground, there's a CC layered, not much that can be done. And then here, again, you see Sylvie put the control ward down, move out of vision, and we see the ult from Owner to try and interrupt the ult from Sylvie, but not there in time. And then here, you know, it's a decent engage from Carrier, but Fiesta can disengage. There's so much safety on these carries off Nongshim. This is why it's hard. As much as T1 have all this engage, it's very difficult to get on top of a Xayah and Azir.
And they're just being so decisive. Nongshim, you can see that they're all on the same page for all of these calls. For better or worse, it doesn't matter, but they are going in together every single time. And it's awesome. And they're also all getting out at exactly the same time. Like that heist around that Dragon Pit, that was obviously someone's call being unanimously listened to.
Yep.
That's beautiful to see.
And that's the thing, is like you can have teams who are on the lower end of the standings where the individuals are talented, but the team play is not there, the coordination's not there. We are seeing such good team play and coordination from Nongshim today. And really better than T1's team play and coordination so far.
As Fiesta avoids the Winter's Wrath, but not going to be able to avoid Shirley making her way in. Does get interrupted momentarily, but still will get the charge. That is going to be a plate
25
going
gold.
over to Owner.
You know, keeping track. Fiesta got the 50
there
gold earlier. 25 gold there.
75 gold just from stuff that isn't minions?
That's enough for a control ward.
Absolutely incredible. And he hasn't bought the control ward as well. So
then he has 75 extra
he
gold.
Has 75 extra gold to buy items?
Wait, you can buy items with gold?
I think so.
That's pretty good.
That's amazing. Gumayushi is going to rain some Acathian. I don't know what is Acathian rain?
Beats me.
Is it like chocolate rain?
No, I think it's probably more similar to like acid rain or something.
Yeah.
You know?
It's more of like a cool, like damaging rain.
That's not enjoyable to experience firsthand.
Yeah. Don't know why. That's like the oldest YouTube video of all time.
Yeah, I also, I don't think many people have associated Kai'Su with chocolate.
That's true. But, that's what I'm here for. Just changing perspective. Dundun, look at that. Just chilling. Just chilling, man.
You know what we were saying before about Dundun's hands never shake? You know, he's never in it.
Yeah.
It's cool as a cucumber.
Uh-huh. That's he's probably emoting. That's what he should be emoting.
That would be a good time.
Yeah, no, he should actually Morgan emote. It should have been the shake.
That would have
been the best.
Yeah. Doesn't even need full health to go back to lane. He's like, whatever, close enough.
Yeah, he's got a gold drink.
Round it up.
Yeah. We'll get it back. As Nongshim, they are behind in gold. About 500. T1 still in a fair bit of control this game. Nongshim do have one of these comps that does just kind of play front to back pretty comfortably.
Yep.
So we'll see whether they can get themselves into some team fights that do work like that.
I think T1's comp struggles into that as an identity because they are like trying to make that engage happen, trying to make the dive. But I think T1 looked much better playing those sorts of comps.
There is the Glacial Prison. It misses. And Peter just gets out of there.
I think this team has struggled when they are playing these comps where they're supposed to sit back and be defensive. They want to have agency. They want to force things. So maybe that's why they went in this direction. Maybe it could suit them. But you can obviously see there Ona just missing out slightly. And obviously Peter was the target because Jiwoo has Cleanse, Ult, and Flash.
Yep.
But does not connect, unfortunately.
Zona is looking for Sylvie. We do have a back coming through from Peter, though. Shout out to Baolan, using his 2018 World Victory skin.
Non-matching skins, though, in the bot lane, which is worrying.
He could have played the Gen G options if he wanted to, but he's not going to get there, as Carrier going to poke the Herald in the eye. Should be contested, though. You can see there is a Crocodile in base with Teleport. He's going to channel it now. Heroic Charge doesn't get the stun onto Carriers. Now Sylvie could be in trouble. He takes a lot of damage, but flashes away immediately. Dundun does have the ulti running. Zeus will lock down the Herald, I'm pretty sure, as he dives forward, finds the three-man. Nah, Featherstorm comes in from Jiwoo, but Peter will be the first one to go down. Gumayushi claims his life there as now Dundun in trouble as well. Zeus throwing houses and rocks, and Magnet Storm. Carrier finally finds his moment. It's a triple kill for Gumayushi as Faker was taking so much damage. Fiesta will shift some sands, but I don't think he's out of it just yet. And there we go, the flash forward, and that is the ace. T1, welcome back.
4 for 0, and that's a T1 we know and expect. This is the style of play they've been renowned for. The agency, the engage, the skill checking their opponents, and they find such flawless execution there. Everyone just coming together so smooth, and they managed to snowball this, get 4,000 gold ahead now on the back of that, and we can see the replay coming in. Sylvie trying to catch out Carrier there, but misses the angle slightly, gets focused initially.
And Peter's ult really doesn't do very
much. Doesn't find a good angle on anyone, and we see the ult come in from Zeus, but I gotta say, the highlight of this one for me is Carrier goes for this roundabout route over here, behind the Raptor Pit, and when Nongshim think that they're focused on the fight rather, they think they're safe, the flash ult free, man. Where has he been?
I don't know.
What? This is why you don't play Braum Carrier. Rel suits you a lot better.
That was some vintage Carrier, managing to find the angle. T1 fans rejoicing here. And we'll see whether they can ride this level of momentum to a victory. Of course, still early days. 17.5 minutes in the game.
The big gold lead now.
Yeah,
like
much bigger gold
they were
lead.
Slightly ahead, and then off the back of that, they are very ahead, and they still have that second Herald in pocket. Dundun maybe looking for Zeus, or maybe just vibing.
Yeah, I think he's just chilling. Yeah, he's
like, not interested.
No.
I got better things to do with my time. One last.
Okay, gonna cancel that as Carrier in the area, in the vicinity. Zeus does just gnar him away. Dundun says, yeah, I was here for a while, wasn't I? He was. Fiesta underneath his turret.
Yeah, Dundun's like surprised, and Zeus is like, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Fiesta will get out, shifts the sands, And T1, this is what they're really good at, is when they get a lead, making that lead bigger.
Yeah.
And this is where Nongshim are really going to start to struggle. This is where the big test is Voidseeker is going to connect onto Dundun. Dives
like, when you're alone on a side lane and you get hit by a Voidseeker from just the fog.
Oh, yeah.
That is scary.
That's not what you want.
You're like, oh, no. Is Kai'Sa going to appear here in 2 seconds and one-shot me? A 4-0 Kai'Sa with Static Shiv and Nash's 2? No, the answer was no, but could have been.
Imagine if they had Nocturne as well.
That would be extra spooky.
Yeah, so spooky. Because then they turn off the lights and then the Kai'Sa still arrives? Not good at all. As Nongshim, they are going to be able to take their red buff. There is at least that. Dundun trying to defend this turret. Ruthless Predator onto the Gnar. Will back away. There is the turret falling towards that top side. Surely going to be utilized in order to grab that. And what Nongshim needs to not do is just stop doing things forever and then lose. They need to try and make a little bit more happen as Fiesta going to get prisoned. The Chili prison does come through. And Shirley not going to be able to take the turret, but does do a decent chunk there as Dundun in some trouble underneath this one as well. There's the wall up. Zeus looking for the solo kill, but he decides to opt out. Just nars him into the dead turret.
He's like, you can live.
Yeah.
I'll be back for another day, you know. Doesn't want to overcommit, obviously, with the ult channeling from Dundun. Has that heal on the empowered Q. So have to be respectful of that. That's a big reason why Zeus didn't really overcommit there. But gets a tower, and now 3 towers to 0. And that goal lead 5,000, just kind of expanding and expanding. The kill lead isn't that significant, but we're seeing big advantages for the side of T1 right now. And a whole breaker completed for Zeus and items across the board. We've just seen second item completed for Zeus, Ona, and Faker. A minute and a half before this next dragon, which is your favorite.
Yeah.
So kind of suggests that they are going to do 2 things. 1, contest the dragon, and 2, try and win the fight so hard they can just pick up a Baron immediately after.
Or just cut out the first option, go straight to that Baron.
That would be very T1-esque.
That would be pretty T1. We'll see whether they are going to go back to it, because some of their play has been, you know, not necessarily the T1 that we're used to so far today.
Maybe a bit lower, like a T2 or T3.
Yeah, maybe. Right now, just looking for their way in. They do have a lot of vision. And Nongshim just not really set up to contest.
I think it's hard as well to push in. Because, I mean, you could send Poppy in, but at this point, if the CC's laid, I think Sylvie will just die. Doesn't have that many items behind himself, and the Rakan is so squishy. The first thing you obviously want to be setting up the vision, liable just to get one shot. You see T1 actually moving pressure down towards bot lane, and Nongshim, they're trying to define mid. This is a really nice play from T1, moving with the waves, applying that pressure in the side lane, and not being inactive. Something they're really good at is not just kind of ping-ponging waves until the next objective spawns. They actually use them quite effectively there, while Zeus is still providing quite a lot of threat in this side lane.
Yeah, doing a really fantastic job. You can see now 4 turrets to 0 in favor of T1. It's why we can see that the kill lead, not massive, but the fact that they are in control of this map so extremely will be able to move down, grab themselves the first Cloud Drake.
Even faster rotations.
Oh man, can you believe it? We went from the worst Soul to the best in just one game. And T1 will be able to lock it down now. I guess if we're going to go off Orcs' checklist, it is move towards Baron. And that is precisely what they have already done. Carrier standing on top of a ward here, but we'll put a control ward down.
Yep, and the thing is, if you choke out the vision, it becomes very hard for Nongshim to push up. We saw the impact of Carrier's flank earlier. If Faker, Zeus, or Carrier end up on a flank angle and Nongshim try to approach this Baron, it gets super dangerous. I do like that ward that we just moved away, but you can see on the mini-map, just on the corner of the Baron pit, like on the outside ridge, that doesn't give vision into the Baron pit, gives as much information and is not often swept. So Nongshim just trying to keep the information live. Now Sylvie has to flash this on,
Actually a big deal here as Peter.
Or
and it
gets to enable Hex Splash.
Ooh, true. We've seen a lot of players be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, glass half full sort of situation.
Absolutely. Ooh, well, that's a full crown, and there's the flash. Faker's still going to get picked up, and that's the heroic charge. Faker is just dead, and there's a Baron available. Fiesta, he may have just found an opportunity for Nongshim.
The angle was so perfect. The fact he waited for the flash and then just scooped him up in front of a wall when you have a Poppy, flawless. But now Yes, they took down Faker, but it's a 4v5, but it's still dangerous when you're on this Baron.
Well, Fiesta gonna grab his health back, look for more of an option. Battle Dance is now, they dive on in. It is a big Magnet Storm as Carrier locks it down, and oh my god, the damage! Jiwoo's over the wall, but the Killer Instinct is down, and Gumayusi will shut down the Xayah. Sylvie in trouble as well, and T1, they just used Faker's death to guarantee themselves an ace, or at least get very close to an ace, as Sylvie is going to be a bit frustrating, and they'll grab themselves the Baron.
Yeah, Sylvie, not sure where you're gonna... Oh,
Hex Flash?
Just pretending to be a Grom right now. Just occasionally move about, ribbit a bit, stick your tongue out, and you're good to go. But unfortunately, Baron will be secured for T1, but T1 fans very happy about this one. This was a fantastic play for Nongshim. Like, the fact that Fiesta gets his angle, just grabs Faker right in front of the wall for the Poppy, flawless. But the problem is what comes after, because I don't know if you've noticed, but Baron Pit, very similar shape to the Magnet Storm.
Yeah.
And also, it's a lot of terrain which Gnar can slam people into.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was a very big Magnet Storm, and then an even bigger Gnar, and then Gumayusi was also quite sizable.
Yep. So, rough. And that's what I was kind of meaning when I was setting up for that, was the fact that, yes, it's a 4v5, but T1's comp is
5v5, isn't it? Because Baron's kind of on your side of your T1, right?
True. And also, being stuck in that area, not a fun time.
No.
If you want to be alive.
As we just discovered. And now we're moving towards a 10,000 gold lead. This is getting very, very difficult. Carrier going to not be in too much trouble as Peter looks for some sort of engage. And we're going to need a big play. Nongshim do want to get that 2-0.
I think maybe several consecutive big plays.
A big play that spans quite some time, and then the Nexus explodes at the end. It's just a really long play.
Yeah.
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 Because right now, T1, all of the control ever.
That sets too much expectations on Nongshim. I think it's often good if you have a big task ahead of you to, like, break it down into little individual
like
tasks.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think that makes it a lot easier. So step one, don't lose your Nexus in the next couple of minutes. Step two, I guess, well, I guess losing the Nexus comes after losing the inhibitor towers. So trying to lose the inhibitor towers, let's start with that.
Yeah. Well, right now, Fiesta is struggling to get to the bottom of it. However, is going to narrowly avoid that fate. This
great job.
Siege minion is still being very annoying. Zeus will push in another wave. There's a Hex Splash, looks for the opportunity. Heroic Charge doesn't find the wall though, as Glacial Prison is used defensively. Void Seeker is not going to quite find the target. Faker, in the meantime, is just going to take down the bottom inhibitor.
Okay, they failed on that one.
Being stretched. Yeah, they're just being stretched around their base, and now all of them die at the same time.
Yeah, try not to lose the inhibitors was
yeah, that's the first one, right? So we failed on that. How many fails do you get?
Running out quite quickly. Maybe one more fail, I guess.
Okay, so Nexus turrets, don't lose your Nexus turrets.
Yeah, that's probably my approach I'd go with right now if I was Nongshim.
We'll see whether they actually find a team fight as Dindin down to 50%. Peria still very scary, does have the Magnet Storm available. They look for Zeus, but he's got a Narbar that's just gigantic. Another Magnet Storm is fantastic. T1 just puts them in the blender, and Nongshim, no options at all. Emperor's Divide is decent, but everyone's flashing. That is going to be a dead Nexus, and T1, they tie up the series.
Yep, you can tell after that game one, they weren't messing about.
Oh no.
Bit of a return to, especially things like the Annie that we've seen obviously be meta for quite a while. They had a composition in game one that took a bit more, tact in terms of playing defensively, not going for those aggressive plays, and also a lot of these new meta picks, and didn't work for them. They go back to what is core to T1, agency, aggressive engage, and pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, and Carrier not on Braum. Definitely looking better.
Yeah, I think the mistake, I don't know if it was the skin or something that he had, although Santa Braum doesn't really look like Rel, but maybe just some confusion as to what champ was being played, but definitely understood what champ he was playing this game.
Yeah, probably it was like 3 Magnet Storms in a row that just pretty much won team fights. I think that Zeus deserves a shout as well. If the POG is like Carrier and Zeus and they pick it up together and split vote or something like that, that'd be fun. Zeus did so much damage, and honestly, it's great to see T1 play like this. A little bit of a shame that Nongshim weren't able to keep up the form, and this try didn't quite work.
Yeah. Couple of moments, but honestly, I think this is more You know, I talked about how T1 were playing down, Nongshim were playing up. I think T1 stopped playing down, and then Nongshim just couldn't reach.
Yeah, they could have. And it was still like the mid-game team fight. That was the big one that T1 were able to take. Let's see whether they can continue to play clean League of Legends. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that game. We'll head to game number 3.
위에 혼자 쓸게.
W 5초 3초
아지르 좀 멀고. 아지르 벗겨놨어. 자, 유지하면 끝나 이거. 싸웠어.
유지.
나 물려한다. 나 괜찮아. 싸우자 이거. 아지르 공이다. 오, 야. 나이스.
안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠의 탑 킹겐 황성훈이라고 합니다. DRX 아트록스가 되게 잘 뽑혀가지고 되게 만족하면서 보고 있었는데 그거랑 이제 흡사한 디자인으로 이제 꼬마 전설이 아트록스로도 나왔더라고요. 멋있게 만들어 주신 것 같아서 너무 감사하게 생각하고 있고 제가 TFT 할 때도 이제 꼬마 전설이 아트록스를 계속 쓰지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다. 꼬마 전설이 아트록스 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
welcome back to the space, everybody, as T1 comes back here against Nongshim in Game 2. And I would not be happy yet, but relieved, at least, being the players.
Yeah, I mean, T1 made it finally. I mean, honestly, Game 1 was kind of, whatever. But Game 2, they came back. Like, actually, they make the way that like they can win the team fight around a game. Because like early game, they started kind of slow as well. Like, same as the last game. But the big different thing was like the middle game scrimmage was much better.
Yeah. And like whatever is happening to the back of my hair that's sticking up, we can't forget about what happened to T1 in Game 1. But at least bouncing back in a big way here in the second game, looking a little bit cleaner, and just showcasing, like in Game 1, okay, there were a lot of problems in the early game, but they maintained a goal lead. In Game 2, some proactive plays again from Nongshim. T1 seemed to maybe be slightly on the back foot, but maintained that goal lead, made the better decisions around objectives.
Yeah.
And it's the T1 that we know and trust can get it done in a series like this.
And mechanically looking better as well, especially when I look at the side of Keria. The Braum in Game 1 compared to the Rakan here in in Game 2, which was not an easy pick to play here. And I want you guys to tell me what you thought about the draft, because Rel, again, when you're going to play against Rakan, when you're going to play against Poppy, amazing hairline here, Wolf. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the draft and the answers on the side of Nongshim?
Well, I mean, I really like the Poppy, from the Nongshim. Like, I think that's why it was be able to make all the game play, like both sides, like around the mid that was a killing jungle, like those kind of things. That fact that the Poppy Nongshim had it, the all the game, the pressure amount that you can give it from the draft, it's really, really, really high. But and also play really, really well. And I think T1 to make the right decisions, that like having Kaisa and then Annie makes the game, the difficulty is like really lower with the Kaisa Rel just going in together, and then Zeus on the Gnar. It's just easy prio against the Renekton because he's really good player, as we know. And
yeah,
it's just easy.
I felt like this was T1's way of making their comfort version of the meta, right? With the Gnar especially. And I really like that touch here at the end of the draft, because it's so good into the Renekton if you can play it well. And he absolutely dominated Dindin start to finish with such a huge impact in this game, and could follow up on those combos like you were saying.
Yep.
And as we said, Nongshim not leading the pace of the early game as strongly as they did in the Game 1 maybe helped T1 here in that sense. So we can take a look at the first highlight here, because this is to me the moment maybe T1 grabbed the advantage in the game, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Poppy, the wall bang didn't really actually went through it. It was like really, really, really close, but Zeus actually make a final way that he can use a double jump and then just beam to the ult. And it's not done yet. He in it, and we still have a red ulti. And this is the biggest difference being between Game 1 and Game 2, making proactive play from the carrier. And as a champion, when he played those kind of play that it's possible, he always does it as much as he can.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a clean engaged follow-up from him, and also that you already got the Xayah ult out, and even though she was able to avoid a lot of that engage with the ultimate, she took a ton of damage regardless of sitting at half health. There's just no way to turn this one around, and instead of just saying, well, that's good enough, we won the fight, we've cleared out this area, they actually go all the way in. And this is like the T1 factor, right? Where you don't just say, I'm good with that. You say, no, I'm great with what happened there. I'm going to push this all the way to a massive advantage, not a small one. And it feels like maybe getting back a little bit more of communication, a little bit more comfort here.
Yeah, a bit more decisive also on the way they approached the fight. And I want to take a look at the second highlight, because it felt like Nongshim was a bit not quite playing to their composition strength here, committing a lot onto Faker, leading to the Baron afterwards. That was a good play, but what happens afterwards, that's not what you want to see on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth it to commit these resources to kill Faker, but the problem is, even in a 5v4 fight here, you have to actually secure more before you go into a Baron pit against Rel. And Keria, they don't know where he is. He's set this up very nicely, and T1 is so confident that even down Faker, they can fight here in this pit, because Nongshim are in this position to try to secure the Baron as quickly as possible, and Keria is like, cool, got him.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think if Nongshim wanted to do this play, like as soon as the TP landed or as soon as they came in the melee range, that should have turned it faster. Because like, if they stuck in the Baron pit, like, it's just Rao ulti came in with the Magnet and the Kaisa ulti with the Sejuani ulti, like the Gnar ult, like there's so many facts that they camp in the pit and you're gonna get wiped. You're just waiting until the wipe. But I think it was a really nice try, because the game was like, it was really favored for T1.
Yeah, definitely a nice try, but I'm wondering who's gonna take M3 here. Do we think T1 woke up completely and they're gonna swerve into game 3? Or is Nongshim being on blue side this time gonna bring them the victory, the outside victory against T1? What do you guys think here?
I think it might give them a little bit more flexibility in draft, to be honest with you, Laura, because on red side, you know, you're having to ban a lot of strong champions, right? Really potent picks. Maybe they get a draft that's more towards their style, all of that aggression they found success with in game 1 and then part of game 2. I think if they're confident, maybe if they get a draft they like, they could actually do this. I think it's not impossible for them to beat T1 tonight.
Upset victory, maybe we'll see about this one a bit later. But first, let's reveal the player of the game on the side of T1 here. And it is theirs with, again, great fight setups.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy one. I mean, these days, especially with these metas, like playing Nara into Renekton and playing well already, it's really, really, really rough. And making these kind of type of play as a top lane right now, especially these meta, I think it's not possible.
I mean, his engage was so clean and obviously helped set Keria up for many of these moments too. But how well he laned, like you said, and the gold lead being so even was in part due to his lane dominance. He picked up the hull breaker, was constantly even a side lane threat in this game. He basically was, I am the early game, I am the mid game, I am the late game, I am the engaged champion, and he did it with very little help.
Easy.
Yeah, easy. Almost unanimous vote here for Zeus. It's deserved, I feel. What do you want to see on the side of Nongshim, Huni? What kind of approach would you like to see? They were less proactive here in the early game. I think that's what helped them in game 1, maybe a bit more of this in game 3.
Well, I mean, as you said, I think the T1 actually kind of wake up way more at game 2. So I think it's like making the more consistent play at game 3 for Nongshim side. That's how, I guess that's my recommendation.
All right, we'll see if they can follow your advice here. It's time for us to go to game 3. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Law and the Spacemen, for the breakdown of game number 2. Here we are. It is the decider time. And Zeus got a very well-deserved POG in that game. I think the shout for Keria, decent one as well. Those Magnet Storms, absolutely amazing. Whoever voted for Gumi, that was a strange one. But that is absolutely fine. Nongshim will finally be on the blue side this time around, as we can see right here. Just to mix it up. I value this a lot. Even though they selected red side at the beginning, T1 were okay with it in game number 2. I think swapping sides just to make sure that you don't run into a run back is the way to go.
Yeah, I think that game 1 and game 2 comps were quite similar as well. And of course, we talked about the value of having that counter pick in game 1, but I feel like the problem is that Nila worked really well when they brought it in R5, but you can only do that once, because game 2 they did ban it away.
Yeah.
You lose kind of the value. So up in the gun blue side, we see the bans coming out pretty quickly. Viego and LeBlanc banned once again by Nongshim. T1 we're banning Trist, Milio, Cassante. They have banned Tristan Cassante, so we'll see if we get the Nico and Milio as the final 2 bans coming out.
Yeah.
But it's always tenuous when you're on blue side, because obviously you want to be able to get a big power pick on that first pick, but if there are too many power picks open, then you end up trading, and obviously red can snatch up 2 in response. So Kai'Sa going in a different direction. Milio and Nico available. I personally don't think you should let Milio be open ever.
No, I think Milio is a little bit silly good. Does mean that if they do allow the Milio to go through, it means that there's not a lot of engage option in the support role. That was something that Keria definitely benefited from a lot. Poppy going to be banned away. I love that respect to Sylvie. Will give T1 so many different options because, yeah, Nico can be locked in. You can lock in Milio, but something is going to slip through the cracks. The Nico will be the priority here. What does T1 lock away?
And I think this is kind of the reasoning. So Nongshim went for the Kai'Sa ban at target Gumisi. They're like, okay, we want a power pick to be left open. And then T1 go, well, we'll ban Poppy and leave multiple power picks open. So, you know, there's like the Renekton's available, the Milio's available, the Vi's available. So many things on the cards here. And it looks like T1 are leaning towards that Vi in this situation. Obviously a pick that Ona was the big proponent of originally when we first saw it come into the meta. And if we want to talk about champions that have limited counterplay, Vi Annie sounds like a incredibly unfun combo to play against.
Yeah.
If you're on the Rift in general.
So that is what's going to be locked in. And yeah, that's the problem, right? Like you leave up so many champions. Yes, you get the priority pick Nico, but Vi Annie does seem very, very frightening. And now you're not going to be able to pick away Kai'Sa Rel or anything like that right here. because, of course, the Kai'Sa has been banned away. I think addressing Keria and how good he was on the rel is going to be important, but instead, looks like locking down this bottom lane is where Nongshim's priority will lie. Nico's still very, very powerful, still a flex as well that they will leave up in the air. Having a brief look over Sylvie's account right now, he hasn't been playing a lot of the jungle Nico, but not sure what's been happening in scrims and things like that. So still up in the air as to where that Nico's going to be going.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the Xayah gives a lot of safety. It's one of the few champions who can actually survive against a Vi, ultimately.
True.
And it does mean that Peter's on the Rakan again, which he enjoys, but Rakan into Annie, into Vi, isn't a very fun time. And to make it even less enjoyable, Draven picked up the Gumi.
Yeah.
So this is looking rough, and I think a big thing with Draven is whenever I see this pick, I'm like, okay, how are you going to get the cash in? Because that's always a question. We've had many games where you get tons of stacks, and then eventually he dies, and the game is just over. But you have Vi and Annie, that's so much setup.
Like, already, this is only 3 champions, and already we're feeling pretty confident for Draven to be able to get those lock-ins. Milio, going to be banned away now. Of course, slipped all the way through. It's what happens when you take so many of these options. Could have been the T1 locked in Milio at that point.
Yeah.
But instead decided that the Draven was going to be the biggest priority, Nocturne and Wukong.
Yeah, I like the Nocturne ban because you're against Nico already, so you're already paranoid about like which minion is here.
Don't want added paranoia.
Yeah, it would be a bit severe. We'll see what Nongshim want to go for if they want to ban another support away from Keria in this situation. They're going to go for the Nautilus. There's still a lot of engage options available here for Keria. The Rel obviously had a really solid game on. Going to be a bit trickier to execute when you are playing here in the Xayah, but to be honest, I mean, he had a fine time in the last game, so shouldn't be a problem. And now Nongshim have to pick their solo laners. Azir kind of flew through, so could lean on that one again. Run it back 3 games in a row for Fiesta. Sorry, the Nico's still open. Never mind. They could flex that. We'll see whether they will or not. But typically expected just to be mid.
Could be the Sejuani, as, man, there were just no junglers banned outside of Wukong and this Nocturne. So Sejuani gets through, I guess, the Poppy band there.
And the Viego.
So there were, you know, there's like a million of them.
In theory. We've seen Fish jungle before.
That's true. So
Nautilus can jungle. We've seen that.
There were 10 jungle bans. Sejuani still made it all the way through to R4.
Kind of impressive, honestly.
Yeah, no, very impressive.
Yeah, Milio jungle, bit of a struggle, but you know, why not?
No, you can make it work. I'm sure you can. Just like you put down a campfire. That's good for in the jungle, right?
Yeah, and we see the Renekton and Sejuani, so a very good combo, but you're into Nah, and Zeus kind of just dunked on Dundon last game in this matchup. So, yeah, that's looking a little bit rough. I think the bot lane matchup's going to be unfun. I think the mid jungle is a big edge for T1, and I think T1 are still very much leaning into what makes T1 T1, right?
Yeah.
Positive matchup top lane for Zeus, positive matchup bot lane with a lot of agency across the board for Ona, Faker, and Keria, so I think they're very comfortable. That being said, Nongshim, you know, Peter on the Rakan, Fiesta on the Nico, you can get some big wombo combos with that, but I really think this top jungle needs to work. You need to get on this little Gnar and squish him.
Well, we'll see whether Dundon's going to be capable of that. One thing I do know is that he won't tilt. That's about it. It was pretty much Zeus doing exactly what he wanted to, even roaming down, grabbing that, I think, second kill for T1 near the beginning of the game as well. So it was unlocked pretty early on this Gnar. And forever amazing knockout and earn the victory. Return with glory. Very, very cool stuff. Faker's name means a lot of things, I just learned, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I never knew all these years.
Yeah. Didn't know that it was an acronym. So, I mean, the more you know. It's only been, what?
This has been a learning day.
It has been a learning day, and we learned Nongshim are capable of beating T1 in a game. But they may not be capable of doing it twice in the one night. And T1 have a fantastic composition here. We are going to load up onto the Rift for game number 3. Alrighty, T1 fans at full voice.
You see that Draven skin?
Yeah, it's super cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool, but
Mega
also
Borderlands
kind of
stuff.
horrifying. Yeah, it is.
What are they called? They're like the bad guys from Borderlands? I don't quite remember.
Oh man, I played these games and I've forgotten. It's been a while.
But you don't really think about their names, dude, because it's kind of like just mindlessly shooting.
Yeah.
That's sort of how it works.
Yeah, I feel like that's part of the point, is that you...
Yeah.
Other than the big main bosses, you kind of...
Oh, yeah, Handsome Jack. I remember the Handsome
Yeah,
Jack.
I think everyone remembers Handsome Jack.
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's kind of just like someone you shoot in the face, and he has some stupid name that you laugh at, and then you just move on and forget about it.
Yeah, that's how it goes. And then you see whether they drop some cool loot.
Yeah.
Liked it. Anyway, speaking of cool loot, these teams will all be earning money in order to get items in this game. We'll see whether they buy good ones. As Fiesta, he's gone for the first strike on the Nico. It's turned into the Xayah. This is the meta. He's turned into the 80 carry, try and get the best auto attack animation as possible.
Yeah, and it's going to be who strikes first, and it is going to be Fiesta who manages to get the first strike.
Yeah, there we go.
Gets a little bit of gold. But then Faker also uses his shield, so...
Continue.
Yeah, that was the end of the point. That was,
that's the play-by-play?
That's how play-by-plays do it, right?
Yeah, that's how it works. You just see what's on screen.
Just say exactly what's
screen.
happening very literally.
Yep.
Like, and then, and then you make a few jokes, vibe a little bit.
Yep.
Have a good time.
That's pretty much how it goes. Hang out with your mates. That's how it works. Fiesta is going to split his shape momentarily. And Faker takes a bit of damage. Of course, Nico is pretty obnoxious. Just have to see how Fiesta is going to perform on this champion. And Dundun and Sylvie as well. Wanting to get some work done towards that top side. You can see Peter and Jiwoo going to struggle here in this bottom lane against Gumayusi Carrier, especially, and this is the thing that's a little bit disjointed with what Nongshim have done, is it feels like you need help everywhere. But Dundun especially, if Sylvie's not heading top lane,
I mean, mid's okay-ish.
Yeah, mid's probably fine, but the fact that Sylvie needs to be bottom lane and top lane at the same time...
Yeah, and that's actually harder, because if it was mid and bot, they're closer together.
Yeah.
Top and bot on the opposite. You know what they should do?
What should they
Next season, they should put a little hex gate in the alcove.
Or a little wormhole.
Yeah. And
you just wander
around
out
the other
one.
side.
Yeah. They should just prove that Summoner's Rift is round, and you can just continue walking all the way around over and over again.
Yeah, I don't want to hit your round Summoner's Rift theories. Okay, I think it's very established.
Oh, really?
A flat plane.
Okay, but it is part of Runeterra, and Runeterra's round, right?
Oh, look, I've seen the facts. I've seen the science behind this, okay?
Okay.
I don't really want to get in this debate, but trust me.
Okay, do you have something written down on a whiteboard that you can prove your theory?
Yeah, and here it is.
Okay, thank you. Oh, no, that makes complete sense now.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a real shame that they couldn't see
I think you probably missed this key bit of information.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it was that bit right there. That really blew my mind. Okay, well, now I guess I'm a flat Runeterra believer. Or at least a flat Rift believer.
There you go. That's all it takes.
Yeah. It was definitive proof. I can't really argue with it.
Oh, I just spilled my water all over it.
Oh, no!
It's just been rubbed out.
Oh, I'm really glad I managed to see it before it got all rubbed out.
What a shame.
Wow, no one else is going to know that.
Yep, they'll just have to take your word for it.
Whoa. Okay, Grand Entrance is going to come through here. Gumayusi taking a bit of damage. Blade Caller does come on through. That is going to be the end of the trade as Faker. Oh, Blooming Burst getting a couple of ticks off.
But I do like the fact that we're seeing some confidence from Nongshim's bot lane. Look for the engage. Unfortunately, it was one of these situations where you CC Draven, the axe lands on top of him regardless, so Gumayusi didn't really miss a beat, but now looking.
Yeah, there's the flash forward from Carrier. They are just looking for Peter. He will get hit. That is a very early cash in. As there's a flash forward from Sylvie. Gumayusi in trouble, and Jiwoo's going to grab the kill, and now Carrier trying to get out of there. Oh! Meantime, Faker is dead. It's a solo kill. Fiesta solo killed Faker, and Carrier's also dying. Oh, never mind. It's Sylvie that dies. Jiwoo's still alive, unable to get on top of the Rel, who's pretty tanky as it turns out. And that's a lot of action already. Please break it down.
Yeah.
She was getting dope. Owner's dead. What?
I'm not sure I can break that down, but the rest, I will do my best.
Break this down also. Dundun is solo killing Zayas? No, surely not. No. That's a flash. I think he messed that. Did he have? No, he
didn't have his W.
Didn't have his W. That's okay. Gets the flash out of Zayas.
What is happening this game? We just saw Zayas dunk on this matchup, and now Dundun's like, I've learned from my previous defeat.
Yeah.
And I'm coming back with a vengeance. Gumayusi gets his stack cash in, so he doesn't really care if he dies. He's got stacks with, now he has a Dirk, but not the best play from Ona.
No, yeah, the fact that he Vault Breakers in, and then you can see the I made an error when he just stands next to the turret.
Yeah, it's just kind of you're probably wondering how I ended up here. And Faker, I don't even know how to describe that. He just kind of gets
Nico'd.
Yeah. Yeah, so I love this though. The coordination, the CC to make sure Peter doesn't really get a chance to use mobility. And then here, Gumayusi does overstep a bit, but he's kind of like, cool, I got my cash in, do what you want. Bit of an overextend though. A lot of damage done, not only by Ona, but also...
Speaking of Ona, he is going to get knocked up. There's a Pop Blossom. The Vi is going to be thrown into the air. Sylvie's making his way over, and they just give the kill to the Nico. 4-2 now.
I get it, okay? So you know how in the replay they were about to show us Ona dying in the tower? Didn't want us to see it, so he's like, I'll do another bad play. So they have to show that instead.
Distract them.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did it even happen that way? Is Gumayusi, really nice use of the stand aside. As Carrier comes on in. Rel looking pretty good as Peter 50%. Gumayusi in the same way though. And Jiwoo is just pretty strong right now. Ahead in farm, has himself a cute little quiver.
And you know, the
a couple of kills.
This early from Draven isn't that significant.
No,
so.
It doesn't give him a whole lot of gold.
Yeah, the fact that we got 2 kills for Jiwoo, pretty even in terms of items. And yeah, we... Those aren't your Raptors.
Yeah, that wasn't much of a... I think the Grand Entrance actually blocked the Vault Breaker as well that he was going for. It's a real shame, but well played by Peter, you have to say.
Bit of a rough start for Ona, but at the end of the day, it's still a Vi, and Vi will do as Vi does and press R eventually. Oh, Jiwoo going very aggressive.
Yeah,
Does have the ult.
just decided that he wants to hit people with feathers, and he will do exactly that.
I think it's so hard to engage on the Desire now that the ult's available. If Carrier goes for it, very good chance you just get the jump in the air, and Carrier will just die, especially at this HP. So, kind of on the back foot here. And considering, you know, we saw this drafted for T1 so that it would have strength in the bot lane, not going as swimmingly as they'd hope.
Not so much. They do have a river here, so if swimming is what they want, there are some options.
It's quite shallow, though.
It is hard not to walk. But you know how, like, there is water that you can walk in, but also swim in?
Yeah, but I think this is more like
bear.
This is like bathing level water.
Yeah, I think it's paddle. It's paddle.
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
With the little ducks.
What we were going to say is that we did get a look in at the cash in. It was about 250. So not too bad, you know. It's
less than a kill though.
Yeah, it's less than a kill, but it's almost a kill.
Yeah, and Jiwoo has obviously that extra kill, so has a bit of an edge. Mid lane's going great. Top lane's going much better than last game. Nongshim have started pretty well.
Yeah.
Their solution was just pick blue side, I guess.
Yeah, and have Nico, and we've actually seen that Nico's can be a little bit of a bait. As 50 gold comes through for Fiesta. Looking at the Dragon now for T1. And Nongshim, they're not out of the woods yet, right? Like, it's mid-game that you really have to be careful when all of these Adoration stacks start to get stacked up. If that Whirling Death locks down a kill, then it can be really hard. You mentioned already that there's almost like guaranteed lockdown on someone of T1's choosing for the Draven. And the Dragon is now going to be secured. Second one going to be an Infernal.
I think one of the concerns with Draven is that generally he struggles heavily into like a lot of CC because he obviously can't really juggle his axes. And Nongshim have a lot of engaged tools, so given that Fake has fallen behind, you know, Zeus isn't as ahead as you'd quite like. If Gumayusi, even if he does end up in a good spot...
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that was the clone.
The clone just went home.
Yeah, to be with its people.
All right. Well, Fiesta is just quite a few different things. Faker's like, I think that might be Nico.
Yeah, I was
surprised.
Something about Gumayusi, I was making a point. Yeah, if he's, they can target him quite effectively. So even if he gets some gold, they have tools to shut him down. And now, looking towards the top lane, it's a Mega Gnar, so probably not the best time. But you know what comes after Mega Gnar?
Mini Gnar.
There you go.
I knew it. Zeus going to use that Mega Gnar in order to try and get here, but that is a Gnar that he has to use in order to... Okay, that fadeaway ultimate wasn't really it from Sylvie.
Yeah, so again, they needed to wait till after the Mega Gnar.
Yeah.
That was a mistake there.
But it's all right. They unleashed the teleports and, you know, no harm, no foul, no flashes involved or anything like that. Zeus didn't even need to use his. He will just back his way out. Still, the wave not going to get a great crash here for Zeus either.
Yeah,
so that's good news for Dundon.
Keep just doing the Krugs instead. And we see, in terms of gold, you know, I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, support, obviously, Carrier is actually far ahead, but that's not really relevant. But mainly, Dundon's kept it even, and mid is mega ahead in this matchup. And Nico, we know...
All right, that is Gumayusi not going to get knocked up, as Peter can very comfortably get out, and Jiwoo is just free-firing. Still has to be careful as Whirling Death going to come in. That's going to get out the Feather Storm. And as Gumayusi just stands his ground, Sylvie Doesn't even need to worry. He's just waiting for his Arctic Assault to come back off cooldown. T1 not wanting to take that fight with the Nico out of sight.
You know, it's fantastic stand aside from Gumusi there to interrupt. I think a big thing is you kind of need to commit the flash from Peter if you want to make that engage work, but doesn't end up finding it, and it's ult burn from Jiwoo there, and the cleanse as well.
Yeah. As now Peter could be in trouble, but he's Rakan, so I should just hold that thought for a moment. As Nongshim still just having a good time. That's stand aside. Absolutely fantastic. Rude. Very, very annoying.
But that does not mean it's down. You could look for an angle. Oh, the minion!
Hey, there we go.
That wasn't a minion.
No. Good Nico. She is not going to find the snare onto Faker, though, who, Faker, in my, like, from the games that I watched of him playing Nico back in the day, as I'm going to have to hold that thought, as in goes Carrier, finds another Magnet Storm, as Gumayushi's flashing. Carrier's just dead, though. Another cash-in comes through, but it's Gumayushi that stays alive, as the Nico going to get knocked up into the sky. Pop Blossom does come forward, but Faker, he avoids it for now. Sylvie will find the ultimate this time, and then just says, no, I'll just get out of there. It's fine.
Yeah,
and that's the back.
You know, we're talking about how there wasn't that much of a gold advantage for Gumusi. Look at it now.
Whoa.
Yeah. Big cash in
money
came through. A lot of farm picked up. The ult being down from Jiwoo was allowed T1 to go for that play, and they're rewarded pretty heavily for it. They don't find anything mid, but we have now got the Fed Draven that they were looking for.
And Dundun starting to get punished here towards the top side. Still ahead by a little bit of farm as Sylvie. Okay. Rift Herald back to her natural habitat, I guess, but we're going to see Jiwoo and Peter move their way up towards this outer turret in the top lane. That's what they're looking for. As Fiesta, he's just sort of running around. Shape Splitter going to work out. As Zayas has an okay Narbar right now, but he's going to get underneath this turret. Decent dodge. As the wallop is going to come through, and he is absolutely fine. Still, looks like Nongshim should be able to get this Rift Herald towards the turret, unless Carrier can stop it. So they're trying to get over here. Yeah, they need to get some of these plates out from this Herald. There's the knock-up. Teleport to come in from T1, and this Rift Herald's not going to do anything. Just no way to make that one work. Blade Caller does come through, but Zayas does not have Mega Gnar available. So not going to be making any plays. Still Fiesta hanging out in this mid lane. Will be able to get plates for himself.
Yeah, but the problem is, they made this play. They moved their bot lane top because the Draven is now so fed. It's going to be rough to keep that 2v2. But instead, you're just putting Dundun against the Draven, and he's having a terrible time.
Yeah, Gumayushi getting a couple of axes there, and 2 is about too many. As, okay, Nico going to get engaged on by Iona here as Fiesta trying to get out of the way. Another couple of axes, and he's really dead. Whirling Death going to come through, and that is another kill for Gumayushi. This guy's Draven's pretty good.
Yeah, and he is getting very fed at this point. Probably has enough to back and just buy a Collector if that's the item he's going second.
A Collector and a half at least.
Yeah.
Right? We had 2.4k in the bank.
And the problem
like
is, especially
3 minutes ago.
when you have a Xayah who's going Kraken Slayer.
Bear, meet Bird. As the
I think Bear wins.
Does come in. Yeah, Bear definitely won that battle.
The problem is, if you go on Kraken Slayer, then it's like you have to auto 3 times to get that proc in, and even then, it's like Draven will auto you once and do more damage.
Yeah, we saw that. Dundun not very happy about taking any auto attacks. That felt bad. Even in plate gold, but as you can see with the money at the top of the screen, T1 looking way better. And let's have a look at this fight one more time. Carrier just goes for another Flash Magnet Storm. That's all they need.
Yeah, and Gumusi cleanses the quickness and then flashes over the W from Rakan, so Peter can't really do anything in that situation. Peel in here, just out of position there for Fiesta, obviously thinking I'm the Nico, I'm safe. The ult does just clip there, I think. Or
yeah, I think the ult just barely clipped. I was a little bit...
like a weird one on the hitbox, but regardless, ends up getting that cash in once more. And now, you look at the items between the 80 carries, one of them has like a whole collector on the other.
Yeah. So the full collector is done. Cheeky longsword there as well, so not quite collector and a half like what I was saying. Gumayushi going to move on over Faker to the north. Doesn't have Tibbers available, and Zayas is in the bottom lane just taking this turret. Whirling Death, not going to be able to get any steals or anything like that. It's going to be absolutely fine though, Nongshim. Can we actually use a Rift Herald to get something good is going to be the question here. As Fiesta can transform into a cannon minion now. That's cool. That one's good for the next wave, maybe. Have to see.
Okay, I think they probably noticed there is now 2 Rakans. I think that's probably the tell.
Yeah, that might be the tell.
3 Rakans.
That's too many Rakans.
Oh, this is like the 3 Leona thing we had. You know, that was very confusing.
Yeah, Fiesta was then inside the wall. Just stuff happening. I think Fiesta is still fantastic game for him so far, but we're going to need to see more from Nongshim. T1 really have started to take control, and they will need to get onto Gumayusi every single fight. They need to kill the Draven. The Draven must die.
Yeah, and
if Nongshim are ever going to win.
It's a Mountain Soul. T1 have 2 dragons in pocket. It's going to feel pretty rough if they start to pick more of those up. Now, you do see Nongshim potentially setting up a play on Faker, but he seems...
okay. Bear in trade for Dash Cannon. Not bad.
He's like, look, if you'd stepped closer, you would have had to bear with this.
Yeah. He also just wanted to get to the zone, you know?
Well, yeah. Don't we all?
Yep. You're not burning anyone around you if you don't have your bear with you. That's how it works.
Yep. And Tibbers essentially has built-in Sunfire Cape. So.
And I think no one needs further explanation as to why that's really good. Sylvie going to go home. Actually makes it home. I thought the Tibbers was going to make that one frustrating. Dundun going to now deal with this minion wave coming past a dead turret. First turret blood went over to T1. Large reason why they are ahead by a couple of thousand gold.
Yeah,
I feel like where I'm getting that ominous feeling.
I feel like they're ahead a couple of thousand golds just in 80 carry alone.
Yeah.
Ignore everything else. Just there. You can even see it in the items, you know? Jugo has Kraken Slayer, and Gumayusi's halfway through his 3rd item. Bit rough.
It is seeming a little bit rough.
Yeah,
however, there are some options, right? Fiesta, if they find a good Pop Blossom, if you get a good Glacial Prison.
That's the thing, if they can ban summoners from Gumayusi.
Speaking of which, that is a nice Captain Jack there from Gumayusi.
That's fantastic. You get the cleanse, so going into the next fight, Gumayusi doesn't have cleanse, it makes your engaging a lot easier, and the Sejuani ult will be back up in time for the next dragon, so that's the sort of plays I love to see, especially when you are behind, is burning these summoners, so when you come to the big fights, you're not dealing with them all being available, because if you are dealing with cleanse and flash from the Draven, it's going to make things 10 times harder.
Oh yeah. And Faker now able to take a bit of control here in this lane as Fiesta doesn't really do very much and then walks away from the cannon. An odd maneuver. Sylvie comes back up here with no Chili Jail available. And so not going to be able to offer too much as Faker just holding the wave very comfortably. And another cute little ward from Peter. We are moving towards Baron time. It's going to be up in about a minute and a half. As Dundun, this wave sort of at his inner turret, he's pretty safe. But the Crocodile isn't really, he's not living his best Crocodile life today.
No.
I don't think.
Definitely had a better game here, I feel, as well. We saw the early pressure, but struggling in the side lane against Sanar. I feel like once Sanar gets like Triforce, that's when it really feels rough, and you just don't get on top of him. He gets the extra movement speed. Also, Nar's range increases with level.
Yeah.
Not fun.
No.
I think is how I would describe it. But now, they're going to throw the Herald down mid, and, you know, I'm going to remind everyone, the first Herald was terrible and didn't do anything. So we're hoping it can outmatch that.
We're going to need it to put its head into this turret. And, by Jove, that's precisely what's happening.
Fantastic. You know,
gorgeous.
Massive improvement over the last one.
Actually, infinity times better than the last one. As Nara is going to be used onto Dundun, who slices. It's going to get him out of the way. House will miss. Zeus still putting on all of that pressure. Nara looking pretty good.
Yep.
Time.
Setup coming for this dragon now. Remember, cleanse not available for Gumayusi. That's like the significant thing. Every other summoner is open, but if they can get the engage on this Draven, if they can take him out, that wipes so much gold off the side of T1. That gold lead they have will kind of not be there. So I'm looking at Peter, I'm looking at Fiesta, see if they can get on top of the Draven.
Yeah, Dundun wrapping around. Zeus wants to charge that Naba for a little while. You can see Fiesta lying in wait. I think T1 know which one the real one is, as Owner is going to be a little bit split, but there is the tip as Pop Blossom and Faker has to go golden immediately. They take down the Nico already, and the Draven is free hitting. Sylvie's running the wrong direction. It's a double kill for Owner somehow, and Zeus just wandering around, celebrating. The Baron's been up for 14 seconds. We may as well go take him down.
Yep, you know, they managed to get the fight they want. The engage from Faker gets onto both carries, although obviously Duo uses the ultimate. The main thing is that the ultimate is burned. Yes, Faker nearly dies. Stopwatch comes in and his job is done. We see Owner charging down the Xayah with no ultimate, and in an instant, all of Nongshim have fallen apart, and it feels like their hopes in this game have as well.
Yep. Baron is going to be secured there. Gumayusi wasn't exactly free hitting, but there was no one that was ever able to challenge him in any way, shape, or form. Fantastic engage from Faker here. And it looks like T1, you know, sometimes they do have that game one happy game. I don't like to think of this series as having a game one happy game. I like to think of it as Jiwoo is really, really good at Neela. And then he didn't play Neela for 2 games after that.
Yeah.
That was a bit sad.
I also think that we're kind of seeing T1, you know, game 1, the identity of the draft was very different to game 2 and 3. And I think having Faker on a pick who can set up, make the engages, you know, we saw in spring, like his Lissandra was fantastic. Annie working in a similar way. You have a strong lane matchup for Zeus. Gumayusi and Carry, you have Carry on a pick with Agency, and Gumayusi on a pick that can snowball. Like, all these things that come together are really what defines T1 and makes them effective. And I think the composition in game 1, as much as it's objectively a strong comp on this patch and was good into what Nongshim had, it wasn't good for them.
No, not quite. As Magnus Storm comes down, Whirling Death actually does a lot of damage from a really long way away, but Gumayusi will turn up again. Zeus managed to take that one down. It's a double knockup with the Pop Blossom, though Carrier is very dead, and there's another Glacial Prison. Gumayusi, I don't know whether he's going to be able to get one back on this one. There is some Nico revenge. Ona flashes in, and then finally does find the ultimate onto Fiesta, but he goes golden. Jiwoo is going to get rid of him. The Gnar is gigantic, though! And Zeus sort of by himself trying to take control of this one. Both carries just eradicated as Dindin's looking to try and keep himself alive. Peter should be able to get out of there, and Sylvie's like, wait, Dindin, you're doing it. Wait, Dindin, you're trying to make it happen. There's the knock-up, there's the permafrost, and Zeus, I think he's overextended on this one, and he will be taken out.
Well, I mean, Zeus doing his best to try and keep T1 in a favorable position on that, but Nongshim find the miracle fight. This is kind of what I'm talking about. They get on top of the Draven, and you just wipe all that gold, that massive gold lead, kind of just destroyed there, and it's Carrier starting off this engage. But the thing is, the TP comes in. Zeus doesn't want to overcommit here, trying to destroy the tower, but doesn't actually get it in time. Super significant. And then Gumayusi trying to help the support ends up overcommitted. And we see the ult from Sylvie. Really good to keep Gumayusi so they can catch up with him.
And then it's not over there, so you can keep going.
Yeah, I'll keep going. Yeah, we get
this moment for Ona was really interesting because I think it was Featherstorm that stopped him from being able to press cease and desist.
And then here, Zeus playing it so well. Peter very narrowly escaping death on this one, which was actually pretty significant because he helped out to finish off Zeus towards the end, but Zeus just trying to have a monster performance. Try and keep the game in their favor, but can't quite finish off the Rakan.
It was real close, and you could see it, actually, as Zeus there knows, he's like, well done. Renekton, no flash, you know. I think I saw, like, a worthy opponent as he goes down. I liked looking at Sylvie. You could see in the movement of his character, he's like, Dindin, he's got it. He's doing it. Let's go. Oh, another Glacial Prison going to come down. Peter gets the charm. That's a knock-up on the carrier. Gumayushi's just dead. Pop Blossom. It'll find the Rel one more time, and the bottom lane of T1 are going to be taken out. Dindin is also going to be able to deal with these minions. What's happening? Today is crazy.
But again, they are punishing Gumayusi. They are getting on top of the Draven. They have so many tools to take him out, and importantly, they are not giving him time to get his summoners back up. You know, they be in that cleanse, and they just keep burning his summoners and taking him out and just not giving him any time to breathe, and this Draven being punished again and again. It's fantastic to see, and I think for anyone who thought Game 1 was a fluke, Game 1 was a happy game for T1, this is kind of saying, no, Nongshim have leveled up. And Sylvie finds the angle here. Carrier not in position to block. And then even Carrier can't even interrupt because Peter CCs him. And then the follow-up from Fiesta is there. Nongshim still have life in this series.
They definitely do. And we haven't really seen the big Pop Blossom yet, right? From Fiesta, we haven't seen the humongous ultimate that we know Nikos are capable of. And so I'm looking forward to seeing whether we actually ever get to that. 1 minute and a half, though, and then it is Mountain Soul on the table. Nongshim gonna have to fight for that one, I believe. Because I don't know how Zeus ever dies.
You know in the last fight how they one-shot Gumayusi? That gets a lot harder when he has an extra shield available at all times. So, especially since I think he's going towards Bloodthirster as well. So the extra healing, the extra shit, it's just a lot, you know? I wouldn't want to deal with it.
That'll be a little bit much for them to deal with. Thankfully for Nongshim, doesn't have it just yet. But still, T1, like, we have all of these conversations about Nongshim finding themselves team fights, and then, you know, Gumiushi Carrier getting punished and blah, blah, blah. It's still 6,000 gold, 7,000 gold, something like that, the advantage for T1. Nongshim is still a very long way behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely see those advantages. You know, like, Zeus has finished his third item, Dundun hasn't quite. Jungle's a bit even, but Sylvia's cheaper items. Mid lane, you see the Rylai's finish for Faker, but I think there is obviously a whole item lead in the AD carries. And if they are able just to wipe Gumiushi off the map, then I think that 7k disadvantage doesn't feel as significant, but it's a big if. And his Summoners are starting to come up. His Cleanse is back available. Flash is coming soon. So I think the best thing for T1 is be a little bit patient.
Yeah.
Wait for the Flash to be up. Dragon is up in 30 seconds, sure, but the Flash is up at about the same time. So be cautious approaching this. And once Gumiushi has Summoners, it becomes way harder for Nongshim to do what they've done for the past 5 minutes.
And it looks like T1, they do have relative control of the map right now. You've got Zeus pushing in this top side. That inner turret's looking pretty healthy. He's already dealt with the inner on the bottom side of the map. As Nongshim kind of set up for something here, as Ona might face check Dundun. Looking to wrap around as well.
Like 5 seconds for the flash.
Yeah. Felt a little bit dicey there. But Gumiushi just going to come down and solo Mountain Soul, I guess.
Yeah, Nongshim are like, well, you can have Soul. We'll get in the Baron Pit against a Rel and a Gnar.
Well, that's a Pop Blossom. That's going to connect onto Ona. And Gumiushi is making his way over. He actually got away from the Drake, but Faker finds everyone with Tibbers. Ona gets in there. Zeus doesn't have a Gnar bar, and they decide they want to engage on top of him. Sylvie flashing towards the Gnar, but he's bought so much time. He gets the Mega Gnar, and Dundun's going to go down. And now Gumiushi's able to flash after Jiwoo. One auto attack. Half of his health bar. He tries his might, but it's not going to work. A triple kill for Ona in the end, and T1 just completely outsmarted them in that whole situation.
Yeah, you can see they were trying to make the engage work, but it felt desperate, it felt overforced, they couldn't quite coordinate it. The ult from Fiesta only catches out Ona, and even then, it doesn't stick. So T1, after a little bit of a mishap in this game for the past 5 or so minutes, they will look to close this one out as a 2-1.
Yeah, Fiesta, I don't think he's got it. No Pop Blossom available. Goes Golden. Nexus turrets are trying to help out here as Faker is tanking as much as he can. Peter will respawn, but he gets not immediately, and he will be taken out. Sylvie, he'll join the conga line, but the Nexus is going to go down before the Piggy. And Nongshim, they tried so hard. They managed to take game 1. It was amazing. This time around, couple of decent team fights, but T1 proved to be the better team on the day.
Yeah, I still think, given the standards we have for T1, given the expectations, this hasn't answered all our questions. But at the end of the day, they got the win. They can finish out the week with that victory. They've got 2 days off before the next week of matches, although we'll be rounding out the first round robin. So a needed win if they want to keep close and try and keep on the tails of KT and Gen G, but still not the flawless performance they'd hope for. Whereas Nongshim, a lot of hope. Still in 10th place, but a lot of hope from the way they played today.
Absolutely. I just felt like, especially in game 1, but in all of the games, they showed these moments of what this team could be, right? If they level it up just that little bit more. T1 showing that, I mean, Zeus is just an absolute monster. This guy is extraordinarily good at the video game. Ona had a couple of moments in this one, but I think that Faker also getting some huge tibbers.
Everyone apart from Zeus had some little loopsy daisies, but also had some big moments in return.
Yeah, I agree. Faker's like, yes, this was not good enough. I want to go home. This is sort of what it felt like here. It was a bit of a sheepish Gumiushi, but he had a very, very good game 3. And he got that vote from Meteor as well for game 2.
True.
So there must have been something that we kind of missed in the game 2 performance.
Yeah, that must be it. We'll have to go back and look at the VODs, try and analyze it.
Yeah, no, and I think we will. That's what we're going to do on our way home.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't know that, but that's how it's going to work.
Yeah, gotta get the homework done. I mean, T1 will be as well. They'll be reviewing it and being like, why? Yeah. Why did Gumiushi get a POG in game 2? Those are the big questions. You know what I was saying about the questions we need to answer? That was one of the questions.
Probably is that on the whiteboard?
Well, it was
the one that you spilled all the water on.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you answered so many questions.
Yeah, honestly.
You even convinced me that I'm a flat root Terra guy now.
Yeah.
Of that amazing board.
There are a lot of takeaways from that I kind of lost to the void now. You know, I try and it's still wet, so I can't write them down again. It's
just have it for next week. It'll be fine. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here, though. As This game started off bloody, and
Yeah.
Gumiushi got a very early cash-in, but you can see in these skirmishes, like Nongshim, they are not afraid to tussle.
Yeah, and I think this is the approach you have to take. Obviously, T1 come out ahead overall. They come out ahead in this bot lane play. A lot of times in this series, they didn't come out ahead. And I think having the confidence to keep fighting was what really made a difference. This was a big one for me. I think ultimately, Faker with the engage, the follow-up coming in, finding both carries with the Tibbers. Really fantastic. But then there was moments like this, which were maybe less ideal overall. And it felt like Zeus had to be kind of that linchpin that held everything together when it felt like he was going to give away.
Yeah, it feels like Big Brother Zeus when he's like the youngest player on the team. Just coming on over saying, what's all this funny business that you guys are up to? Gumiushi's getting caught out of position, and then Zeus decides, oh, owner's here, so I can go in, and we're like 2 versus 5? How many people are there? Faker's just chilling in bottom lane.
Yeah, Faker's like, look, you guys have your fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to farm.
Yep. And I think he also managed to like kill 3 waves on that inhibitor turret as well. And that's why Nongshim, they won a couple of these fights. It looked like it was kind of close in some of the gameplay moments, but I feel like the macro sense for T1 is just so much further ahead. Unfortunately, this wombo combo of the Whirling Death Tibbers kind of sealed it.
It felt like, in terms of kills being traded, Nongshim would do well, but they would just always feel like they were behind in terms of map pressure and gold. Even in the game they won, there was hiccups in that one.
Yep.
So definitely still a lot to work on for Nongshim, and definitely signs, and you can see the fact that T1 are obviously a more experienced, more well-polished team generally, but still not flawless. And you can see, for the most part, this game was T1 favored, but it definitely took a while before it really felt like it solidified.
And you can see a couple of Heralds being taken. That would make you feel like Nongshim had a decent early game, but it was kind of a flat line. They did get, like at around the 11-minute mark, some extra money, but then things started to catapult towards T1. But a really entertaining series.
Yeah. I think a lot of people look at this series just felt like it would be a stomp, but we got fight.
We did. We got fight, and we got 3 games. Absolutely amazing. Final match of the week as well. Extraordinary. I'm so glad that we get to go to a little bit of a break on that note. But it's time to head over to the space. They can break down the T1 victory. 3 games.
Entertaining, I think, is the word I might use here. I did not expect this series to go to 3 games, but yeah, how much did you enjoy this series, guys? The level overall was really good, I feel.
I thought it was really fun. I thought there was a lot of drama in it, right? We had an underperforming T1 and overperforming Nongshim, and then even in that last game, we saw that 7,000 gold down, Nongshim would just not give up. I mean, they were finding picks, and yeah, there were some overextensions for the side of T1 to be sure, but Nongshim normally is a team where even if you do kind of happy game, you do overextend, like the punish isn't there. Fiesta having honestly his best series of his career, it feels like as well. This is a series that if you're a Nongshim fan, you can feel a little bit of hope, I think, despite the loss. If you're a T1 fan, feel a little bit of concern, but at least you crossed the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I feel as well. Like, he also almost like almost touched like everything, but the thing is, like, I think T1 did make a mistake. Like these days, especially, I think T1 is kind of struggling, like as we know, and I think that's the kind of key point right now. Like we know T1 could easily come back, but we kind of have to wait, like when, you know, like no one knows when it's gonna be, but we'll see.
I would be worried going into the matchup against Genji next week, but we'll touch on this one a bit later. And let's take a look at the draft to see the approach T1 had here, because we explained that we wanted Nongshim to fight them in the early game, and I kind of like the approach they had on bot lane especially.
Yeah, I mean, they traded a lot, but cash-ins were consistently happening for Guma. On the side of Nongshim, they seem really comfortable on this Rakan Xayah, and obviously Peter is a very good Rakan player, he's very well known for it, so I liked their answer to the Vi, a little bit of safety for the AD carry. They drafted into the ability to have that blow up with the Renekton too, and you had the synergy there. Huni and I, especially Huni, were a little bit disappointed with how little they played into the Renekton on the top side of the map, but I thought both drafts here were pretty good.
Yeah, it was really winnable, and I was not happy that Renekton burned the flash against 1v1 Narv, which is like really super play, like really massive play, but they were not able to abuse that. Like at the time, like it was like really kind of sad, but at the same time, like Zeus played really well. Like when they're trying to put the pressure on top, he was releasing all the pressure easily. Like that's how they kind of Zeus kind of play really well.
He carried them.
Yeah.
He absolutely did.
He played really well. I appreciate Nongshim's attempt to create some action in the early game because that's what made them so successful in game one. But when you have a Draven against you, it can backfire rather quickly, and that's what we saw here.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes difficult to quantify some of the ways that this really helped T1 out because a lot of these overextensions we saw after cash-ins made it feel like maybe Nongshim were getting the better end of some of these exchanges, but the fact of the matter is, even in this early first kill, if Draven gets an early cash-in, it happens 2 more times.
Yeah, I mean, Max conquered by and it's still like kind of there's the overextended play, but the fact that, as you said, it doesn't really matter because like as long as Draven gets a kill, like anything doesn't. I mean, also it's a really good example because like Nongshim started pretty good shape in the early game as well. But the thing is like we'll see later. Like this play, it just end the game.
Yeah, I mean it should, right? In theory, with the Draven getting this much money early, even with a trade back, that's plus 568, and Guma just becomes such a huge menace early, and then Fiesta, poor guy, he gets caught here, and there is no way out. And this was the moment for me where I was like, I think it's done. Like, there's no way Nongshim will come back. They did fight back a little bit, but that was 3 massive cash-ins way earlier than you're ever supposed to be able to get that. And look at the goal difference.
That's massive, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they lane swap one time, and at the same time, they were trying to make a play on the bottom. Like, that was a bad. Like, I think they actually kind of lost the game at there. Like, if you lane swap, there's sometimes, like, it actually happened in LCK a lot. It's like, when you lane swap, you just lose, like, both sides of the map. Like, basically, you're just kind of tough. Like, after that, it's like no way to come back the game.
If the Renekton's ahead, maybe he can hold his own, but when you're this far behind and the Draven is this massive, he will just kill the Renekton, so you lose a lot of tempo there. And we wanted to show the goal difference because it wasn't like Jiwa wasn't doing much. He was trading a lot of those kills back, right? But it was just a massive difference because of the cash-ins, the Draven factor.
Although I often criticize the fact that teams, when they fall too far behind, they're just going to be spectators of their own defeats, when I appreciate the fact that here Nongshim kept on fighting, but as we're going to take a look at the second replays, sometimes overcommitting is just going to make you lose the game even faster, and they never find the right angle to fight T1 afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, Faker played really well with this, like having this top wash, and he make the play with the protocol easily, and then all the T1, like they knew individually like what they need to do. Like everyone basically knew it. Like Zeus wasn't pushing at the Renekton to make sure he's not in the fight, and the Faker started the fight, and after there was like everyone just came in together, and they go Baron instantly as soon as the scrimmage is over. Like everything's just perfect.
Yeah,
this is like what we know as a T1.
I saw a lot of criticism for Faker for his gameplay in lane, but outside of the lane, I think he had some really important moments and it was a big factor in T1 actually turning that game around. Because after this highlight, we're not going to get into it, but like there were some errors, and then he brought it back again one more time.
Yeah.
I don't. Thank you, Jason. Let's reveal the player of the game here. I got a bit lost. I'm sorry. Who is going to get player of the game? Here, we talked about Zeus. Again, amazing engages and laning skills with the Gnar. Rightfully so, Huni.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I said multiple times because it's the same thing as game 2. It's not easy. Gnar playing into Renekton, it cannot be this easy. And at this moment, like, he actually saved the game. They almost kind of threw the game with this just playing 4v5, but it's just easy for him.
Yeah, and in times when Guma was caught as well, he was a secondary AD carry. I mean, Renekton put Anathema's chains on him. He's still just making big impacts in sides. And Zeus is the best Gnar player in the LCK, and it's the champion he debuted on. He played it twice in this series. I think putting this guy on comfort really helped T1 regain their footing after what was a rocky start to this best of 3.
After me, though.
Of course.
After me.
Of course. Unanimous.
There you go, unanimous. Yeah, expected here. Amazing performance on the side of Zeus. I do want to point out though that I think this should be the series that's going to be the wake-up call on the side of T1. It's not too severe yet, but it's not what we expect from the second or first base team in the LCK as they were in spring. And again, going into the matchup against Genji next week, I think they're going to get some learnings from this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game 1, I think the Zeus has no ceiling basically. Like when you play on Sion, like there's like it's really limited as a champion. But as soon as he pulled out his signature champion, which is Gnar, I think it's like he was giving so much priority to the team, like pressuring enemy top laner. It just opens up so much the map. Like it's just crazy.
Yeah, I think that playing through Zeus is definitely a strategy that I'd like to see them employ, especially considering the weakness of Doran in lane. So that's what I'm hoping to see against Genji next week.
Definitely, and hopefully they're going to talk about this during the winners interview as the players are already on stage. Jason, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisoo for the POG interview, and we are here joined by the T1 player, the solo POG. On the side of T1, closing out the LCK week number 4 with a win. Congratulations on the win, and you have a loud crowd cheering on you. How do you feel about the win? I was not expecting this Nongshim series to be this difficult, but still, you know, we won in the end, so it feels great. Yeah, you guys started off the series with a loss. In fact, how do you rate today's series? I think Nongshim players were like even sharper and better than we all expected. So to be honest, we were all kind of surprised to find that out. But T1 ended up picking up the 6th win of the summer season. We had a very different style in terms of the drafting in game number 1 and 2. After game number 1, you guys decided to ban Nilla and went for the lane priority picks. Yeah, we had some accidents, you know, around at Nilla in game number 1, so we decided to just remove that away from Jiwoo. And then game 2, it was full on Zeus carry mode. The Gnar ults were so on point, so we have this highlight reel where Gnar was able to just dominate team fights. Could you break it down for us? Gnar got super fed very easily. And then my teammates were just forcing all the major cooldowns already. So for Gnar, it was so easy to pull that off. I was just like getting carried by my teammates because they were doing a fantastic job before I went in for the engage. And also Keria also did a fantastic job kind of opening up the team fight together with the Gnar. And then game 3, you played Gnar one more time up against the Renekton. Well, in 13.12 patch, you are the only player to actually play Gnar in the LCK. Why was that? I think right now, Gnar is all about playing by himself on the top lane, which means your teammates have to sacrifice for you to buy time for you to get scaled and as well. But today, Owner was taking care of the top lane so I can overcome the weak timings of Gnar. So the back-to-back Gnar mission was successful. How do you rate this Renekton Gnar matchup? Well, before 14 minutes, Renekton is way ahead, but after that point, Renekton just gets, you know, bullied by Gnar. But it's not that like critical, but Renekton does not have the agency after 14 minutes mark. And now let's take a look at the second clip where you actually wanted to review during the interview. This 1v5 into the enemies. How did you see this angle? Same, you know, just like I said, the enemies were so low and Gnar had like so many items. It was absurd. He was so fed. So as a Gnar in that game, it was an easy fight for me to take, but it didn't really go well as I expected because I died in the end. That was an accident. I should have done a little bit better than this. Zeus looking for some perfection in team fights, even though he was able to get so many kills up against 5 enemies by himself. And T1's final opponent is DRX of the first round robin. What is your mindset heading into that final match of the first round? Well, I mean, DRX, in terms of the outcome or win score, well, they are struggling. But in fact, the meta is really good for Beryl and Rascal. He's always one of the best top laners in the LCK. So I don't think it's going to be an easy opponent at all. So I hope we can make sure to come back with stronger performance. Now, before we go, any message for all the T1 fans out here and also watching you guys online? Yeah, I mean, my fans were really loud today, you know? Even after game 2, I was so proud of my fans. I think this win is what T1 fans has all been waiting for, right? Yeah, I want to share this credit for a little bit with my fans. Are you MBTI T maybe? No, not at all. But thanks to the fans, T1 was able to get another win in the end. Now, this is the end of the interview from Zeus, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. The fans indeed being the 6 players on this T1 lineup today. As I said, a bit of relief, I hope, beating Nongshim today for them. Let's take a look at the standings again, because I think we're going to have an interesting situation at the bottom of the standings, because with Nongshim getting better in the early game, Bro picking up some wins as well, Kwangdong playing well, and DRX grabbing a momentum earlier this week, I think the race for 6th place is going to get very interesting in the second half of this split.
Yeah, and Kwangdong have a little bit of a buffer, right? It's only 2 wins that stand between them and Live Sandbox, Bro, DRX. Nongshim, it would have been possible for them to take their second win today. We could have had actually 4 teams at 2 wins. I'm looking at Live Sandbox trending down a little bit. I kind of feel like for me, the front runners for 6th place right now are Kwangdong Freaks and Bro, actually. I think Bro's early game has been pretty sick. I feel like there's a real chance they could make a run for it. But Kwangdong is gonna have to stumble a little bit too, because they do have that extra start, that running start of the 2 win advantage.
I mean, again, like, I'm gonna highlight my sentences again, where, like, after the game one, I said, Nongshim plays like this at the game 1 against T1 like this, every single game play was guaranteed. Like, that's how good it was in game 1. And also even DK HLE, it's really, really close. It's only 3 wins from the Nongshim, that's not big. Like, it could easily happen if Nongshim just take over, like, DK HLE, like any team. I think it's gonna be really, really possible, and it's gonna be really challenged.
And with the new patch coming, and we never know how much teams can wake up again, as I often say, in the second half of the split. I want to take a look at next week, because as we said, we're gonna have a spicy matchup against T1 and Genji as our Saturday showdown. I think it's the matchup I'm looking forward to.
Also,
definitely.
Nongshim versus Hanwha feels winnable if they play like this. Nongshim versus Live Sandbox, definitely winnable. I mean, I'm not trying to get a little bit over enthusiastic for Nongshim Red Force right now, but let's see how they do in a pretty testing week. Not in that it's extremely difficult, in that it feels like they are underdogs, but it's a winnable set of matches for them.
Yeah, I mean, also the Kwangdong Freaks as well. Against DK, it's definitely winnable, even though they're sick. Like, it's the same score with the 4-4. And Kwangdong Freaks against HLE is the same thing. Like, it's not only T1 against Genji. There's so many games that is really, really important as individual and the other team there.
And because we reset the round robin in the middle, KT actually plays against Bro twice. So that's going to be a pretty interesting week for them as well. And here's Challenge.
And of course, Challengers Live coming back as well. Exciting schedule to wrap up the first round robin here in LCK Summer. But that's all for us here on the set of the space. Guys, thank you so much again for being with me today. And guys, thank you also for following the LCK at home. We'll see you back on Wednesday for week 5. Until then, stay tuned and take care.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. this big love. I'm not looking down, baby.